Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates blew a 3-run lead, ended up losing to the Miami Marlins on opening day by a 5-4 final score. Pittsburgh Penguins also lost pretty significantly yesterday to the Buffalo Sabres. It was a 7-3 final in that game. And Aaron Rodgers, still not the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers as we enter the final day of, I was going to say the week, but it's not technically the end of the week. It's the end of the work week. We'll call it that. By the end of this work week this morning, at the start of it. Okay, whatever. Deadlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Only Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The Master, Rick Wakeman, is coming to Pittsburgh on his final one-man solo tour. Featuring all-time favorites from his musical career. An all-new show filled with great music and great stories. April 15th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Reserve seats on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Don't miss Rock and Roll Hall of Fame recipient, Rick Wakeman, live. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more, this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot, but you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a Realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, and if you're up this morning, congratulations, you are awake, and it is indeed the end of the week. That's the only good news I got for you from Pittsburgh sports, because the Penguins, they got beat pretty bad yesterday. And then it was opening day in Major League Baseball, and the Pirates, they were winning, and Paul Skenes wasn't... I wouldn't use the word dominant to describe how he pitched. But he pitched. And he pitched well. And he gave them a great chance to win. And so did the offense, for that matter, altogether. The offense. 4 runs? Not bad. They did pretty well. They came through in clutch spots enough. Brian Reynolds with the RBI hit. Nick Gonzalez may have hurt himself hitting a home run, which is really weird, but the announcer was talking about something was nagging him at the end of spring training that may have popped up there, but for that to come up, after hitting a home run, I mean, that's like I'm impressed and scared at the same time. Like that never happens. So there's that. So I mean, the offense did its part. Paul Skenes, I would argue, did his part. Is close to 100 pitches. And he didn't quite make it through 6 innings. It was 5+ for him. Inspiring things from yesterday, but to lose to the Marlins on a walk-off like that, there's some disappointment I have as well. We'll dissect everything here. And you can react, too. I mean, react opening day. Why not? This is the first time in a little while that we can just spend the whole morning just not talking about Aaron Rodgers. Now, some show may still do that this morning. My show is only roughly 35, 40 minutes long. So, I don't have to talk about it. So if you want to call and talk about the Pirates, react. We have baseball to react to now pretty much every day for a while. Till like the fall. So we got the rest of spring, all of summer, and the beginning of fall. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Pirates. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. It's 412-928-9370. And we can talk. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Tag me in posts. Feel free, and we can have a conversation about that. So, Colin Holderman out of the bullpen. I talked about the bullpen being shaky. I mean, Santana got 1 out. Ryan Barucki got 1 out. Caleb Ferguson made his Pirate debut, pitched a scoreless full inning, and then Colin Holderman had a full inning in there. David Bednar was not in a save situation. The game was tied when he was in the game. Pirates also had an opportunity to score again in the ninth. They just didn't do it, which was it's a bummer. But I can't blame the offense. Put up 4 runs. That's pretty good. Paul Skenes charged with 2 earned runs in his start, which isn't great, but it's not bad. I mean, he gave him a chance to win. If we're talking about it on a general scale without Paul Skenes' expectations, that's a pretty quality start. Go 5 1/3, strike out 7. I mean, he did pretty well. David Bednar, though, giving up the leadoff triple. I have a reason why that might not necessarily be his fault, and I'll share that here in a little bit. Why I think that the Marlins winning in the ninth, I don't think it was all David Bednar's fault, but him giving up hard contact like that is definitely a big concern for the Pirates. If they can't rely on him, I mean, they got to put somebody else in there fast. And then Colin Holderman giving up 2 runs in the eighth. That's not great. So, yeah, what do you think? 412-928-9370. I'll dissect everything at some point, but I do want to get to your phone calls as well because this is the first day. First day we get to react to baseball that matters. Pirates start the season 0-1. They're not doing as poorly as the Cubs. Still, the Cubs are behind because they played those 2 games in Japan and lost 2. But they're 0-1. Pirates are 0-1 to start the season. Tell me what you think. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line already that wants to chat. So good morning. What's your name?
Yeah, Buzz from Freeport.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what is O'Neill Cruz? What is he doing? I mean, first of all, I don't know what inning it was, but there's a guy on second, base hit. He decides to try to throw him out at home. He's not even close. The guy that got the base hit goes second, so he's in scoring position. Then he scores, and then in the ninth inning, a major league center fielder's got to make that catch. And it didn't even look like he just let it go over his head. Then he just quit.
Yeah. Buzz, you're right. Hey, you got me. You're right there.
It was terrible, and then why did Schultz leave Holderman in what was it, the 8th inning? He's got to pull him at some point.
Yeah. I mean, you can't trust the bullpen at this point. And Buzz, thanks for the call. You make great points. You actually were to talk about what I was going to talk about as it relates to O'Neill Cruz in center and why I don't blame David Bednar for losing that game for the Pirates necessarily. The bullpen you can't trust those back end guys right now, which is a shame because 2 years ago you felt like you could, and it felt like Colin Holderman was acquired, as like a steal for Daniel Vogelbach, and now, last season he was good in some spots, but ended the season poorly, and now the beginning of this season. I don't want to overreact, but at some point, we've got to see consistent, stable baseball, and I'm just worried that the Pirates aren't going to have that. That they're not going to have that consistent, a consistent bullpen or a stable back end of the bullpen. They're going to have a lot of question marks. They've got to go into this season doing everything nearly perfect, and they can't afford to make mistakes, or they can't afford for the pitchers to not be good enough because then you're going to lose games. And the big mistake, Buzz brought up, that one throw, and I do forget what inning it was too, but he threw the ball straight into home and allowed a runner to get into scoring position. But the biggest mistake I think he made, because you're going to go through growing pains and you can't make mistakes, you can't afford to make mistakes. I don't necessarily want to encourage playing overly cautious either. But we know right now that O'Neill Cruz is still adjusting to playing center field. We know that. So I'm not surprised that some of these things happened, but it doesn't make me any less frustrated. I mean, he's trained. These guys go through spring training. These guys go through practices. There are just things that you got to pick up on by opening day. And that is when there's a fly ball over your head. Now, Buzz said, a major league outfielder is going to catch that. I agree to some extent. But if the ball's going to go over your head and you feel like you're not going to make a play, the next thing you do is you don't let it go over your head and then go, whoa, where'd it go? Because the corner outfielders had to sprint in. And it was Reynolds from right field who threw the ball in. So you don't let it go over your head and go, oh, where'd it go? What you do is you judge it. You realize you can't catch it. If you're relatively certain you can't catch it, if there's some doubt in your mind that you're not going to be able to jump up against the wall and catch the ball, the next thing you do is gauge its trajectory so that you can play the bounce off the wall and get the ball into the infield as quickly as possible. And with his arm, I'd want O'Neal Cruz's arm to be throwing that ball in. He's got a strong arm. But he didn't do that. He let it bounce. He tried to catch it. He did like a half hop to get up and get it, realized he couldn't get it, and then he tried to play the ball off the wall out of position, and the ball got past his glove and started rolling past the warning track, which allowed the hitter for the Marlins to get 2 extra bases that he likely shouldn't have had. Maybe it would have been a double. Definitely wouldn't have been a triple if that ball was played correctly. So instead of a runner on second, nobody out at the worst, now you've got a runner on third and nobody out, and you've got to play strategic games because the Marlins are in prime position to score and win the game at that point. So I don't want to blame David Bednar for that. Again, that's hard contact. That's concerning. You don't want your closer giving up that hard of contact. But center fielder's got to play the ball better off the wall too. Again, Buzz's point is a major league outfielder catches that ball. I'm not going to disagree with that. But if you're not going to catch the ball, then the next thing that's within your control is play the ball off the wall as best you can. And as soon as O'Neal Cruz let that ball get past him and it started rolling away from the warning track, from the outfield wall, batter's running for days. 412-928-9370, another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hello, this is Daryl.
All right, what's up?
I was wondering, do we still have Mitch Keller on in the lineup?
He's in the starting rotation, but he's pitching today. He's pitching today against the Marlins.
He's pitching today. Okay. I was just thinking, man, it seems like it would be a better idea for him to, because I remember him being a very reliable pitcher, and I was thinking wouldn't it be a better idea if he was the and Paul Skenes was the closer?
No, not yet. I wouldn't say that right now. I think it'd take a while before I'd think that way. Why do you say that? Why do you want Paul Skenes to be the closer?
I just feel like, more experience for Mitch Keller to start off. I'm sure he have a pretty good ERA, and Paul Skenes to close, he runs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like if he could close the game out, you know what I'm saying, we can focus more on the offense, you know what I mean, and try to close out the game better.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I'm gonna say no to that. No. I mean, you'll see that at times, like Aroldis Chapman. They tried to make him a starter. The Reds did back in the day. He couldn't throw strikes, so the idea was then to have him pitch one inning and be overly dominant. And then that worked out, and he's still doing it. He did it for the Pirates last year, remember. He was in the bullpen. So Mason Miller was a more recent story, him on the Oakland A's, soon to be Las Vegas A's. He was a starter, and then he was dealing with some injuries, and so the A's thought, okay, well, to preserve his career, I mean, he's got dominant stuff, so let's max out his potential for that one inning. So Skenes right now, he's still got the stamina, it seems. Now, yesterday was not an overly inspiring performance for what we expect of Paul Skenes, but I'll dissect his start later. I mean, he gave them a chance to win the game. Paul Skenes can still throw, upwards of 100, still throw 100 pitches in a game. I mean, his stuff was still moving. It wasn't overly dominant, and the Marlins were patient, but he gave them a chance to win. Like, yeah, I'm not on the ballpark yet. I don't think anybody should be anywhere near the vicinity of considering that Paul Skenes should be a closer. Not even part of the discussion this morning. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. There's no need. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. This is GP from Gilpin.
All right, let's go.
Hey, a couple things on the Pirates here. I mean, O'Neill Cruz there. This is basic baseball. I mean, where's the coaching at? I mean, even if he got burned on that play, I get it. It's a new position, but this is stuff you learn in Little League. I mean, hit the cutoff guy on second base so you don't set up the winning run. You know what I mean? Don't try to throw the guy out. You can judge a ball when it's hit. If it's softly hit, you're never going to throw that guy out at home from second base. So why not hit the cutoff guy? He's got it. You mean to tell me they're not teaching him this? I mean, this is basic. I know it's a new position, but don't you agree on this, Harry?
I do agree. That's what I was saying, yeah. Yeah, thanks for the call, GP. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. No, I totally get it. And that's what I'm saying. You can't throw the ball home like that and let a runner advance. That's just tough. Well, that wasn't the end of the world necessarily. It was bad, but it wasn't the end of the world. The bigger play, I thought, though, the one I just focus on more here is the route that he took in center field, and the ball was hit over his head. First batter in the ninth inning, and the ball went over his head, and he did not play the bounce off the wall productively at all. Did not. So that's the big one that I focus on just because that led to the Marlins winning and that big base hit. Now, again, David Bednar giving up such hard contact, that's not good. But I think that you give yourself a better chance to win that game, and the Pirates can better maneuver strategies if they don't start with a runner on third and nobody out. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. That's 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Love talking baseball. Now we're in the baseball season, and that makes me very happy. You know, baseball is my favorite sport, and now I get to talk about it and dissect games. This is great. Another caller on the line. All right, good morning. What's your name?
What's going on, brother?
What's your name?
Jerry from Aliquippa.
Nice to hear from you. What's up?
Nothing. I have nothing to do with baseball. I was just calling to tell you I appreciate your grind. I love listening to you on the radio, man. I just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm cutting out.
Oh, we lost him. But compliments nonetheless. We appreciate that. 412-928-9370. We don't have to invest time in talking about your appreciation for me, but I always do appreciate the appreciation. So thank you, Jerry, for the call. I do appreciate that. If you have Pirates opinions, please feel free. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Talk to me. We got a lot to react to. Pirates lost. Something we don't have to react to is the Penguins losing 7-3 to the Buffalo Sabres yesterday, which is good. I think it's good that they're losing. Again, better draft capital when that time comes around. So I endorse the Penguins losing. Aaron Rodgers is still not the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I don't care about that because we got baseball. So I'm going to start that over. Transition. Coming up next, I'm going to talk about Paul Skenes. I'm going to react to his start. I do have some thoughts about how he's pitching and how other teams really have developed a strategy to at least give him some challenges whenever he's on the mound to face them. And the Marlins, I think, executed a strategy against him pretty darn well. So 412-928-9370 is the phone number. If you want to react, feel free. Again, you can talk to me on X as well at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Back after this, my name is Nicholas Harry Callas. This is the Fan Early Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Colts general manager Chris Ballard told the series Behind the Colts that he believes a spirited competition between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson for the starting quarterback job is a good thing for the team, and the final decision will be strictly based on performance. Cam Ward impressed at his pro day earlier this week and is set to work out privately for the Titans and Browns, who hold the first and second pick respectively in the 2025 NFL Draft. One top prospect not expected to work out at his pro day is Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter. Carter is still recovering from a shoulder injury he suffered against Boise State in the college football playoffs earlier this year. Former Patriots Julian Edelman weighed in on New England signing Stephon Diggs, saying, quote, "They could use a little fire under their butts in that receiver room." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Friday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 up to speed for you. Ongoing utility work in the West End Circle has the West Carson Street eastbound lanes closed at that intersection. Also in South Fayette Township, bridge reconstruction project has closed Miller's Run Road in both directions between Mohawk Road and Battle Ridge Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Colorectal cancer is the leading cancer killer in men under 50 and the second leading cause of cancer death for women under 50. The American College of Radiology urges you to get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days, you don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com, and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, and if you're crazy and you're up this morning, well, I'm crazier. I'm up too, and I'm driving the conversation. Got Pirates baseball played yesterday. Pirates lost 5-4 to the Miami Marlins in a game that people are very frustrated by. I saw comments online. I'm seeing comments online right now about this. The YouTube chat's already very negative. So thank you, Guy, in the YouTube chat for making it very negative. But you can be frustrated. Like, it's totally fine to be frustrated at that loss because there's so many factors that played into why they didn't win. But ultimately, they didn't win, and they got to do it better. Something different has to happen there. The Pirates need to do the little things right and to focus extra on winning games because they don't just have blunt talent on this team. So they've got to do little things right to survive in a big bad baseball world. And they did not do the little things right yesterday, and that ultimately led to them losing. Derek Shelton even said it in the little pregame interview that he did with Joe Block on the radio, right? Because you can listen to Pirate games right here on the Fan, right? Flagship station. Yes. And Joe Block was asking him about that, like, how do you win games? And Derek Shelton said we got to play small. And we have to embrace being small, and we have to do little things right. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but did they do the little things right yesterday? Not really. At least from O'Neal Cruz's standpoint, like the offense did its job. Paul Skenes, despite the 2 runs he was charged with giving up, I mean, he pitched well. We got O'Neal Cruz in center. Throwing the ball home, missing a cutoff person, and allowing for the runner to move from first to second, the batter to move from first to second, no good. And Cruz misplaying the ball in center after it went over his head, bounced off the wall, then came back the other way past him. That's just no good. You got to judge that trajectory better. You got to play within your means, and Cruz is kind of playing halfway in between. And there are a couple plays where that was painfully obvious, and it may have very well cost the Pirates a win. Alone. Now, there are a lot of other things that were, problems, but it certainly was a big one. Paul Skenes pitching. The strategy against him, hitters are way more patient. Hitters are way more short to the baseball. They realize that it's going to be rare, especially from the Marlins standpoint. The Marlins are in a similar spot that the Pirates are. They're young. They're unestablished. So the Marlins just short to the baseball. And even though they weren't, even though Skenes was still overpowering them in a sense, they still were able to get 2 runs off of him because short to the ball, make contact, stay patient, don't chase. And it worked. And them not chasing and them making him throw enough pitches, like he was out of the game before before a full 6 innings was pitched. They were very short to the ball. They were very succinct in their swings. They were very patient at the plate to not chase. And that's what teams were starting to do at the end of the last season. Like, you got to think, this is Major League Baseball. Paul Skenes isn't just going to have a field day every time. College baseball is different. You see teams less. You play a shorter season. For Major League Baseball, you've got a 162-game season that spans across 3 of the 4 climate seasons that exist on Earth. 162 games is a lot. And the best players in the world are playing. So I'm not going to sit here and overreact to Paul Skenes, but this is just something that the Pirates have to work on, that Skenes has to work on. That right now, the way he's pitching is not overly dominant, and it's not going to be overly dominant all the time. Like, you're going to see games like this where he'll give up 2 runs, and I still expect the Pirates to win those games. Like, what he did was a quality start. Now, his velocity, too, is a little concerning to me. It was a little weaker than I wanted to see. But again, he gave up 2 runs. 2 runs were charged to his scoreline. You've got to win games like that. You have to. And they didn't win a game that they should have won, and that's disappointing. But that's what teams are going to do to Skenes. They're going to be shorter to the ball. They're going to focus on making contact off of him. They're going to be patient and not chase a lot of his moving pitches. So he just has to maybe make them a little more enticing over time, maybe work on ramping up that velocity over time if we're going to see those dominant performances. But again, we're not going to see dominant performances from him every single game. And even though this wasn't like what I would consider an overly dominant performance, 2 runs charged to his scoreline contributed to what should have been a winning effort. That's not on him. I wouldn't overreact. If you are overreacting, don't. It's not that big of a deal. He'll be okay. But the Pirates just have to look at teams approaching him differently moving forward, because they're not giving up against him. They're finding ways to beat him, and now you've got to respond with a strategy of your own. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next right here on The Fan.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
John Anderson and the Van Geeks performing Yes, Epics, Classics, and more. Saturday, July 5th, Timber Rock Amphitheater. Progressive Pioneers. Tickets on sale now at timberrockамp.com. Don't miss John Anderson and the Van Geeks performing Yes, Epics, Classics, and more. Produced by Crosby Entertainment.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkways east and west remain steady, but a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28, that's fairly steady from Harmer to the north side. Parkway North Main Line is up to speed. HOV lanes open alongside that roadway. In Forward Township, ongoing construction work has closed Bunola River Road in both directions between Pangburn Hollow Road and Regina Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Good morning, everybody. It's a Friday. Our baseball team is winless. Our football team has no quarterback, and our hockey team lost by 1,000,000 goals. Other than that, things are great. Things are great. It's 1 out of 162. We'll break it down. Of course we're going to break it down like it's Game 7 of the World Series. It was Game 1. And Game 1 seems to mean more. It's 100% of the sample size. But we'll do all that starting at 6 o'clock. We're having fun today. We always do on Fridays. We slap it around. Doran, how we doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Just all right?
Yeah, just all right.
It's a Friday, bruh.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, you inspired me to get hot dogs and got some brats too yesterday. I got delivered. Did a little Instacart because I'm lazy. And it got delivered to the wrong house. So I'm running up and down the street trying to look for the picture that they sent me of what the stoop looked like.
I had your neighbors actually texting me that you were running up and down your street in your underpants.
Yeah. Then I end up finding it. Then I put it on the grill. I'm starving. Grill catches fire. Burns them to a crisp. Only got to eat one. So, yeah, I'm just doing all right. I mean, today, like.
Were you drinking beers while you were grilling?
No, I wasn't.
You didn't even have one?
No.
I had 2 Iron City Heavies.
Heavies?
Yeah.
You know, he didn't know what? He didn't know that there was...
On opening day last year, Callis did not know that Iron City existed. He just thought there were only icy lights.
Right.
Young, innocent Callis. Yeah, I had a hankering. Hankering? I had a hankering for a full-bodied lager. So I got myself some irons.
That's nice.
Yeah, they tasted really good.
Yeah.
I had one while I was grilling, and I nursed one over the course of like the first 7 innings of the game just to get that taste. Had some peanuts, made some hot dogs, but I had a grill-related issue too. My left burner turned on, the other two didn't. So we'll have to figure that out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Callis, how you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm not actually great, but I'm good. Yeah. Crowley, before the microphone came on, I do want to say sometimes his private line button gets stuck, and he was all like, but he like coughed right into the microphone. Nobody on the air could hear him, but then I heard that in here, and it was
loud.
It was a lot, yeah.
Former West Virginia head coach Dana Holgerson used to do that in all of his press conferences because he was a smoker and would just hammer 6 Red Bulls a day.
Jeez.
And so he would start his press conference, and he'd have his Red Bull sitting there, and he'd be like, any questions? And you'd be like, all right, what about that 3rd and 12 play? Well, Greer. Weird.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Where's he at now?
He was at TCU, and then he got hired by Nebraska as their offensive coordinator.
That's right.
So he's working on Matt Rule's staff. Yeah, that guy was a trip.
That's what I heard.
Hell of an offensive play caller, hell of an offensive schemer, not a great head coach, and also, what can be said on the radio? Well, he just liked to party. Yeah. He liked to party. And him and Huggins at the same time, my God.
Just tearing it down.
Our friend Amanda Gorecki from Y108 was walking in here late this morning. She had a crock pot with her. Today is Employee Appreciation Day around here, and also it's the big soup contest. So everyone can make their favorite soups, and then there will be judges, I guess, or the people who eat the different soups get to vote on who wins. I don't know what you win. If you do have the best soup, are you a soup guy?
Me? Yes, but I think you can make chili, too.
You can make chili.
And chili's not a soup, in my opinion. Chili's a stew.
We can't do this.
It's a stew.
We can't do this.
It's not a soup.
I had a long 4-hour debate on my old AM radio show. Callers, me and my cohorts debating whether or not chili's a soup. So you say it's not a soup.
No.
Callis, do you think chili is a soup?
I actually don't like chili at all. So
That's
I
not
never
the
thought
question.
About it. I never thought about it.
I'm asking you to think about it now.
I'll agree with Doran. I'll say stew.
You guys are correct, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you're
not
gonna go the other way.
I was going to say I'm not the grand poop. I can't bang a gavel and just say, "Oh, I'm right." But I agree with you guys. Chili is not a soup.
A soup to me has broth.
No one's putting chicken noodle soup on their hot dog.
Right.
No one's putting chicken noodle soup on their pasta.
Right.
A la, what's that place in Cincinnati? Skyline. Like you ain't doing that. Now you can put, obviously there's noodles in the chicken noodle soup. People understand what I'm saying. Chili's not a soup because chili can be a condiment.
Yes.
Soups cannot be condiments. You can dip things in soup. You can't generally put soup on stuff.
Yes.
So that's the way I've always thought about
Can
it.
soups be classified as a type of stew, though? Like,
I
all
don't think
soups are
so.
stews, but not all stews are soups?
I like the question. I like where your head's at. I'm not sure about that. I don't think so. Is cereal a soup?
No. Cereal is cereal.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Cereal is cereal.
I love me a bowl of Cheerios.
Well, no, again, because you have like a cereal with milk. So if you think about like cereal on its own is not.
Yeah, milk.
Cereal and milk could be a type of stew.
Well, soup. I don't think it would be a stew.
I feel like soup is like liquid. Stew is more thicker.
Yeah.
And that's what chili is in that family.
You know what? I got to grok this bad boy here. What's the difference between soup and stew? Primary difference between soup and stew lies in the amount of liquid used. Soup typically has a higher liquid-to-ingredient ratio, while stew has less liquid, resulting in a thicker, chunkier texture.
There we go.
Lamb stew in Ireland was awesome.
Was it?
It was awesome. A pint of Guinness, lamb stew, full belly, sitting by some fire in a pub.
It's very nice.
Oh, my God.
Very nice.
My wife and I were looking back through Ireland pictures the other day. I've never looked more relaxed in my life.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a culture.
What was the weather like?
It was mid-50s.
Oh, so it's perfect. It's like almost fall.
Oh, the whole time. We were there in May into June, and we had one 70-degree day. The rest was mid-50s. You layer up, and you get going. But the drinking cultures there is just so much different than here, where you go in for lunch and everyone's drinking.
Yeah.
And you go in for an early dinner, a late dinner, everyone's drinking, but like casually and responsibly. And our favorite pubs, there was one called the Bullpen. I forget where it was. It was beautiful. It's all orange on the outside. You go in, there's just a fireplace. Get yourself a Guinness. Get yourself some lamb stew. People are reading by the fire.
Just hanging.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, peaceful.
But then we, on one of our many road trips through Ireland, we stopped at a place where you could hold and take pictures with baby lamb. And after that, we didn't eat any more lamb stew.
Yeah, you felt bad?
Yeah. The guy who was running the place is probably like, these stupid Americans. Like, don't they know that, like,
these are where the
yeah, this little cutie pie right here. It was the cutest damn thing in the world. This little thing is dead now.
Yeah, it's in your stomach.
7 years ago. I probably ate that thing 2 weeks later.
Right.
I have some information on cereal versus soup as well.
Please.
And I got a very intriguing answer. Cereal doesn't count as a soup by most well-established dictionaries. Many argue that cereal isn't a soup since it's universally accepted as a breakfast food and it doesn't have to be cooked to eat.
See, I don't. I mean, I agree with all of that, but I don't. Like, you could eat soup for breakfast if you want to. Like, if I eat chicken noodle soup for breakfast, the time of the day doesn't change it from being a soup or not.
I think the big kicker was it doesn't have to be cooked. Like, the cereal
Right.
on its own.
But there are cereals that are cooked like oatmeal.
Is oatmeal a stew? 412-928-9370.
Oatmeal's not a cereal. There's no way.
You know what I love? Grits. You like grits?
Grits.
Oh, yeah.
What was the one? What's the one thing like grits?
Cream of wheat?
Cream of wheat.
Yeah. I do like a cream of wheat.
That's a cereal.
I feel like kids eat cream of wheat, and then I feel like really old people eat cream of wheat.
No doubt.
Like, you've got bifocals,
There's
you've
no
got
in
cheater
between.
glasses. There's no in between.
Like, I haven't had cream of wheat since I was little.
Right. I don't think any self-respecting 25-year-old's like, hey, guys.
Yeah.
Why don't you come over for a night of cold ones, and then in the morning, we're going to have ourselves some cream of wheat. I don't think that happens. What is your favorite soup at 412-928-9370? Someone texts in cheese and broccoli soup. That's a delightful soup. I love broccoli cheese soup. In a bread bowl?
Yes. Oh! Very good.
You want to fall asleep, though, on the couch at 3 p.m., you get yourself a bread bowl of broccoli cheese soup at about 1 o'clock, you're done.
Potato soup.
Love potato soup.
That's how I was on the
Bacon in there?
Cowherd show because of that.
You went on Colin Cowherd's show because of potato soup?
Yes, because I think it was, 2016, 17? And I was watching it, and he was talking about how Des Bryant cut his hand making soup, and he was like, that's a lie. Like, no NFL player is making soup. Like, nobody's making soup from scratch. Like, Des Bryant did not cut his hand making soup. And he was like, if there's an NFL player out there that has made their own soup before, call into the show. I called in, got through, and was talking about how I can make potato soup.
Potato soup is legendary. Also, like, what a weird take from Colin.
Right.
Like, someone has a hankering for some soup, and they want to make it from scratch in their kitchen? Like, what, NFL players aren't humans?
They're not making their own potato soup.
I made potato soup last year, froze it, and then kept eating it for a long time. It was delightful. I didn't play in the NFL, I know.
No, I'm not even saying that, but like Des Bryant during the middle of the season on a Wednesday after practice is not sitting at home making soup.
So you're telling me you don't think he made his own soup?
No, he didn't.
So you're telling me you both agreed and disagreed with Cowherd?
Yeah, I was like, I could make my own potato soup. I obviously wasn't playing. This was a year out from playing. I was like, I could make my own potato soup, but there's no chance that Des Bryant made his own potato soup in the middle of the season. No chance.
What if cooking is his release?
I highly doubt it. I just highly doubt it.
Texter, tortellini and sausage soup. Outstanding.
Great.
Texter, split pea with ham. Nah, go screw yourself.
Yeah, nah.
I love peas.
Do you?
Yeah. Big peas fan.
Really?
Big peas fan. Huge peas fan.
No way.
I've never had split pea with ham soup, so I was half joking there. I would be interested in trying anything. Wedding soup is outstanding. Someone says cheeseburger soup is phenomenal. I'll tell you what a great soup was. Remember Max and Irma's?
Yeah.
Their tortilla soup.
I heard it was top of the line.
Next level.
Yeah.
They also had the Laredo steak.
What's
with
that?
Cactus butter. They would slice the steak up, and there'd be this cactus butter on top of it. Now, this was fine dining back when I was about 12, 13 years old.
Yeah, that's fine.
They also had a good chicken pot pie.
Yeah.
You big chicken pot pie guy?
No.
I love myself a chicken pot pie.
Rochelle's mom makes a great chicken pot pie.
I bet you she does make a good
next
chicken
time she
pot
makes
pie.
one, I'll get you one, but I'm
Give
not a
me
big fan.
Big chicken pot pie guy.
Yeah. What about, what's the Irish one? Shepherd's pie.
Shepherd's pie, good. I had a friend. Don't have any anymore. I had a buddy I used to work with. We went to Riley's Poorhouse. Got ourselves we all got the shepherd's pie. We're washing it down with some Guinness. And he goes outside to smoke a cigarette. This story's going to take a turn here. I may have told you already. And I'm talking to him. Next thing you know, his head slumps down. Like, yo, Brian, what's going on? What's going on? He had a blood clot go to his lung.
Whoa.
So luckily, I run inside, help, someone call 911, blah, blah. I'm still smoking my cigarette because, that's healthy. And two people who were in there were EMTs. They come out, they get to him, they're like, oh my God, like he's out. He then projectile vomits, and he's like, whoa, what happened? And the paramedics come, they take him. He had a blood clot go right through his lungs. Yeah.
Man.
And I said, hey, Brian, man, yeah. I think this is God's way of saying you got to quit smoking. And he said, you know what, Crowley? I think this is God's way of saying I have to quit blood clots.
Oh.
He could have died.
Jeez.
But so I don't, as a guy who is really superstitious and scared of his own shadow and everything, I love shepherd's pie. They make a damn good one at Riley's. I'm sure they will when they open back up at St. Patrick's Day next year. But I'm not going to touch it because I'm like really superstitious.
Speaking of smoking, I was perusing Facebook last night, and I saw an article of a Pittsburgh bus driver getting in trouble for yelling at kids. And I guess he was screaming at the kids, sit down, all this stuff. And I was like, and I quote tweeted or whatever, shared it. And I was like, man, I vividly remember, like back in the 90s, my bus driver dropping us off and ripping cigs. Like ripping cigs and saying, all right, have a good day. And just dropping us off. I was like, how soft are we now that now this guy's being reported? There's a lack of bus drivers. This guy's being reported for yelling at kids. Like, kids are bad. Like, my kids come home, and they're like, oh, the bus driver and the bus monitor yelled at us today. I'm like, hey, bro, you probably deserved it.
Oh, damn right.
Like, I know you and your friends. Probably over there swearing. I was like, were you swearing? They're like, no. I'm like, yeah, you guys were. Kids are bad. They need yelled at.
Yeah, that's a person in a position of authority. It's his bus. And come on now. Like, you got to be listening. I have no problem with the bus driver laying down the law.
No. I mean, I just imagine, like, I take my three boys to, like, practice, and they're in the back, just my three boys, yelling, screaming, hitting each other. And I'm like, stop it, scream it. Like, I can imagine if it was a bus full of other kids.
Right. We're talking about the three that you're dealing with.
Yes.
I'm talking about the two I got. You got 25? Hell no. I am within reason. Like, I don't want my bus driver ripping a dart turner on going, shut the bleep up, Jimmy.
That's basically what my bus driver used to do, and we would straighten up.
Well, back then it was fine.
It was different.
It was way different back then.
Got soft.
I'll tell you, eventually I'm going to get fired. Everyone does. I could drive a bus. I'm going to have to get the CDL.
You think that you have enough patience for that?
I'd get them there way before. We ain't ever going to be late. They love me. We do Candy Fridays or something. That sounds creepy, but you get it.
I actually did the research on this, remember, because I wanted to get a school bus last year.
That's right.
And that didn't happen. But the CDL process is crazy.
Yeah, it's tough.
Is it?
Yeah,
it's expensive and it's difficult. And it's not like you can just do it overnight. You've got to go through, like, at least a month, I think I remember, of just, like, classes and trainings.
Well, that makes you feel good. It has to be hard. Because some things aren't hard, and you can actually just...
That's actually what I thought about when I was getting one, because I'm like, I think that they make it this hard because they don't want everyone to just be able to buy a school bus for $4,000 and just drive it around.
Right. And I would like to know that the people transporting our children, they know what the hell they're doing. I might get on this now. I might get one now, just in case eventually I have to be a bus driver.
Would you really want to do that? I thought you wanted to be a mailman.
Mailman would be job one, but only in the flat neighborhoods. of which there are none.
None.
Like, I don't mind walking around in the cold in the wintertime, but I don't want to be going up and down them hills. Nah. Gino tweets in, there's still a Max and Irma's in Monroeville. Guys, today, Max and Irma's, little Laredo steak. They still have that on the menu. Gino sounds like he knows what he's talking about here. They still got Laredo steak. They still got the tortilla soup and the chicken pot pies. Let us know.
Wasn't there one just like at the bottom of the hill over here?
Yeah. We used to go there every Sunday.
Every Sunday?
No, but we used to go there some Sundays.
Would you get the same thing every time, the Laredo and the tortilla?
Well, this would be for brunch, so we would go, and they had the nice omelet bar, which was outstanding. And then at the end, you would get the chocolate mousse. With the long spoon. 2 of those as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get the omelet, get a little sausage, a little steak, nothing green. Get all that up in the omelet. Wash it down with
orange juice.
A little orange juice, some chocolate milk, and then you hammer that chocolate mousse home.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fine dining back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, my place was Red Lobster when I was younger.
My sister got raw chicken at Red Lobster.
Well, that's her fault for getting chicken at a seafood restaurant.
She was like 5.
Well, she shouldn't be getting chicken at a seafood restaurant.
I would probably argue we shouldn't be getting seafood from Red Lobster either.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't go to Red Lobster if your kids aren't going to eat seafood.
Well, what if you want seafood and the kid doesn't want seafood?
And my sister or brother didn't?
Well, now, hold up a second. How are we turning this around on not Red Lobster? Like, this is Red Lobster's fault.
I mean,
and you know what they did?
Chicken.
They didn't. What? They don't know how to cook chicken.
I mean, they cook seafood. Should have got the seafood. Seafood probably would have made you sick. Her sick.
Was it like like fried chicken tenders?
Yeah, and
you definitely cook those different than you cook seafood. I mean, it's just.
Are you? So it's fine. So it's okay. They're just out here poisoning small children with their raw chicken.
Shouldn't be getting chicken.
So she takes a bite of the chicken, and it's disgusting.
It's like bringing a basketball to a football field.
No, it's not. You're a restaurant. Cook the food.
Seafood. It's not their specialty. Is not chicken fingers.
So they should know how to cook it. And instead of comping the meal or anything, they gave her free ice cream at the end. That ain't right.
So she didn't eat.
What are you doing? You said that ain't right?
She just ate ice cream? Like she didn't eat a meal?
No, they brought her out some cooked up chicken tenders.
They fixed it.
Yeah, somehow they knew how to cook them, guys.
Oh.
They just didn't for her.
Wow. But they did for her.
Well, they thought they could pass it. I mean, they're not making chicken fingers all the time. They're making seafood all the time. Once they realized their mistake, they had to correct it. You don't bring your kid to a seafood restaurant like that.
So you're saying it's fine? You're saying it's fine. I go to a seafood restaurant, but they have steak on the menu, and they walk a cow out because they're friggin' morons. They don't. Well, I brought you a full live cow.
Well,
it's moo.
I mean, it depends on what
We've
restaurant.
never cooked before.
I mean, if
friggin' Michelin 5-star chef over here doesn't know how to cook a steak.
It's Red Lobster, so you got to expect, you got to be aware of,
the Jimmys and Joes in the kitchen. They don't know how to cook.
So you have evidence. You have evidence that this person was a 5-star chef in the back.
No, I'm saying if you're
then you can't.
If you're employed at a restaurant, you should know how to cook a damn chicken tender.
Seafood restaurant.
Seafood. Yeah.
So it's fine.
She should have got the shrimp.
Probably don't even de-poop the shrimp.
De-poop it. Yeah.
Probably don't de-poop the shrimp.
No, they got that black line on the back of that thing.
Yeah, the vein.
Poop line. Yeah. All right, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. It's going to be that kind of show on a Friday because we're going to just bum people out if all we do is talk Pirates, talk Aaron Rodgers, talk about the Penguins loss. There was a great moment in that game, though, that we will discuss. We'll be slapping it around, but we will start with the Buccos in 30 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Pokes his bat out, hits it into center, base hit. Stowers around third. Cruz's throw home, and now that allows Lopez to get into second base. And now the tying run's in scoring position. It's 4-3 here on that 2-out hit by Otto Lopez.
We got to keep the tying run at second base, and we cannot throw the ball to the plate.
Fly ball, center field. Cruz back on it. It's off the wall, and it goes behind Cruz. Reynolds in center field will pick up the ball, and now at third base with the winning run is Nick Fortes. Well, Cruz is having a tough game in center field here late.
So you guys say it's excusable to get raw chicken tenders at a Red Lobster because you should be going there for seafood. I guess it's fine because O'Neal Cruz is a shortstop that he screws up in center field. What a disaster, guys. The theme of the broadcast yesterday, from pregame with Dan Zangrilli to pregame on television with Rob King to in-game with Hannah Mears, is that the Pirates, if they're going to be better this year, it's internal improvement, and it's winning in the margins. Now, Doran, you and I nailed a couple of things yesterday. You were talking about Nick Gonzalez, and he goes yard. That was awesome. I said I would love to see the Pirates run. The Pirates stole 6 bases. Running a lot, that's winning in the margins. But you can also lose games in the margins. This was a tight one for the Buccos against, let's call it what it is, a really bad baseball team in Florida. That team's going to win 60-some-odd games this year, and I'm guessing it'll be in the low 60s. You had that game. You're up 4-1. I don't care who you're playing. You're up 4-1 in the 6th. Find a way to win the game. But they did all the little things wrong. Now, this didn't cost them, but Andy Rodriguez had an error at first base. I know that IKF was not charged with an error earlier in the game, but he should have been. You had 2 egregious issues with Cruz in center field, and then you had 2 pass balls from Joey Bart behind the plate. And I think reasonable people will agree with this. Joey Bart's not a good defensive catcher. Andy Rodriguez has been discussed as a good defensive catcher his whole way up. IKF, a really good defensive player. His worst position is shortstop. O'Neal Cruz, still learning the ropes, figuring it out in center field. We saw all of these things rear their ugly head yesterday. Andy Rodriguez played 1 game at first base in spring training. One game. If you had to have a catcher play first, maybe Joey Bart should be that guy, and maybe Andy Rodriguez should be behind the plate. I'm getting long-winded here, but this is a team that, based on the strength of its starting pitching, is probably going to be playing a lot of close games this year. And when you do that, you have to do the little things well, and the Pirates did just about every little thing wrong yesterday, including guys in the bullpen walking dudes. You can't be walking as many dudes as the Pirates walked yesterday. You're holding on to a lead, and you're walking dudes. It ain't good enough. So there's my take from Game 1, Mr. Dickerson. How are you feeling?
Well, you know how you head into a season, and it doesn't matter what sport it is. Well, let's just say football. You know, the Steelers head into that first game of the year, and it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. You're like, oh, well, they just got to knock some rust off. It's it's the first game of the year. There's nerves. There's all kinds of stuff flowing through you. And, you don't look like you're in sync as a team. Like, I can't even make that excuse for the Pirates yesterday. Because this is exactly what we saw last season. The last game of last season. Like, it's like literally you folded yesterday's game into 2024. It's the same team.
Yeah.
It's the same errors.
Yeah.
It's the same margins that they're messing up in.
Yep.
It's literally the same mistakes. You can't even make the excuse of, oh, it's the first game of the year, some nerves, rust. They'll figure it out at some point. I don't think so.
No.
They may play some decent baseball within a stretch this year.
Sure.
Of course. They will. But these are the same issues that have been plaguing them for years.
Doran, I've been in love with that show Severance, right?
Yep.
And the concept of it is, for those of you who don't know, and I would urge all of you to watch it, it's wonderful, is when you go to work, your brain kind of goes, brrr, and all you're living is work, and you have no concept of the outside world. Like, your home life doesn't exist. You are just this person who exists at work. My wife and I were talking about this yesterday. It's as if between the end of last season and now nothing matters, and I got severanced back into last year's Pirates season because the bullpen couldn't hold a damn lead. You got dudes playing all kinds of out of position. Like, if IKF's on your roster, that's great. IKF's a good baseball player who's a Gold Glove winner, who can pick it at third, who can pick it at second. I'm sure if you needed him to play an inning or two at first base, he could do it. He's athletic. He can't play shortstop. He's your everyday shortstop.
What are you going to do now? Like, this is typical Pirates, right? It's like, okay, if IKF isn't working at shortstop, let's put Triola there. Or, let's move Nick Gonzalez out of his prime position so he can play shortstop so IKF can go back to his normal spot, and you're just moving around the deck chairs. That's what they're going to do, like, if it doesn't work. And that's what they did last year going into this year. Just moved around a couple pieces. Oh, this might work.
I don't think it's a bad idea to have Cruz in center field, but I do think it's going to take time if it ever works. Like, the play at the end of the game where the ball hits the wall and it's a double that turns into a triple, that to me is explained by you haven't played a lot in center field.
Yes.
You don't think you can get the ball, then all of a sudden you're like, I'm O'Neal Cruz, I'm really fast. Now I do think I can get the ball, and then you realize you can't, and now you're way too close to the wall, and the thing turns into a triple. That's the kind of stuff you expect to see out of a player changing positions. Throwing the ball to second base, that should be rote. Because you've been the cutoff man your entire life. You've been part of that play your entire life, albeit differently. From the time that you start playing baseball and they're trying you at a bunch of different positions, you got to know that in that position, when it's the tying runner, you have to throw the ball to second base. That's not even baseball 101. That's like first couple of days of baseball. Like, you should know that your entire baseball-loving life. One of the things that always irks me is when there's a player called up from AAA who makes a mental error. They're like, well, he's a rookie. It's the same sport.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's not like in football where, I don't know, pick a position. Like, even if you come from the SEC, well, it's not like everything's fast down in the SEC. We come up to the NFL. It's all the best players from the SEC and the best players from the Big Ten. And everyone's running around. And the speed of the game's totally different. You and I have talked about this a million times. No, this is baseball.
Right.
Like, you have the ball. Second base, second base ain't moving faster.
Exactly.
The bases are in the same place.
Guys aren't bigger.
And I just think, Doran, this is something that we're going to have to deal with probably all season long for O'Neal Cruz because his athleticism has never been the issue. He hits the ball hard. He's supremely talented. You said it yesterday. Don't be an athlete, be a baseball player. That's a baseball play. Andrew McCutchen has had problems with that his entire career, frankly. And someone called into the early morning show and said Derek Shelton deserves blame for that. I totally disagree.
Me too.
You need to make that play.
Yeah, you're a professional athlete.
Yes.
Like, that's, like you said, it's not even 101. That's like one. That's like first day of baseball.
It's like university library.
Yes, like that's for the player to make and should know to make. Like, and it's not like, I understand he switched positions, but you know how many reps from the time he switched the position last year to right now that he's gotten doing those things. Like, I don't want to hear the excuses, man.
Right.
Like, he's repped that thousands of times in spring training. Thousands. Every single day. I know that the coaches made him probably do that every day.
He's getting special attention from his position coaches out there.
Every day.
It's not like, to pull a random-ass name out of my hat, it's not like Chris Duffy playing center field in AAA and he comes up and he plays center field in Major League Baseball or Tyke Redmond and, all right, you're going to be shagging fly balls and all that, but you probably don't have to work on the intricacies of the position because you've been playing it forever. Like, you need to go out there, if you're at Wrigley Field, you're throwing balls off the ivy just to check out the caroms, or there's Towels Hill back in the day in Houston, and you want to work on the intricacies of ballparks. Okay, we all understand that. But with O'Neal Cruz, they're drilling fundamentals into this guy. And I know he can throw at 108 miles an hour. Like, I get it. My man is 12 feet away from home plate when he releases that ball. Like, you ain't Superman. You're damn close. You're never making that throw. Nobody in the history of the game, Roberto Clemente, Raul Mondesi, name all the best, Ichiro, Pena, you're not, I just want to keep naming names. You're not, no one's making that throw. No one. It has to go to second base. And when you're a team that's going to play 1,000,000 one-run games this year, and they will, you need to do the little things right. And now they're 0-1 in one-run games against a bad team. When they have a lead after 6, they need to win. When they have a lead after 7, they need to win. When they have a lead after 8, they need to win. When they have a lead after 9, they need to win. Well, they'll have one at that point. I got carried away. Win in the margins. Did some stuff yesterday I like. They stole 6 bases. I love that. Keep Brian Hayes stealing bags. O'Neal Cruz stealing bags. Love it. That's winning the margins. But you got to do the little things right, and they didn't. It is 6:15. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610. We'd love to hear your reactions from Game 1 at a 161. I'm sure people are acting like, and I guess I kind of am, and we kind of are, acting like this is, Game 1 of a Steelers season where it's 1 out of 17. But it's good to be back and bitching about baseball. You can with us at 412-928-9370. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pirates have a closer problem. They had one last year. He didn't pitch well in spring training. What the hell do they do now? We'll get into that coming up next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost to the Miami Marlins by a run. They got walked off. 5-4 was the final of that game. Penguins played yesterday and lost 7-3 to the Buffalo Sabres. And Aaron Rodgers is still not the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. It's the Bucks opening games, and what you need to be opening is some ice-cold beer. See what I did there. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, you can get Iron City and Iron City Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. That's a 30-rack of Icy or Icy Light cans, just $21.99. Best customer service, the best prices around. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge. The start of the new baseball season means the end of spring training's experiment with the automated ball strike system. 52.2% of the challenge calls were overturned by the Hawkeye technology employed in 13 Florida and Arizona ballparks. What's more, the average delay caused by a challenge was only 13.8 seconds. I say, bring it on next season. Will be a good addition on Boomer Esiason.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Mostly cloudy with a shower today, the high 64.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things not looking good on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by Pittsburgh Brewing. An accident blocking the right lane of the outbound Parkway West is due to that accident off to the side. It's the emergency vehicle that's blocking that right lane, forcing traffic to the left lane to get by. You're now looking at delays back between Banksville and Parkway Center past the accident. It's also slow on the inbound side past the scene as well. Once you get past it, though, you're fairly steady into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East a little heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 is up to speed and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Line to right to the corner. Fair by a foot. Marlins win. Kyle Stowers lines a single to the right field corner. Sanoha scores. Pirates hang their heads and get walked off in Miami. 5-4 Marlins win on opening day.
That sucked. Sucked bad. People are texting in a whole bunch of different reasons on why the Pirates lost this game, and there are a bunch of different reasons why they lost the game. One of them is that the bullpen stunk last year, and it stunk in the first game this year. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Guys, we talk about sports for a living, but I'm not going to sit here and say that any of us would purport to be these amazing seam heads, baseball guys where, we could be scouts or anything like that. I mean, listen, we all know ball. Callis played ball at Waynesburg. You tell me if this is bad. So, Skenes ERA through one game, 3.38. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Dennis Santana, 0.00. Ryan Barecki, 0.00. Ferguson, 0.00. You tell me if this one's bad. Colin Holderman, 1 inning, 2 earned runs, ERA of 18. Is that bad?
Yes.
That's bad. So that's bad. Bad performance by your setup man, Colin Holderman. Now, tell me if this is bad. David Bednar, no innings pitched, 0.0. Didn't record an out. 3 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 walk, 0 strikeouts. His ERA is listed as INF.
What does that mean?
Infinity.
What?
It's infinity. It's infinity is what that means. He gave up a run and got 0 outs. It's infinity. Now, I like it when they'll list it as 99.999. Sometimes you'll see, depending on the spot, they'll have literally the infinity symbol. ESPN here just has it as INF. Is that bad?
Oh, my goodness.
I say stupid stuff like this all the time, and you can smack me upside the head because, come on. I'll say, Mike Williams, I would have caught that ball. No, I wouldn't have. Because I'd have been folded in half by a defensive back. I wouldn't have fumbled it if I got that toss against the Eagles, Najee Harris. No, I would have, and I also would have pooed my pants. I can say, without a shadow of a doubt, I could have pitched. I'm not saying I'd have done better. I could have the infinity ERA.
Yes.
I think the Marlins, I think the Fish probably would have walked me off. Infinity is his ERA.
Oh, man.
INF. And who could have seen this coming? Well, everybody.
Yeah.
David Bednar was not healthy to start last season, never really got healthy, and so you're hoping he'll return to all-star form. Then he was terrible in spring training, and we like the guy. He's a great dude. He's a Pittsburgh guy. He can't be the closer, man. He shouldn't have been the closer yesterday.
Who's going to be? That's the problem, too. There's 2 problems here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, actually, there's 3 problems because you didn't address it whenever you had a chance to address it.
They could have brought Chapman back.
Right.
Paid him $10 million last year. That's what he got with the Red Sox.
Yeah,
could have had him back.
Same deal.
And he wasn't perfect last season, but I'd rather have him than not.
And I think he was willing to come back from.
If you gave him $10 million, $11 million, $12 million, he comes back.
Yeah.
Of course he does. And then you've got Kyle Nicholas pitching in AAA because you wanted to lefty load this thing. But look at Holderman, supposed to be your setup guy. Bednar, obviously, supposed to be your closer because that's when he pitched yesterday. If they had the lead, he'd have pitched. He was the guy that was going to try to get them into the extra innings. If your setup guy and your closer can't get 6 outs, then really what happens in the rest of your bullpen doesn't matter. And you can shuffle things around like Dennis Santana. When we talked to Noah Hiles, he said that would be his pick to be closer. And he pitched a third of an inning yesterday. He walked 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is going to be rust. There is to start a season. But, man, I don't know how any Pirates fan, and myself included, I've always said, you can cobble together a bullpen, and it's all about stuff. And sometimes you're going to get guys that had a 6 ERA someplace else. You're going to bring them to your spot, and bang. And you got great relievers that are going to all of a sudden have a bad season. It's like goaltending in hockey. You're guessing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Based on stuff. So you could squint this offseason, and I did, and you could think, man, they got a lot of great arms in the bullpen. Maybe it'll be a strength. Man, Holderman and Bednar looked exactly like they did when they were at their low points last year.
It's universal rust. Like, I understand, like, what we were talking about earlier, like, individual rust for players. Yeah, you're going to have that in the beginning of the season, but this is a team rust. And it's the same team, like, bad and negatives that we saw last year. Like, it's not just one guy. I could see if Holderman had a decent day and Bednar didn't, or reverse, like, okay, like, that was rough. But, like, it's literally copy and paste. Copy and paste. It's team rust. And that just shows me that you literally are the same team that you were last year.
And I guess nobody should be surprised. I mean, when your additions are Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier, and you're just shuffling everyone else around to different positions, but it's all the same guys, and your two principal pieces of the bullpen are the same, why should anybody expect different results? Like, you picked them to win 80 games. Like, that's not going out on a limb. That's 4 more than last year. I picked them to win exactly the same amount as last year. Callis had them in that area. Everybody who made predictions on the station yesterday, we all had them in the same spot. Why? Because so much is the same.
Yeah. Like, the game even looked the same. Sorry, we'll get to text there in a minute, but the game even looked the same. As like you could have predicted, if you'd have watched the Pirates game last year, you could have predicted that everything that happened in the game, like, there were some decent things, but Reynolds having a big hit. Like, even the good things looked the same as last year.
Yes.
Everything was the same.
Yes, Brian Reynolds came through.
Yeah, Nick Gonzalez had a clutch hit. Like, I mean, everything was the same, negative and positive.
It was like getting in that hot tub time machine and just going back 1 year. Like, this is who they were at the end of last season. Texter, do we dare refer to David Bednar as Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond? No, we like David. We want David to have success. But he stunk last year for long stretches. He was bad in spring training this year. And he gets the L yesterday. Now, he didn't get any help from O'Neal Cruz, but he gave up a double that turns into a triple, and he gave up a laser beam down the line. Like, you gave up 2 extra base hits, man. Like, yeah, O'Neal Cruz got to be better, but you lost the game because you gave up 2 extra base hits. Whether that guy's at second or third, it doesn't matter. You're giving up 2 extra base hits.
You could make the argument in his defense, though, that you have an experienced center fielder out there, and the center fielder actually makes that catch.
I don't know if that ball's getting caught. I mean, I think some of the better center fielders in baseball are catching that ball, yeah. Like, who was the stiff they had out there last year? I tried to block it out.
Michael A. Taylor.
Yeah, Michael A. Taylor. He might catch that ball.
He probably catches that, yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. 412-928-9370. Rob in the car and others. We'll get to you coming up next. There are some positives. We'll get into those. We haven't even, I don't think, said Paul Skenes' name yet. We will. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost on opening day to the Miami Marlins 5-4. Pirates led by as many as 3 runs in that game, but in the later couple innings, they ended up losing the lead. Colin Holderman gave up 2 runs in his appearance on the mound, and David Bednar got the loss in the game for giving up the winning run in the 9th inning. O'Neal Cruz also made a couple mistakes late in the game that could very well be argued that cost the Pirates a win. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting
Privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm cursing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Swing and a miss, struck him out, went with the threw it right by him. 6 strikeouts for Paul Skenes.
Finished with 7. I'm going to say something that's sacrilege here in a second. 5 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks. Those were the last 2 guys he faced. He was fine. He was fine. Yeah. This wasn't your normal Skenes domination station.
Right.
And that's what makes Skenes so good, actually, is that when he's not at his best, and even Shelton said after the game he was kind of spraying it a little bit. Like the breaking stuff, he wasn't pinpointing. He wasn't dotting the fastball like you're used to seeing. Even when he's not at his absolute best, 5 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, it gives you a chance to win every single time he's on the mound.
Every single time. And when he leaves the game, they've got the lead. And so I said this was going to be the segment where we talk about the good things. They wasted a Paul Skenes start.
Yep.
Every chance you have to get a dub when he's on the mound, you got to make good on that. Because while we believe in Mitch Keller and when Jared Jones, if and when he comes back, and Bubba Chandler, like they've got a good rotation and they've got depth. There's like 8 guys that can win ball games for them at the major league level this year. But you need to win a really high percentage of this guy's starts because he's going to give you a chance. And then also, and I do want to get into this at some point later in the show, like, I don't want to piss this guy off. Like, I don't want the team losing games where he pitches well because eventually he's going to blow a gasket. Like, he's a professional, I get, but eventually that's going to drive you nuts, man.
That's honestly exactly what I was thinking yesterday. Whenever things were going haywire, I was like, Skenes got to be pissed. Like, he's got to be pissed. And even, when Endy had the error, I was like, he's probably pissed, low-key.
I'm trying to go deep in this ball game, make a damn play.
Right. He's probably going to get pissed at some point because it's like, man, I'm doing everything I can to keep us afloat. I'm just asking you guys to just sew it up a little bit, and you can't do it. He's going to get – any natural human being, athlete, competitor would get upset after a while.
Yeah.
So you're right.
You think Joe Burrow's happy about the way the Bengals season went? He's like, I did my job, damn it. What are you guys doing?
Right.
But this is supposed to be the positive segment. So Brian Reynolds had himself a day yesterday. I don't know if you guys caught this. Callis, I don't know if you caught this. Ryan Reynolds, who's one of the biggest stars in all of Hollywood, he of Deadpool and other fame, I guess he's doing a gin. And he says, let me throw it on over to my favorite baseball player. And they cut to Brian Reynolds, who's behind a bar. And we love Brian Reynolds. You want to talk about a steady heartbeat. You want to talk about a guy who you know what you're going to get from him more often than not. Like a constant on a team filled with all kinds of unknowns. That's Brian Reynolds. But I don't think anybody thinks this guy's got charisma.
No, zero.
This guy was born, and they're like, God's there. He's making the decision. All right, this Brian Reynolds guy. He's either going to be really good at baseball or he's going to be charismatic.
Yes.
You know what? Let's go with the baseball route. The guy got no charisma.
Zero.
And I didn't want to play the audio because I don't know sponsor-wise. They're selling a gin. I don't know if we get in any trouble. He was very funny in the commercial. And people probably all around Major League Baseball are like, oh, I know who Brian Reynolds is, but is he a Pirate still? I don't know. He's a good player. He's like, whatever.
He's a baseball player.
He's a baseball player.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds is like, this dude, come on in. Now, are they related? I don't think so. I don't think they're related. They got the Reynolds thing going for him.
That's probably why he picked Brian Reynolds.
That's probably why he picked him, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, it's my favorite baseball player. What's a guy with my last name?
And he was funny. He did a good job. Also had a clutch hit, which is what you expect from him. Drove in 2 runs. I didn't think the Pirates were going to score. When Skenes gave up the run and you have Alcantara on the mound, who's so good, man, I'm like, they're going to get no hit today. They're going to lose 1-0. Brian Reynolds comes through with a clutch hit, so that's a positive. 6 steals, which I begged for. Be aggressive on the base paths. They did that yesterday. 6 steals. That's great. That's a good thing. Brian Hayes hits one hard the other way for a single, the first hit of the game.
Mm-hmm.
When Brian Reynolds is when Brian Hayes is playing well, he's roping the ball the opposite way, and then he'll start hitting some doubles too.
Yep.
That is when he's looking good. He stole a base, and his back didn't explode.
Yep.
So those are all good things. And then you had the Nick Gonzalez home run, which was a good thing and also a bad thing. We'll get to the bad a little bit later on in the show. So those were the positives to take out of yesterday's performance.
I honestly thought that Endy did all right, looked all right at first base. I don't know, you didn't mention that, right?
No, because he had the error.
He had the error, but he came back and he had that great play and, just right out of the air, the line drive, bang, in double play.
And
having the wherewithal to do that without only playing 1 game in first base in spring training, he looked like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that was a nice play, and that probably got Skenes the extra inning too.
Yep.
Until Skenes walked a couple of guys. Skenes wasn't exactly throwing the ball between the numbers either on those pickoff throws. I do think Endy did a nice job at some of those pickoffs. And actually did a nice job on what should have been an error for IKF, not letting that become worse.
The first base line?
Yes. Yes, coming down.
Throw. Yeah.
I want to be clear on this too. When Endy makes mistakes at first base, I don't blame Endy. I blame management.
Yes.
I'm going to do that.
Yes.
When when IKF throws a ball wildly to first base, it's not your favorite, but I'm going to blame management instead of blaming him because he shouldn't be playing shortstop. You know what I'm saying there? Nick Gonzalez, I didn't think off the bat, dude, that thing had a shot in hell.
Neither did Greg Brown.
No! I thought, I said, I yelled at my TV, I said, get down! I wanted the ball to get down. And when he got down.
Out.
But in the most Pirates turn of events of all time, he gets hurt hitting a home run, which we'll get into at some point in the 7 o'clock hour, because if you don't laugh, you have to cry. You can give us a ring on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I promised we'd hit the phone lines, and we will coming up in the next segment. Sidney Crosby giving us a reason to watch the Penguins, too. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the Buffalo Sabres by a 7-3 final score. Penguins have another game coming up on Sunday. They're going to play the Ottawa Senators, and they come back home to play that game. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. There were 16, and now there's not 16 in the college basketball tournament. It continues with 8 more teams in action tonight, and you should be enjoying this with the BetParks app. BetParks Sportsbook and online casino, they got you covered for all the college basketball tournament, and you can still make futures bets. Why can't I talk? Poor Parks. They're not getting their money's worth here. Make your futures bets on the BetParks app. $25 on Duke would pay $37.50 if they win the whole thing. How about Bama? Oh, my goodness, did they look good last night? $25 on that pays $2.50. But whether your team wins or not, whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, the only app I ever use or recommend, because they got live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus, you got hot online slots games. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A giant monkey wrench thrown into the morning rush. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Accident blocking all but the left lane of the inbound side of Route 28. It's just past the Route 8 on-ramp. They recently reopened that left lane, but the damage is done. Your delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass past the scene. Also, an earlier accident off to the side on the outbound Parkway West between Green Tree and Carnegie. That's causing slowdowns all the way back to Banksville. You have inbound delays from Carnegie past the accident scene as well. And then again at the Banksville merge point. Parkway East, your delays at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, March 29th. The Riverhounds host the Birmingham Legion at 7 p.m. It's Dance Moms Night with a special appearance by Melissa Gassoni. Tickets start at $22. Get yours at riverhounds.com/tickets.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sent behind the net. Crosby in front. He scores! Crosby, the most consistent of them all.
There's a lot of guys over the years who have contributed to that. Obviously, all the guys in that room. A lot of people you think of and that have been a big part of it. So thankful for that, and nice that I've been able to play that long. I think you have to continue to get better and learn, and even after this long, you got to continue to evolve and adjust. So that's something that I try to do. But I've been pretty lucky to play with some great players over that 20 years, and I think that's a big part of it too.
Oh, you jackass. I love that guy. Well, it's all the great players around me. Yeah, and he has played with great players. Malkin, Letang, Kessel, Hossa for that spell, and my God, were they good together. But make no mistake, Jake Gensel I definitely should have mentioned. This is all Sidney Crosby. 20 years averaging a point per game or better. The all-time NHL record. He's averaging 1.11 points per game this year. And just to have fun with numbers, back in 2020, when he was a much younger man, he averaged 1.13 points per game. When the Penguins were a Stanley Cup champion in 2016, he averaged 1.19 points per game. The year prior, 1.06 points per game. Sidney Crosby has just been a point machine from day one, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon. And I'm wondering here in the 50-minute mark, whoopsies. On the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm wondering if people are viewing Sid the way that they're viewing Skenes. Like, are we box score watching Sid? Are we box score watching Skenes as the season wears on? Or are we making sure that we're soaking in all the greatness? Because Skenes is the best, obviously, player on a Pirates team that probably isn't going to win more games than they lose. Sidney Crosby's must-watch television every night, but the team lost 7-3 yesterday. Like, are people consuming these guys and taking in every single thing that they do? Or were you looking last night at the box score going, okay, did Sid do it? I just wonder how people are taking it all in right now.
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I mean, coming from seeing, Sidney Crosby win at the highest level throughout the years, I box watch, what he's doing at this point because I have no interest in that hockey team because they are going nowhere.
They suck.
Yeah. But with Skenes, he's young, he's fresh, he's new, he's exciting. He's one of the best young players in the whole sport. So I think he's must-watch TV at this point, in my opinion. I don't know if Sidney Crosby's must-watch TV unless you're a true Penguins hockey fan that you don't miss a game. I hate to say that. That's tough for me even to get out of my mouth to say something like that. But I'm still following both. But I think Skenes is that new, no matter what, don't care if the Pirates lose 10-0. If Skenes is on the mound, you're turning the TV on.
Yeah. Even last year down the stretch when they were out of it, and we have to watch these things for our jobs, but I found myself down the stretch last year, and the Pirates weren't contending for anything. I'm watching every single Skenes start, and I found myself, again, job, but wanting to watch Sid this last week or so just to see if he racks up points. And if I would happen to go to bed early, the first thing I would check in the morning wasn't whether or not they'd won the game, but whether or not that he was getting close to this record. And look, it's not going to get the fanfare the Ovechkin goal-scoring record is going to get or has gotten. It's not even maybe the most discussed record on the Penguins because they gave up another goal on the first shot yesterday, and they're too shy, we were told this morning, too shy of the all-time NHL record that Colorado set a couple of years ago for goals on the first shot. But I think we need to dive into this a little bit deeper coming up at the top of the hour. I think Sid deserves that because he's not wired this way, but a lesser man could mail it in on this team. And he just shows up every game, and you know exactly what you're going to get. And when Crosby plays a bad game, you know he's not cheating you on effort. You know he's going to back check. You know he's doing the right little things with the puck. An ode to Sidney Crosby coming up. And how are you consuming it? What's the word? I'm intrigued by that. 412-928-9370. Are you just box score watching with Sid? As the season goes on and the Pirates fall out of it, if they do, are you going to be box score watching Skenes? Or are you going to make a point to watch this guy be great? 412-928-9370. We'll talk about that coming up next. And the most Pirates thing of all time also happened yesterday. First, it's a hairy headline. No, it's not. I quit.
Good morning. If you want the best chance for a dry morning commute, leave early with rain chances ticking up after 8 this morning. Afternoon to evening rain chances will be scattered to even widespread. Temperatures will be mild through the day with highs in the mid-60s. Morning temperatures have dipped to the 40s. And Pittsburgh's noon temperature at 58 with winds coming in out of the southwest at around 10 miles an hour. First alert meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TAXI for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TAXI for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TAXI.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of good news in this update, and it's brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Crews have cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes of the outbound Parkway West between Green Tree and Carnegie. However, the damage is done. You have delays back to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound is starting to clear out, but looks like we have an accident off to the side. This is about a mile before the Green Tree Mount Lebanon off-ramp. Meanwhile, an accident still blocking all but one lane of inbound Route 28 just past the Route 8 at the bypass, causing delays to the Highland Park Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Get quality and convenience at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car while our experts change your oil in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. Just drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fly ball left field deep.
Showers back, turns around, there it goes. Line drive, home run, Nick Gonzalez. And he's pulling up at first base. He is slow to trot around. I think he hurt his leg.
I think he did too.
Nick Gonzalez is homered and can barely get around the bases.
We have an Aaron Rodgers quote-unquote update coming up in the next segment, so we will get into the Steelers quarterback situation. That right there was the most Pirates thing that's ever happened. On a team that once had a first baseman try to start a rundown between home and first and then wound up playing out the rest of his career in Japan.
Don't forget the time Hayes missed first, too, on a home run.
That's right. That's one of them. You had Rodolfo Castro, who's been banned for life from baseball for betting. He had his phone fall out.
Yep.
You had the Keith Brian Hayes sunflower seed incident. We've had a lot. Like Chris Duffy, who I actually have now mentioned twice on today's program, they sent him down to AAA, and then he went AWOL. They couldn't find him. It was scary there for a minute.
Like, what happened? Like, he just disappeared.
They sent him down, and he just didn't show up. And they're like, what's up with this dude? And you kind of start worrying about mental health. You had Raul Mondesi, who's like, yeah, I'm just not going to be a Pirate anymore. You had Operation Shutdown. I mean, there have been a lot of piratey things that have happened. But this is one where we've talked about Nick Gonzalez being one of the keys to the season for the Buccos. And you said you're expecting big things out of this guy. And I agree. He was the 8th overall pick. He was a nice surprise for them last year because he's really struggled in the minors and had not looked good at the major league level before that. And you're thinking, okay, last year he becomes this consistent guy in your lineup and this clutch hitter in your lineup, but he still hasn't reached the potential of the 8th overall pick in the draft. There's much more meat on that bone, and it reveals itself in the first game of the season with an absolute urine missile that I thought may hit off the wall, but I thought might drop before the warning track. And you're like, yes, no. No, he didn't even get to first, and he's limping.
Yep.
And they're calling it reoccurring ankle soreness or something.
I mean, watching the swing, like obviously it's in slow motion. I didn't see anything. I mean, I'm not a doctor. But
I don't know when it happened, dude.
Yeah, I think it's whenever he did the twerk of
He twerked.
He twerked for the home run, and his foot was planted, and I think it twisted.
I gotta look here. And check out the video.
It's definitely his left foot, right? If it's his left foot, then it twisted whenever it stayed in the ground, and it kind of twisted too much whenever he hit the home run.
I need the replay here. I need the twerk. You're saying there was a twerk?
Yeah, it was twerk.
There was definitely a celebration. Here we go. Here's my slow motion replay here. That ball's 7 inches off the plate inside, too, and he's able to turn on that thing. 94 miles an hour. Never throw Nick Gonzalez a damn fastball, man. What are we doing throwing Nick Gonzalez a fastball? And he's like Kirk Gibson going around second base. Golly. You can't have nice things. You can't have nice things. Like, oh, we might have ourselves a second baseman here. Mr. Clutch last year. I think he plays a good defensive second base. It was a struggle early, but plays a good defensive second base. And, like, I bet you $1 million he's not in the lineup today because you want to be careful with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so if he's not, then that means Adam Frazier is. And here's my prediction on the lineup tonight. I bet you we got Adam Frazier at second base. I bet you we got Jared Trillo at first base. And I would much rather have Endy's bat in the lineup. I would much rather, of course, have Nick Gonzalez's bat in the lineup.
Why do you think Endy is not going to have two days in a row?
No, because he muffed the one ball.
But he came back.
I know he came back and made a nice play, but even if he played a flawless game, we know how Shelton is.
Yeah.
Like, we got to get everybody action early. Like, it's damn Little League. That, in a way, is funny. I feel bad for Nick Gonzalez, but in a way it's funny because it's just so typically Pirates. Dude crushes a ball that's like 7 feet off the ground from the time it leaves his bat to the time it goes over the fence. First game of the year, we were waiting for more power from this dude, and he doesn't even make it to first base before he's limping. Took him 48 seconds to get around the home plate. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Like I said, we have an Aaron Rodgers quote-unquote update coming up in the next segment, but I did want to focus a little bit more on what Sidney Crosby was able to do last night. Sidney Crosby, a point per game for 20 straight years. And you also start to wonder, like, when's he going to hang it up? He got a couple more years left on his deal. Rossi, who is the Malkin whisperer, seemed to intimate in a recent piece that he wrote that next year will be Malkin's final season. Jason Mackey wrote in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette that, yeah, you have this rebuild that you're sort of in the middle of, yada, yada, but you've got a whole bunch of draft picks these next couple of years. Use some of them. Use your cap space to compete next year because it's going to be Malkin's swan song. Crosby likes to play with his guys. If Malkin's done after next year, does Crosby say, I don't know, like, do I want to be around? Do I want to do this anymore? I think he could play for at least 40 damn 5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 44. 40. I mean, like,
he broke this record. Like, I wonder if it's something that he's been thinking about. I'm sure he has.
I don't know. Like, we do this a lot with that, especially Aaron Rodgers. We have been a lot. I don't know what how he wants to sew up his career. Like, does he want to do it here? Clearly, I think so. Does he want to go somewhere else and try to win a cup? Maybe. I know that every other team would take him if he was on the.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm talking at like 42 years old. I'm not even talking now. I'm talking like whenever he gets in his 40s. I think still teams would take him because if he can still play, even if it's not on the first line, like you still want that around your young players. You want that around in your system. Like you want him around. So like in the Penguins case, and if Sidney Crosby just loves hockey, wants to play hockey, clearly he wants to stay here. I think he could play until he can't skate anymore, and you still put him out there.
I've said for a long time, like, would he want to be a third or fourth liner?
I think he would, like, at that time.
I totally agree.
He's the most unselfish athlete, like, of all time.
I agree with everything you just said, and then I got to add this, too. Like, I mean, he ain't going to be a third or fourth liner next year, and we'll see what happens. I'm guessing he won't be the next year because he's still too damn good.
Right.
He plays great defense. He's always in the right spot. He sets his teammates up. That line has been one of the bright spots for the Penguins this year, one of the best lines in all of hockey. I mean, if he plays until 45, he'll play long enough to see them win again. He will. And the Capitals, they're probably going to win the President's Trophy, and they were in the same exact standings bucket as the Penguins last year. Like, it's not – I don't think it's some impossibility that next year the Penguins make the playoffs. I don't. If they utilize some of these picks that they have to get players instead of just making a pick with these picks.
Which is probably what they're going to do, right?
I think they're going to do that. And if you acquire good young players, then you can achieve both at one time. Like you don't have to trade these guys for some, 30-year-old that's going to score 28 goals. Like, that'd be nice, but that kind of misses the point here. But if you can get some young players,
25-year-olds,
yeah.
That can. I mean, how many picks do they have in the first 3 rounds in the next 2 years, or what?
In the next 3 years, they're going to have 17 first, second, and third round picks. They're not going to make all those picks. Mitch Marner loves Sidney Crosby, by the way. He's going to be a free agent. We know that Kyle Dubas said in his first offseason, if there's a big fish out there, we're always going to be interested in that big fish. I'm not saying that's a probability. I'm saying they're going to check in on that. You can turn this thing around like Washington did fairly quickly. And you can do so with a meld of young and old players. You can. But even if you're in it for the long run here, if Crosby plays another 4, 5, 6 years, they're going to be good at some point during that stretch. Because the cap space is going to go up, up, and up. I have to make an absolute massive correction here. Callis is going to love this. He loves when I'm wrong. I suspended Rodolfo Castro for life from Major League Baseball. I banned him for life. A texter points out, in an unkind way, but I deserve it. Rodolfo Castro is in the Phillies system right now. Rodolfo Castro has not been banned for life by Major League Baseball.
Oh, I thought it was going to be bigger than that. Okay, fine.
No, this is I banned a guy for life.
Yeah. No. Oh well.
It's actually Tucupita Marcano, who was banned for life for gambling.
Right.
I got my Tucupita confused with my Rodolfo. Yeah. And for that, I apologize.
Tucupita.
My bad. Texter, teams are not giving up young players. Some will. Some teams who are rebuilding absolutely will. Of course they will. Texter, shouldn't take 7 years to rebuild. That's exactly what we're talking about. All right, coming up next, we do have an Aaron Rodgers update of sorts. I'm also interested in your opinion, Doran, on how Kenny Pickett, Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson are going to fare in their new spots. Each one of those guys could be starting the first game of the season. We'll be mixing the Buccos in. We'll be mixing the Penguins in over the course of the show. We're going to be slapping it around. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Miami Marlins by a final score of 5-4. Pirates had as much as a 3-run lead in that game and then ended up losing it. Game 2 of the 4-game series between the Marlins and the Pirates is tonight at 7:10. You can listen to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli tonight. It starts at 6 o'clock. That's where 93.7 The Fan's coverage will begin. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Carly.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551, or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. To paraphrase Cole Porter's song from the 20th century musical Kiss Me Kate, another opening, another show in St. Louis, Boston, now Baltimore. There's something special about opening day that brings out the best in Orioles outfielder Tyler O'Neill. So what did he do? Yesterday in Toronto, the Canadian native blasted a home run for a record-extending 6th consecutive opening day. The Mets could have used him. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service, real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more, this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a Realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of more accidents for the board. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Cruz on the scene of an accident. This is on the Red Belt, also known as Warrendale Road, near the intersection with Franklin Road. Also in the Westwood section of the city. Cruz on the scene, clearing an accident at the intersection of Noblestown Road and Crafton Boulevard. A couple of earlier accidents now out of the way. One on inbound Route 28, just past the Route 8 at the bypass. Also the one cleared on the outbound Parkway West between Greentree and Carnegie. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Aaron basically invited himself on a visit late last week. He was in the building for several hours. He watched tape with the coaches. I mean, this deal has been in place contract-wise for weeks. They've discussed parameters. This is not going to be a financial issue at all for Aaron Rodgers. If it gets done, it's going to be a one-year deal, and he's going to be in there and taking a shot at age 41 to show that he can muster one more miraculous run, not unlike Brett Favre did back in 2009 when he ended up in Minnesota. This was a get-to-know-you type of meeting. Everything there sounds positive. I can tell you that Aaron has kept up a dialogue with various members of the organization, coaches, other players. There's been communication like this is really something that he's going to do. And at this point, right now, sitting here in late March, the Pittsburgh Steelers are the only opportunity that Aaron has.
All right, shut up, Tom. It's Tom Pelissero. The music ran out. You were so damn long-winded there, man. Get it together. He says Rodgers invited himself to the Steelers facility. That verbiage is strange to me.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how I think that went down.
No.
Hey, Mike, I'm outside your front door.
Right, I'm here.
I don't think that's how that went.
No.
Hey, I'm at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. You guys there? It's not like a late-night drunken text to a booty call. Hey, baby. You up?
No.
It ain't that kind of thing.
No, if there's parameters around the contract already and money is not an issue and it's going to be a one-year deal, it's probably the next step is like, yeah, let's get you into the facility. Let us know whenever you're ready to come. Hey,
right.
Mike, Omar, Art, I'm ready to come. All right, Aaron. What time will you be here? 3
Sometimes
o'clock.
that same exact thing is sent on those late-night texts.
True.
You're 100% right, man. That's exactly what I would have said if you didn't say it. The parameters of the deal are worked out. You think he's just going to come to Pittsburgh sight unseen? Like it's just going to happen? Now, that happens in college coaching searches all the time, and a lot more recently with recruits and stuff since the portal and since COVID. You're going to have guys that never set foot on, let's just say, Pitt's campus that are going to be playing basketball for the team next year. They will commit before they even come and look at stuff. That's just the way it works. But Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be 42 years old, who's deciding where he wants to land for his last stop in his NFL career, you can work all the financial stuff out. You still want to sit down and figure out what you're doing from a philosophical standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, Coach T, how you feel like this team's going to play this year? Like, how's the defense looking? What am I doing offensively? Arthur Smith, let's sit down. Let's get on the blackboard. Like, let's figure all this stuff out, and we're going to do it in person as men because that's how you should be doing it.
And, like, logistical, too, and kind of just foundation-wise. Like, I mean, I've been in a lot of situations where, it's the first time experiencing being, working for a company or being in a different city, and I immediately can know, like, if I can make it here, or I could see myself playing here.
Yeah.
I could see myself walking into this bit. Like, that's how I operate. I'm sure most athletes operate like that. Like, I could see myself being in this facility every single day, and you'll know immediately. So you got to see it, and even taking the drive from the moon, probably where he flew in on a private jet, all the way downtown to Southside, looking around like, oh yeah, I could probably live here. Or I can't live here. Juszczyk did that. He looked. I mean, he got flown in and got probably an Uber to down to the south side. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing all this. There's a river and there's a train. Like, I'm going back to San Fran.
Choo-choo.
Right. We talked about that last week. Yeah, like stuff like that. Like you got to figure out like your surroundings too, and then obviously the football stuff has the biggest sway.
He invited himself though.
No.
Hey Mike. Hey Omar. Hey Art. You guys mind if I come see the facility?
Right.
That's a two-way street conversation. They either invited him or he's like, hey, I think it would be a good idea that we meet. But regardless of how it happens, like both sides obviously would have wanted to meet.
That's like, I could see like Russ doing that before he signed with the Giants, like being knocking on the door of the Southside facility, be like, hey, can we talk?
Yes, because he's needy.
Right.
Because he ain't got nothing. That reporting drove me nuts too. Well, Russell Wilson chooses the Giants over the Steelers and the Browns, who he had been in contact with. No, we had Mark Cabali on here, a couple of years ago now, where he said that Byron Leftwich kept calling the Steelers trying to get an offensive, not coordinator job, but just an offensive analyst job. I could see Russell Wilson calling up the Giants. Hey, guys, I know that I wanted like $30 million. You mind if we get this thing done? I'll play for 10.5.
Right.
You throw some incentives in there, please. Let me do this. Like, he's needy. Rodgers isn't. Because it's never been more clear to me now that Rodgers isn't retiring. You've got the financial terms of the deal all sussed out. You, according to Pelissero at the very least, wanted to come to Pittsburgh and meet. You spent 6 hours at the facility. I don't think retirement's on the table for this guy.
No.
And I know I've said some things about Rodgers. You're not getting, though, to the point where terms of a contract have been worked out if you're considering retirement.
Yeah.
Now, you could be doing that for leverage going to another spot, maybe keeping your door open for the Minnesota Vikings, but you're not doing all this if you are thinking about retirement. I don't think. But, hey, I could get in trouble putting Aaron Rodgers in a box. It's happened to other people before.
Yeah, I don't think he's retiring. I think he's going to be a Steeler. It's just a matter of time.
It'll be April 9th. It'll be before or it will be April 9th.
Yep.
For the Pat McAfee show thing. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I got to say something, man. I love Russell Wilson. Like, he's cute. He's kind of like a puppy dog. He is, man. Just follow me with this for a second here. So, Russell Wilson was at, I think it was the Knicks game the other night, Madison Square Garden. He's in the front row. Sierra's there. Someone gives him a football, and he signs the football, and people are cheering for him. And he turns around, and he sees someone up there in a Giants jersey, and he throws the ball to the Giants fan, right? he's doing this. He's doing the tour. He did it last year. He went to PPG Paints Arena with Sierra and some of his Steelers teammates. They put him up on the Jumbotron. Russell Wilson. Like, does this guy not know he's half backup? Like, because he is. Like, they have Jameis Winston there. Their over-under win total projection on the season is 3.5. Buddy, their coach could get fired mid-year. They could draft a quarterback. I would bet a lot of money that he doesn't start 10 or more games this year. Mm-hmm. But he's doing the whole, I'm this massive superstar. I'm Russell Wilson. The town loves me. I love the town. He's doing that whole thing. It's kind of cute. Like, look at me. He still thinks of himself as a franchise quarterback after all these years.
He looks at himself as a celebrity, not a football player. Like,
yeah.
He thinks he's a celebrity. Like, I'm Russell Wilson. Like, no matter what, if people think I'm going to start or not, like, I'm Russell Wilson, and I am going to have the best opportunity because I'm Russell Wilson. Like, nobody else is giving a football sitting courtside right now throwing, like, I'm Russell Wilson. I'm the celebrity. He's not, in his mind, he's not a football player.
No, he is
a figure.
He's an A-lister in his mind because of who he's married to, because he's won a Super Bowl, and he'll, I think, wind up in the Hall of Fame one day. And this is not to denigrate the guy's career or anything like that. It's just, buddy, you didn't have any options, and I don't think there's a 0% chance Jameis Winston beats him out in camp. Like, I think that is possible. Maybe not likely, but I think he could get beat out. And he's signing autographs and throwing footballs around. It's like he's the Pope. It is cute to me. There's something I can't think of a better word. It's just kind of cute to me.
You like it?
I do like it. And I am rooting for him because of the comp pick stuff and because I have nothing against Russell Wilson, and he went to Children's Hospital, and I think by all accounts, I mean, maybe he's a little bit phony and he's kind of robotic, but he does good things. I don't really care. Like, people used to give Juju crap for some of his charitable things that he would put on social media, and people would say, you're just doing it for attention. Maybe, but you're still doing the right thing.
Still doing it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Crosby does that, Troy does that, and they never wanted any fanfare, and I respect the hell out of that. But if you do the right thing, your reasons really, they don't matter to me. They don't matter to me as long as you're doing that thing.
Yeah.
I am interested in what you think Kenny's going to do in Cleveland, how we think it is going to play out for us, and how we do think it's going to play out for Justin Fields. We'll get into that. If you've got predictions on any of those three who all could be starting day one, we want to hear them at 412-928-9370 on that fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Much more on the Bucks later on in the show, but right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost 7-3 yesterday to the Buffalo Sabres. They're coming back home on Sunday, and at 5 o'clock that day they're going to play the Ottawa Senators. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. And guess what? You got Pirates, you got Buccos, you got ball. You need beer. How about this? Iron City and Icy Light 30-pack cans at Hampton Beer Outlet right now, just $21.99. I'll say it again. Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. The best customer service, the best variety, the best prices around, and that awesome deal, all at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. SwishRadio.com. Code RADIO.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room. Telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Tell them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top dog law.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, word on the street is Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to go through training camp. Reason why he's hinting at retirement. What street are we talking? He's walking around on the south side. Hey, boy! I heard this Rodgers.
Yeah.
This Rodgers don't want to play training camp. I actually could buy that theory. I mean, he went to Egypt last year during some of the mandatory offseason stuff. So if I'm 30 and above, I don't know how much I want to go to training camp.
I mean, but, like, come on. Like, what is he really doing in training camp? It's not like he's getting hit.
What did Ben do at the end?
That's what I'm saying.
He drank Busch Lights. Ben would go one full day. Sorry to cut you off. I get very passionate about this. Ben would go one full day, one half day, one off day in training camp. Yeah. Like, he ain't doing much. And then his knee would be iced up so bad.
He's not doing much. I mean, it would just be the fact that he has to wake up early and, like, go to meetings. So maybe it's that, but, like, he's not really doing much.
If I'm Rodgers, I would want to do as little of that stuff as possible. And if I'm the Steelers, I would want Rodgers to be there for all that stuff, just to have an understanding of the playbook and then develop a rapport with his guys. It could be as simple as that. We've talked about Occam's razor in the past. Like, the most obvious thing could be the thing. It could simply be they've agreed on money. They've agreed on everything. Hey, I don't know about training camp. Well, Steelers are like, we don't want to look weak. And Rodgers is like, yeah, but I'm old and I don't really want to be there for every single practice. So it could be as simple as that, which maybe that's a tough, gap to bridge, but it could be as simple as that. I want to thank Pittsburgh, Doran, for its amazing generosity. During our 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon, with your help, we are able to provide 258,375 meals to our neighbors in need through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And a special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's. Without Yins, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So thank you. Texter, come on, Rodgers. What are you really going to do in a training camp? It's not like you're going to, push a sled or anything. That ain't happening.
No. I'm surprised that they're still here.
I was about to ask, would it have happened by now?
Yes. Yes.
Because
they're going to be reporting in less than a month.
Dude, it comes fast.
Quick. It's the worst. It's the worst feeling in the world. Right now, it's the worst feeling in the world.
Really? Have you ever had an enema?
Huh?
You ever have a catheter?
No. That'd probably be really bad.
No good.
Real bad.
Might be easier for you than me.
Well, still going to hurt. I still don't want that up there.
Be like driving down a two-way street. Mine's one way in Ireland.
In Ireland? Having lamb soup.
One thing all y'all Steelers fans going to have to figure out, if you're going to Ireland in September, not only are you on the wrong side of the road compared to what we do over here, you're on the wrong side of the car compared to what we do over here. And the roads, man, are narrow. Every single car that we looked at the rental spot, the entire left side was beat to absolute hell.
See, I give you a lot of credit of going to a different country and renting a car, knowing that it's on the opposite side of the... I would just taxi or Uber or whatever they have over there. I would not... I don't even put myself in a situation renting a car in a different city because I don't know the city.
Yeah,
it gives me anxiety.
I don't love driving in different cities either, and I was not a fan of the Ireland driving at first.
Oh man,
totally. You get used to it fairly quickly, but inside the car are decals that tell you where to drive on what side of the road. You need to be on the left side. It's crazy. It is a total mind bleep. Because everything that you do with driving is just muscle memory. But it was awesome to be able to do that because 90% of the fun for us wasn't even where we were going. It was going there. It was the travel. It was just driving around all the roads and such. You say that's the worst thing in the world. People are texting in kidney stones. There's a lot.
I'm saying for a football player.
What about breaking your patella tendon?
I mean,
or tearing it. That seems worse to me.
The timing, it's
tearing your Achilles.
Knowing that you have to go back and you feel like you just got done with the season.
Is it like the first day of school?
No.
Because first day of school was awesome.
Yeah, it was great. It's not.
It's like I got 6 inches taller and got a haircut.
No.
Got new clothes.
It's opposite. It's opposite. Nobody wants to do that.
I wouldn't blame Rodgers for not wanting to come to that. I really wouldn't, but I would also be very mad if he weren't there. If that makes sense.
Well, you can't explain. I know that we talk about this, and it doesn't really, it shouldn't mean as much, but it really does. How are you going to explain that to somebody like Cam Hayward or T.J. Watt that's going to be there?
Right.
If I'm T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward, no.
Will T.J. be there, though? That'll be interesting.
I'm sure he'll be a hold-in.
Yeah, he'll be there. He just won't be doing nothing.
Right, but he's going to be there. We're a team.
Jeff Hathorn, and we're jumping all over the place, and I do want to get into Kenny, and I do want to get into Russ, and I do want to get into Justin Fields, but we're jumping all over. Jeff Hathorn had a hell of a take yesterday. Did you hear this take? You're shaking your head like a...
Whenever he was on with us?
No.
Oh, okay, no.
He was on with Pomp yesterday. Cavalcade of stars on that show. No Starkey yesterday, but you had Jim Colony for half the show, then Jeff Hathorn came in studio. Pomping. It is easy. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so Hathorn's on, and he said, let's say the Rodgers thing doesn't happen. Obviously, they want to get the T.J. Watt deal done. You're going to have a ton of cap space. Front load that sucker. Front load that sucker. Pay him a ton of money. Have it be a massive cap hit this year. And then the next few years, when you might have a rookie quarterback that you're not paying, have that cap hit be lower for TJ Watt.
That's probably what they would, yeah.
If they miss out on Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, Omar's still really good at the cap manipulation.
But if they miss out on Rodgers, man, they still need another quarterback. Like, they really do. I mean, do you really want to draft? Like, you have to be pushed to draft one?
I think it would be Will Howard.
Yeah.
It'll be Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and Skylar Thompson.
I don't even know if I want to waste a draft pick doing that, but, like, I don't.
We'll get into that with Chris Carter, because I've had a tough time wrestling with that, too. Because you do want to take as many throws at the dartboard or bites of the apple, or however you want to say it, and a guy like Jalen Milroe or Will Howard in the middle rounds, you don't think they're going to turn into anything, and at worst, they'd be, you hope, a quality backup, but at the expense of upgrading other positions on the roster. We'll suss that out with our guy Chris Carter if he remembers that he's coming on with us today at 8 o'clock. He, of course, from the Post-Gazette. Up next, Kenny Pickett could be a day one starter for the Browns. Justin Fields will be the day one starter for the Jets. Russell Wilson probably going to be the day one starter for the Giants. What do we expect out of all those guys? We'll talk about it when we come back, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 5-4 to the Miami Marlins yesterday on opening day. Game 2 of that series is tonight at 7:10. Coverage on the Fan begins at 6, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And Dan Zangrilli will be hosting that coverage. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things getting back to normal after a few other accidents cleared. This report brought to you by your local Par-Mar stores. If there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon. Parkway North, that is just about steady as you head from I-79 down to the Veterans Bridge. Route 28, the earlier accident long gone. Delays, however, just past the Route 8 on-ramp down to the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Brackets busted. New customers at FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join, there's no better time. There's tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, so much more. You can just jump in at any point in a game and get on a trend right away. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, and get in on the college hoops action all tourney long. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-9820 Twins or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette going to join us coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Also, a Pirates nugget that we did not yet discuss. I'm going to write that down. Make sure I don't blow off the T's. Pirates nugget. Okay, very good. Doran. Kenny Pickett going to be the day one starter in Cleveland. It looks like. Now, they could draft Shedeur Sanders, and maybe it's a competition, and maybe he wins it. I don't know. Let's say it is Kenny from day one. And he's got Kevin Stefanski. And let's say even they don't draft Shedeur Sanders. Let's say they're doing the thing the Steelers are doing. They're looking at next year's draft, and they get his teammate. And he's throwing him the ball. How do you think that goes?
Whose teammate?
From Colorado.
Oh, Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is
I don't know why I did that and didn't just call him Travis Hunter.
I was thinking like Kenny's teammate, thinking Jordan Addison. My whole mind went somewhere else. But
that's because I did a terrible job setting it up.
I think that this is probably the best opportunity for Kenny. Sometimes you need that reset. And the reset you get sometimes whenever you sit back and you watch and, you kind of learn and you're back up, it's a good situation sometimes not a good situation. But Kenny was, I think, in the probably ideal situation to sit back and reset. Went to the damn Super Bowl. Won the damn Super Bowl as a backup. Got to see how it's done, right? In a good system, in a good organization after, obviously the friction and things that happen whenever he's in Pittsburgh. So now you go to the Browns. I mean, could it be a better situation to possibly be a starter? Sure. But you're going to have a lot of opportunity with a good offensive-minded head coach to really showcase your skills. And if you look behind you and they don't draft a quarterback, it's not like, you have to look over your shoulder that much. Like, honestly, at the end of the day. So, it's it could be a good situation for Kenny. And you're not going to be asked to be a world beater, too. You're not going to be asked, and the expectations are going to be way different than they were in Pittsburgh as a rookie and in your second year. Like, you're taking over Ben. You're taking over for Ben. You're a first-round pick, like in Pittsburgh. They're expecting you to make a run in the playoffs, to be this legit quarterback right off the bat. Situation wasn't good with your coaching staff and the offensive coordinator. We understand that. But I think that the pressure is as low as it can be for Kenny to have to really win and really do good. So maybe, he might do pretty decent. He's going to have somebody to throw to in Jerry Jeudy. You're going to have Njoku. Like, you'll have decent players around you. He's going to be highly motivated. He's going to be the most motivated he'll ever be because you do get to play the Steelers twice, too.
Give it to me, right into my veins.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, get in my veins.
He's going to be motivated. I don't know how it's going to go. Like, I can't see the future. But
wait, yes, you can.
Sometimes
it's football.
Sometimes,
and it's radio.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best situation I think that Kenny could be in going into his 4th year.
The organization's a dumpster fire, but I think it's a good offensive coach, like you said, and there are good weapons around him, and they're going to want to run the ball, and they're going to utilize play action. And look, they're probably going to view him as a bridge guy, but if you go out there and you play really well, who knows? Probably still a bridge guy. But
if you do half of what Sam Darnold did, even half of that, like, you're still going to play for somebody else too.
Yeah, I think Kenny Pickett, I'm not going to move off my spot on him. I think he's going to be a backup quarterback in the NFL for a really long time. And I think they're going to give him a decent enough leash this year, especially if they don't draft a quarterback, just to see what this guy can do. They know what situation they're in, and that's the difference between them and the Steelers. And I'm not saying that they're an organization that you should be, praising for looking toward the future. They've screwed up a lot more stuff, frankly, than the Steelers have. But I do think they look in the mirror and go, we're going to suck. So let's see what this young kid can do. As far as Russ, I think he gets benched midway through the year. Probably not even through any fault of his own. And I think Justin Fields has a chance because I think they're going to build the offense around him for this year of putting up some really good numbers. I think he's going to find a happy medium, Doran, between what he did in Pittsburgh, which was protect the football, and what he did in Chicago, which was be this dynamic athlete who couldn't protect the football. I think you're going to see a lot of mistakes out of Fields this year, but not as much as in Chicago. And I think you're also going to see some of the explosiveness. I'm excited to watch him play. I was excited to watch him play in Pittsburgh this year if they were going to do that for him. I want to see what he looks like over there. And all these guys, except for Kenny, the other two, you want them to do well because it helps factor into your comp pick game.
Right. I mean, the interesting thing, and you mentioned this to start the segment, the interesting thing is all three of these teams and these quarterbacks could see their teams drafting a quarterback. Like, I know it's unlikely in some instances, even with the Jets probably the most, but, like, they could draft a quarterback.
Sure.
Cleveland could draft a quarterback, and the Giants could draft a quarterback.
They probably should. I mean, I guess, right?
Right, at the end of the day. So, I mean, I think that Justin Fields has the best situation. It's hard to say because these three teams are the bottom barrel of the NFL, but, like, I think Justin Fields has the best situation to flourish.
You can massage any of the situations and find enough good. Like, Daboll was able to resurrect Daniel Jones' career to the point where he got paid, and that was a mistake, and then he wasn't good after that. But he had a nice year with him, and Daboll gets a lot of the credit for turning Josh Allen around. So you can point to that. If you're in New York for the Jets, you say Aaron Glenn, he's a young, forward-thinking dude, and he's probably going to hand you over the keys, and you're throwing it to Garrett Wilson, and you're handing it off to Breece Hall. Hey, Cleveland, Judy and Njoku, and maybe Travis Hunter. I mean, you can talk yourself into any of them being good. You can also look at all those situations and say they could be dumpster fires,
too. Right.
We talk about drafting quarterbacks. So Mina Kimes goes on ESPN, and she had an interesting trade hypothetical in the draft for the Steelers. We'll get into that and more with Chris Carter, including some of the other quarterbacks that they're rumored to be interested in and some of these Ohio State guys that they all visited with the other day. That's on the way with Chris Carter. More Bucko talk at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour with Noah Hiles. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. With 6 Pittsburgh locations, they are always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York-style yins are made. Sliceonbroadway.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same-day and next-day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harbor, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway Parkway West, inbound delays approaching Parkway Center to the Ford Pit Tunnels, while the Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays, Route 8 on-ramp down toward Millvale, and then from the 40th Street Bridge to the north side. Parkway North is mainly steady. Out of the South Hills, you have traffic light delays on the inbound or northbound side of 51 approaching Nobles Lane, then another one at Edgebrook Avenue, a third at the intersection with Bousman Street to the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It's the first segment of the 8 o'clock hour on a Friday. That means we talk to our good friend from the Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast. He is Chris Carter. Good morning to you, Mr. Carter. How we doing today?
I'm doing great, fellas. How y'all doing?
We are outstanding.
Yes, we are.
Buccos are 0-1, but they have 161 opportunities to make good on that and to fix that. The Pirates nugget that I wanted to get to, that I'll do it very briefly here in 30 seconds or less, is their backup catcher's playing first base. So you can't even have a defensive replacement to play first late in the tight game.
Yeah, because then your backup catcher would be out, right?
Yeah, and then if Joey Bart falls down or he hits a home run and twists his ankle a la a Nick Gonzalez, now you're SOL. Who plays catcher? Skenes? We get Paul Skenes going back to his Air Force days. More on that later. Noah Hiles, also from the Post-Gazette at the bottom of the hour. Chris, before we get into some nuts and bolts draft stuff here, Mina Kimes goes on ESPN yesterday, and I'm a big fan of Mina's. And she says, how about the Steelers, trading up to fourth if Shedeur Sanders is there with the New England Patriots and taking him at quarterback? If they did that, Chris Carter's reaction would be what?
What in the world are they thinking?
Yeah.
Because I listen, I liked Shedeur Sanders playing at Colorado. I think he did a lot of good things, but you look at a lot of the things that you look for in an NFL quarterback, and to be honest, I see a lot of the same things that plagued Kenny Pickett. He's not overly tall. He's not overly fast. He doesn't have NFL arm strength. The biggest thing that I will say that Shedeur Sanders has on his side is that his throwing motion is very consistent and very precise, and that allows him to be very precise with his accuracy along the field. But he doesn't have that cannon arm that can fit a 15, 20-yard pass on a rope into the same window in the NFL that I think that he would need to do it time and time again. Also, he holds onto the ball a lot, and he's not an extremely athletic quarterback. And oftentimes when he's buying time in college, he's doing that reverse spin to his back shoulder thing that Kenny Pickett used to do. And I just see him like, man, like maybe he'll be different, because I think the one thing he has on his side is that his accuracy is really there, and his throwing motion is very consistent, and that can make some things happen for him. But I just see too many things that are like, if Shedeur Sanders fell to the third, that's a whole different story. But trading up for the fourth overall pick, no. And especially when you look at how the Steelers have been aligning things, they have showed you this is not the year that they're thinking big at quarterback. They aren't trying to mess around. They've offered Aaron Rodgers a very little amount of a big deal or anything. They're not trying to make a big splash there. And they're amassing comp picks for next year. Everything is pointing to next year's the year that they want to make that move, because they're projecting that quarterback draft class will be a lot better than this one.
Chris, is it safe to say that the Steelers will draft an Ohio State player in the first 4 rounds? And if you agree, who will that be? Or could it be multiple guys?
I like that kind of odds as far as the first 4 rounds, because I think that there are several guys that can fit there. Emeka Egbuka is the first round guy that you look at wide receiver. I don't think he's as likely though now because of their wide receiver situation with Metcalf. Unless they trade away George Pickens and they get an extra pick for that, but I don't see that happening. But I do like the idea of Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson in the 3rd round, getting one of the two running backs there, and then if all else fails, you get Will Howard in the 4th round. All 3 or 4 of those guys on offense really meet their standards. I also keep an interesting eye on Tyleek Williams. He's a good run stuff and defensive tackle in this class. I don't think he will be the guy that they would go with at 21. The only way that they would get him, I think, is he's more of a super late first to an early 2nd round type of defensive tackle in this class. And I put him behind Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, and Walter Nolan. But if the Steelers traded back in the 1st round, like way back in the 1st round, and the other guys are taken, maybe they would take a look at him. So Tyleek Williams, Emeka Egbuka, either of the running backs, Will Howard, I could see one of those 5 being a Pittsburgh Steeler at the end of the day.
Do you think that they would trade out of the 1st round? Do you think that that's a high possibility that they trade out of the 1st round to get back in the 2nd, or maybe they would probably get a 2nd and a 3rd, maybe, I don't know, something like that, but out of the 1st round?
Out of the 1st round's tough because I do think that they want one of those top defensive tackles. I also think that they might just stay put in general, because if they get to 21, right, and Kenneth Grant's still sitting there, I think that they run to the podium and get him. In fact, Ray Fittipaldo has them picking him, Kenneth Grant, out of Michigan in the 1st round of his latest 7-round mock. So check that out at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. But Kenneth Grant's my top defensive tackle that'll be available. That should be available at that stage. He's a run stuffer. He's a Jordan Davis-like player I think he's going to develop into a really good pass rusher. He shows a lot of the good skill sets. I wouldn't trade back. Now, if Kenneth Grant's gone and you feel like Derek Harmon you can snag in the later part of the 1st round, I would trade back there. But I would want to keep that 1st round, especially because also the power of that 5th-year option to keep a guy in your organization if you hit on that 1st round pick. I do think that's worthwhile. So I wouldn't trade out unless I got a haul for it. Like if I'm the Steelers and some team somehow has 2 2nd-round picks to offer, then I would be like, all right, you know what? We can work this out. So 2 2nd-round picks and maybe an extra 3rd, and then we can work on this. But the other thing I would wonder, guys, is would they trade back and not necessarily get compensation for this year, but get a pick for next year to further add to that ammunition to say, hey, we have all the picks we need to trade up and go get a quarterback.
That's a great point, and it's why when guys like Colin Cowherd come out and say the Steelers are interested in Jalen Milroe, 21st overall, I just roll my eyes. I mean, and even Mina talking about trading to 4th overall, I'm just not seeing it. Everything that we have seen the Steelers do this offseason points to them really looking hard at next year's class of quarterbacks. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. The 2 running backs from Ohio State, Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins. Do you have a preference for one over the other, Chris? Do you think one of those guys might fit what the Steelers are looking for more than the other guy would?
Personally, I like Quinshon. The size, I think, is there for me, and I think that's something they could really use. Jalen Warren is a quick, fast running back who runs hard. Kenneth Gainwell is a quick, fast running back who can catch the ball and make plays there. I think this offense needs a bruiser-type running back. I think Travion Henderson, he gives you that speed, and you could have 3 guys that are just speed backs, and if that's what Arthur Smith wants in his offense, great, awesome. But I think they could use a different pace there, and I'm more of a Judkins guy there in that respect. But I think if they got either of these guys, they're adding a playmaker to the backfield and a guy that, if they end up not being able to sign Jalen Warren long term, I think either one of those guys could step into the role of a starter in a year's time when the Steelers need to find that guy for the running back room for the future. So I honestly like both of them, but I prefer Judkins.
Chris, who do you have winning March Madness? Who do you have winning the tournament?
Duke. I've had Duke all along. Cooper Flagg's just too nasty. Those bigs. I'll tell you what, guys. When I went down to Duke this past year, I was at Cameron Indoor and I saw them just utterly throttle Pitt. When I saw Cooper Flagg just like pulling up the dunk on Guillermo Diaz-Graham, I was just like, oh no, don't do it to him. It was like straight out of WWE. Like, oh, this is terrible. He just destroyed.
Dude, he took 3 steps from baseline to baseline.
Right. It was ridiculous. Like, it's just that team is ridiculous. Cooper Flagg is ridiculous. I thought at the beginning of the season, okay, they're going to be overhyped. They're going to get humbled. They have not been humbled, and they don't deserve to be humbled. I think that they're the best team in college basketball. But hey, March Madness is awesome because you're going to see all these crazy things happen. Who knows what's going to happen? But I still got Duke winning it all.
I am going to whisper this because I do not want the pitchforks and torches to come out. But Shire runs better stuff than Kay did. He absolutely does. Now, I mean, it's a different game than like 10 years ago, and it hasn't been that long. But he runs good offensive stuff like that.
Better though? You're gonna say better?
Offensive
at this
stuff.
Point,
the game has changed so much. The game has changed so much. So Coach K very well might be running the same stuff now if he were here, and he might be whispering in Shire's ear. But I'm just telling you, he runs good offensive stuff, and I just thought he was going to be a talent guy. They run good stuff. I'm going to say stuff again. Good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
More good stuff from
No,
you
I was just
right
going
now.
to say, as a person who covered the ACC, I really like a lot of things that Duke does, but part of it is the talent that's there that allows them to do so many things. Like it opens up so many parts of the floor. You have to honor so much. But I do agree with you that Shire's done some really interesting things. Now, it's tough because I did not study Coach K in his prime to know enough of the ins and outs of their X's and O's that made their great teams. But I do think that what Shire has done is he's embraced both Duke's ability to recruit and get high level talent and maximize that with the schematics they put together. They put you under threat to guard everything at all times. So I agree. John Shire, I won't say he's above Coach K and he's doing things Coach K couldn't, but I will say he's doing a heck of a job right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he's a better coach or anything like that. I just think he runs #good stuff. It is always funny to look across college basketball. All the teams with the best players, they do generally tend to run really good stuff.
Yeah, and win.
Why? Well, because it's easy to run good sets when you've got players who are able to execute those things. Chris, this was wonderful. As always, man, we'll talk to you next week. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Check out Chris on the Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Alabama hit 25 threes last night.
It was ridiculous.
NCAA tournament record by four. And then the second two teams after that were the 05 West Virginia team with Pittsnoggle who had 18 in a game.
In Michigan, right? Yeah, Michigan.
And
Loyola.
Someone against Michigan.
Loyola.
Yeah, Loyola against Michigan in 1990 where they hit 21. Insane. And people are going to credit Alabama, and they should. I mean, and Sears hit 10 out of 16. He took 16 threes, hit 10 of them. That was even better than Golke last year, who hit 10 out of 20. BYU's got a really smart offensive coach. They went under every single ball screen. You just had wide open look after wide open look for Bama. What are you doing? No adjustments. Ridiculous. Anyway, I digress. There's a Pirates elephant in the room that we should get to. We'll also react some of the football stuff we talked about with Chris coming up next. Noah Hiles at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yesterday's winners in the round of 16 games in the NCAA men's basketball tournament: Alabama, Florida, Duke, Texas Tech. They all move on. Today's slate of games: Ole Miss and Mississippi State at 7 o'clock, Kentucky, Tennessee at 7:40, Michigan and Auburn at 9:40, and then Purdue and Houston at 10. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the app. All items are graded like new. Open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website in mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. The women's Sweet 16 tips off this afternoon with number 2 Duke and number 3 North Carolina. In fact, the lowest seed remaining is 5th, and there are 3 of them. Losing Juju Watkins to a torn ACL will hurt not only USC, but it's also going to hurt the ratings, folks, which have already slipped in Caitlin Clark's absence. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Great Rewards Hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Bucko Baseball is here, and you need beer. That means you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet. How about this? Icy Light, 30-pack cans, just $21.99. That's cheap. Icy. Iron City Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and you need to be opening some ice-cold beer. So drive a little, save a lot, best customer service, best prices. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Springfest and Ego Days are here at Lowe's. Right now, get a free Select Ego 56-volt battery with purchase of a Select trimmer, blower, or mower kit. Plus, shop today for new and exclusive items you need for your lawn. So get ready for spring with the latest in innovation from Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Only at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offer valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Good morning, big freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
much back to normal in most area roadways. The Parkway East, your delays are at Edgewood Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West gets in line near Parkway Center. Out of the South Hills, you have traffic light delays in both directions on Route 51, approaching Nobles Lane and Whited Street, and as well right around that Liberty Tubes off-ramp. We do have construction work going on in Oakdale Borough. Watch for restrictions on Noblestown Road for utility crews. They're working between Union Avenue and Bridge Street. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We broke down the Buccos' loss for the entirety of the first hour, really. Short-term goings-on, long-term look ahead. We'll do more of that coming up with Noah Hiles in our next segment. There's also there's an elephant in the room, which we'll get to on the Buccos in just a minute here. I know that Chris Carter, who was on with us in the last segment from the Post-Gazette, said he would prefer, if they took one of the Ohio State running backs, that they took Quinshon Junkins instead of Travion Henderson. I'd go the opposite way on that. I get what he's saying. That dude's more of a thumper. He's a bigger dude. I want someone who can run. Mm-hmm. I want them all to be able to run.
Right.
I want breakaway speed. I've seen enough of the Najee thing. I can understand the Steelers. Well, we need a battering ram. We need the speed guy who can catch the ball. Just give me someone who can hit a home run on any given play. That's so valuable. I just want someone who scores touchdowns.
Especially somebody that can, be that receiver to the backfield, which Henderson can do that. Judkins the bigger one. I always get it mixed up. Judkins is more the thumper, and Henderson's more the scat back, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know that he's a scat back. I think he's more just a see ya.
Explosive.
Yes.
More explosive.
Yes.
I'm with you.
Thank you. So there's that take. I also don't, sorry, Mina Kimes, I also don't see them trading up to take Shedeur Sanders if he's there at 4, and sorry-ish to Colin Cowherd. I do not see them drafting Jalen Milroe 21st overall. If Jalen Milroe's there in the 3rd round, I could see them pausing and thinking about it. I do happen to believe they like him. I don't think for a second they take him 21st overall. You take a guy that's not a projected first-round pick, and you take him in the 1st round, it looks an awful lot like what they did a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And I don't think they're going to make that same mistake again.
Hope not.
All their actions this offseason have told us comp picks, loading up for next year, go up and get your guy, drafts in Pittsburgh. I just don't see it happening. All right, now to the Bucco elephant in the room. Greg Brown and Bob Walk taking it on the chin yesterday because they were talking about Dan Kovacevic from DKPittsburghSports.com's article talking about how the Pirates lost $2 million last year. And look, I think there's some gray area in this. I understand why Greg Brown and Bob Walker are talking about it. I think people can use common sense. You can want a salary cap. You can want a salary floor. We should all want a salary cap and salary floor. And you can use what Deion wrote to argue for a salary cap and salary floor. You can. But there can also be two things that are true at once. The Pirates could spend more on payroll and potentially lose money, and you could still want a salary cap and salary floor. Like, I look at Milwaukee. Love to see their books. Or did they lose money last year? Does Cleveland lose money? Does Tampa lose money? You can spend more on the roster. You can spend more on payroll, and maybe the ballpark's filled up more often.
Right.
And maybe that means that you're still in the same place. You spend $25 million. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on this. Like, I don't write for Forbes magazine or anything like that. But if you went out and you spent $25 million on, name your guy this year. One big bat in the middle of this lineup with this rotation, you might have a shot. A guy who can hit 30 and drive in 100 runs. Everything else might fall into place. Seriously. And then are people packing that ballpark from April until the end of the season? And are you still losing $2 million because that many more people bought tickets, that many more people bought jerseys, that many more people bought concessions, that many more people are getting parking? Like, it's okay to lose money. Like, that's kind of the game at times. There are different ways to lose money. Mm-hmm. And one of them could be trying to win a little bit more.
That's just, I think that's where a lot of people are at. That's where you're at, and I thought that was very well said.
Thank you. I tried.
My thing is like if you enhance your roster and you don't have to be the Yankees, you don't have to be the Dodgers, you can't frankly be those teams. We understand that. But if you just enhance it a little bit enough to compete and actually give yourself a chance to make the playoffs, that means that there's extra games.
Mm-hmm.
It means there's extra games to be played. That means there's extra merchandise to be sold. That means there's extra concessions.
Hot dogs.
Exactly. Like, that's just, it's kind of cut and dry for me, like, in that area. Like, you're getting extra baseball, which means extra revenue.
And there's no guarantee that even if you spend that money, you get the extra baseball, but even if there's the promise that there could be.
There could be, like, you're going to make more money.
Right. Crowds that will dwindle by the time Steelers training camp rolls around and you get into August and you get into September and school's back.
And leading up to that, knowing that you have a chance.
Right. You're going to wind up putting more butts in seats, not just every fifth day. But you're going to put more butts in seats for the entirety of the summer. I think 2013, it was the fifth highest attendance in the history of the Pirates because they were in it and they stayed in it, and then they wound up making the playoffs for that one-game playoff. And then you had the series against St. Louis. And, hey, maybe I'm naive with all of this. Maybe I just don't understand the business. But if you lose, even if, let's say, you get that $25 million player and you wind up losing money, if and when ownership ever decides to sell, they're making money hand over fist. Like, San Diego is not a big market. They've spent a ton of money lately. A ton of money relative to market size. It's a plaything. And if ever you feel like you're losing too much money, you can sell the thing and make a ton of money. That's just the way it works. So, okay, they lost money. Milwaukee, Cleveland, they roll the money in. They spend more on payroll. It is possible. You know, all these things can be true at once. And I think all these things are true at once. Sure, we'll have a lot of people agreeing on the text line at 412-928-9370. Coming up next, no Ohio's talk about the nuts and bolts of the current baseball team. The hell are they going to do at closer? What's their best optimal defensive lineup? Like, if we could start over and just put everyone at the positions they're supposed to be at, I wonder where Noah would put guys. We'll talk to him about that. A whole bunch of stuff with him. He, of course, writes for the Post-Gazette coming up next. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates blew a 3-run lead and lost on opening day to the Miami Marlins by a 5-4 final. Colin Holderman gave up 2 runs late. David Bednar got the losing decision after giving up the winning run in the 9th. Also, Neil Cruz had some defensive mistakes that have garnered him some criticism. Game 2 of the 4-game series is tonight at 7:10. Listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. And that coverage begins at 6. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. It is Crowley here for Window Nation. And winters are long here in the area. Going to be warmer today. Going to be warmer tomorrow, but I look down at my computer here and it says temperatures to plummet. That's because we're always in winter, seemingly here in Pittsburgh. And if you're tired of seeing and feeling that winter weather coming in past your old windows like I was, you need Window Nation because they're high-quality, energy-efficient windows. They're going to get rid of those drafts. They're going to keep your costly heat inside. They're going to lower your monthly utility bills. Your home's going to be comfortable year-round. And guess what? They're affordable, too. How affordable? Oh, I'll tell you. Right now, you get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy. Plus, with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years, you could get new windows installed in 1 day and then not pay anything until 2027. Imagine what you could do with all that extra cash in your pocket. Plus, they are guaranteed for life. Hurry, offer ends soon, so don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free, and pay nothing until 2027 deal. Schedule your free, fast estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same Zero Res.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirate's double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, March 29th. The Riverhounds host the Birmingham Legion at 7 p.m. It's Dance Moms Night with a special appearance by Melissa Gassoni. Tickets start at $22. Get yours at riverhounds.com/tickets.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Baseball is finally back. The grass is cut perfectly, the chalk is fresh, and the playing field is level. To start the season, Atlanta will be on a West Coast road trip as they face off against another title contender in San Diego. Two of the league's best rotations look to silence the bats of two of the league's best lineups. Who will start the season right when we finally play ball? At the Hyundai Getaway Sales event, get deals so right it almost feels wrong. Now's the best time to get that Hyundai car or SUV you've always wanted. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty and 3 years or 36,000 miles of limited complimentary maintenance. Don't think you can get away with all that? Think again. But don't wait. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on now, so visit your local Hyundai dealer today. It's a great day for a new Hyundai.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Price of eggs skyrocketing. We got your egg guy right here. Fresh eggs from Little Havana with Noah Hiles, Pirates beat writer of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Good morning to you, Noah. How you doing today?
Morning, fellas. I'm doing well. How are you?
Wonderful. So are you still in the abode there in Little Havana? I was hoping we would hear some cock-a-doodle doing in the background there.
One just went crazy just now. So I don't know if you'll be able to pick it up. I'm purposely not hearing headphones so you can potentially hear some organic noise. But yes, the chickens are still here. I've befriended a couple of them. I've given them names. The two regulars that are by my door, I've named them Kodak and Rose. And they're great pals of mine now.
Have you seen any gators or crocs?
I have not, thankfully. Thankfully, the apartment that I'm staying in this Airbnb, it's in a fenced-in property, so I have no idea how a crocodile will get in here. Apparently, they have before, which is concerning, but
yeah,
I have no idea how they would.
Honestly,
So
what would you do? Like, seriously, what would you do if you were face-to-face with a crocodile? Like, you're just walking out, you're about to get in your car to go to the ballpark, and a croc is, like, right there by your door. Like, what would you do?
I mean, if it's right in front of my door, I'm just not leaving the building.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I like my chances in a foot race against a crocodile.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I can go I'm not going to beat it in a 40-yard dash, but I think if I get elusive with it, he doesn't have the ability to stop and turn on a dime like I do.
They run 20 miles an hour, Noah.
That's what you're supposed to do is zigzag, though.
You're supposed to zigzag?
That's what I heard. I've never seen somebody do it, though.
And a shark, you're supposed to punch right in the nose.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes, correct. But yeah, I have encountered like a 5.5 foot long iguana while walking to the ballpark the other day.
Well, another thing that you're supposed to worry about down there is on a chilly day, they'll just fall right out of the trees because they're cold-blooded and they stop moving and they'll just fall right on your car or your head. The iguanas.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I mean, thankfully, I'm only a 5-minute walk from the stadium. So it's literally just 2 blocks away. There's not much time for something to go wrong. But, I mean, there's Kodak's pecking at my door right now. So the animals are acting up today.
If Kodak was playing center field and the ball was hit to him, would he throw it to home plate or would he throw it to second base?
I don't know. I mean, I hope Kodak would have had the, proper amount of repetition throughout spring training, and maybe he would get, he'd be prepared to make said decision.
Obviously, we were referring to O'Neal Cruz's bad baseball IQ on that particular play. What was the more egregious mental mistake for you, Noah? Him misplaying the ball that wound up turning into a triple, or him not throwing it into second base and allowing the the tying run to get into scoring position?
I think it's the tying run play because there were a couple mistakes there. One, if you're going to throw that ball, you can't double clutch it. If you watch the replay, he pumped it in his glove once before he threw it in. That's a tick you see shortstops do. That's a very common thing infielders do. They pat the glove one time. And I've talked to other infielders and just other conversations unrelated to what happened yesterday about how that's something, even at the major league level, guys are trying to end that tick. And we saw that happen in center field with a former shortstop yesterday. So that takes time away from your ability to even deliver a crisp throw home. And Cruz is a guy who, and deservedly so, thinks he can do things that most players can't. He has a reason to believe that. However, he has to be better at understanding when is the appropriate time to try to be Superman. That was not the time to do that. You have to hit your cutoff man there. You have to be understanding that in the grand scheme of things, that run meant nothing. Your team was still ahead when that run scored. The run on first base is far more consequential. You cannot allow that player to get in scoring position. And that's what happens when you make that throw that never really had a chance, even if he did throw the ball. I didn't look at the metrics, but I'm sure it was probably like a 90-plus mile per hour throw home. But you weren't getting that guy, and more importantly, you allowed the runner to advance and tie the game. The Bednar hit, or the triple, is inconsequential or far less consequential if that tying run doesn't score. So that's why I think that was the bigger blunder of the two.
No, I was very frustrated. And it was probably the one thing that I was most frustrated about during the game yesterday. And tell me if I'm off base here, but I thought that they fired Andy Haynes to get better at hitting. And there were so many guys, tell me if I'm off base, for being so frustrated. There were multiple times at the plate where the batter would go down looking. Like, That was the most frustrating thing to me. I'm like, I thought we're supposed to be hitting and trying to hit the baseball here. Multiple guys went down looking yesterday. It was just so frustrating.
Yeah, I see where Pirate fans, I see how they feel that way. I will say a patient approach wasn't necessarily the worst idea against this staff. They did draw 7 walks yesterday, which is a decent amount. And also, I think it's kind of unfair to judge a new hitting coach based off of 9 innings of baseball. I think he deserves a little bit more time from that. But I think just in general, Dorn, the gripe you just listed is one of many that it's like a dog whistle for Pirate fans right now, because everything that frustrated fans last year,
yes,
every concern, complaint they had throughout the whole offseason showed its ugly face yesterday, and it resulted in a loss. The bullpen couldn't throw strikes. The defense, guys playing positions that maybe they're not comfortable in, cost them runs. Paul Skenes' start was wasted. They were a little too patient at the plate. They couldn't get the big hit when they needed it. They only left 9 guys on base, but 5 of those 9 runners stranded came in the final 3 innings against one of the worst bullpens in baseball. It was all of the same things that we witnessed prevent this team from building a lead in the standings in the first half of the season and lead to a collapse in the second half of the season. And all of these things that fans express time and time again, you need to address these areas. You cannot allow this to persist going into 2025. And what happens in game 1 of 2025? Literally every single thing that fans were worried about. Now, again, it's just 1 loss, but I don't know if there could have been a worse way to lose your first game of the year.
No, morale very low on Pirates Twitter yesterday. And because of our croc talk, unfortunately, we are short on time here, Noah. I got three questions for you, and we'll need kind of quick answers here. Yeah. One of them probably won't allow it. Anything on Nick Gonzalez? Like, are we expecting him? Is this just a, like, ouchie, he'll be back, or what's the deal there?
Yeah, this has been a thing that he's been dealing with a little bit. He fouled a ball off of his ankle in Port Charlotte against the Rays. I don't have the exact date, but I believe it was last week, one of their later spring training games. And I've seen him icing that ankle a ton in the clubhouse since then. So I think it just he tweaked it running out of the box. I don't know if this requires an IL stint. If it does, I think it's just something quick. He's just got a beat up ankle right now. So I wouldn't say it's anything too bad.
All right, so that's question 1. Question 2. I know Holderman threw 875 pitches yesterday, so this might not be the right way to frame the question, but let's say the Bucks are up 4-3 in the 9th inning tonight. Who closes the game?
I don't know. I mean, I think they have other guys that I wouldn't be surprised if Baraki got some late inning run today or moving forward. He only pitched against 1 batter yesterday. I think Justin Lawrence is another late inning option that they haven't deployed yet.
And he did that in Colorado some too. Much better outside of Coors Field.
Looking at his stats, look at his splits away from Coors Field. They're not nearly as bad.
Yeah, and as a guy who is a jaded Pirates fan who's 34 years old, I like to kill them for things. That's one I wouldn't because the splits outside of there and he's all funky and stuff. I didn't mind that signing at all. I actually liked it. All right, and then finally, and this is the one that I'm not giving you enough time to answer, but you've got a catcher playing first. You've got a utility guy who's not great at short playing short. You've got your probably worst defensive catcher behind the dish, and you have a shortstop playing center field. I guess it's not really a question, Noah. That's just me stating the obvious, and, well, yeah, it is what it is, because I think that's just the way it's going to be.
For most of those positions, I think there is potential improvement. Shortstop, I'm not sure. I mean, IKF, his defensive metrics, that's his least favorable position defensively. He says he can be better. I don't know. First base will be better whenever they actually get their only true first baseman in the organization back off the IL. I do think Cruz will eventually get better at center field. There are going to be mistakes. I've said time and time again, mistakes are going to happen with this guy. They didn't show up a ton last year. They just showed up yesterday at a very inopportune time. Defensively, yeah, I think Bart's probably, out of him, Davis, and Endy, out of those 3, he's probably the worst defensive catcher, but you need his bat in the lineup. He's just got to be better. So I think the defense will improve a little bit, but there's going to be some growing pains, especially early in the season.
Noah, you're very good at your job, and we like having you on. So let's do it again soon, man. Thank you.
Absolutely, guys. Always happy to come on.
Thanks for the tweet.
Yeah, no problem.
Mm-hmm. Plural. Tweets. Multiple tweets. Laying it on thick this time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Coming up next, we'll react to some of what Noah had to say. And then at the top of the hour, an award-winning segment, things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports-related. Now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins played yesterday and lost to the Buffalo Sabres by a 7-3 final score. Penguins are going to travel back home, and they've got a game. Their next game is going to be on Sunday against the Ottawa Senators at 5 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Adam Crowley.
Baseball season, and my God, we need beer. You need beer. How about good beer at a cheap price? How about Icy Light and Iron City 30 packs for just $21.99? You know where I'm going to send you. That's Hampton Beer Outlet. The best prices around, the best variety, the best customer service, and this is a great deal. Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush setting into its usual patterns. This report brought to you by Pittsburgh Brewing Company. Parkway West inbound delays near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound, you're steady up toward Pittsburgh International Airport, while the Parkway East exit Edgewood, Swissvale, and in Sharpsburg Borough, utility work restricting Main Street in both directions between 21st and 23rd Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy Icy Lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter, ask Noah why they let a guy hitting 180 in spring bat DH. They're not into winning. There are many things to point out for the Pirates where you can question their investment into the Major League club. Andrew McCutchen being the DH, I don't think is one of those things. Andrew McCutchen hit 20 homers last year.
Right.
Why do I care what Andrew McCutchen hits in spring? A lot of reasons to criticize the organization in this current club, and maybe even the manager, definitely the general manager. I don't think putting Andrew McCutchen in the DH spot is one of those things. He hit 20 bombs last year.
Yep.
He was one of the top 10 designated hitters in all of baseball.
Yep.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I do think Noah was right, though, about the defensive stuff. Like O'Neal Cruz, it might just take time. The thing, like, for me, I'm okay with you misread a fly ball. Like, I am. Like, you come in on a ball that you should be going back on, or vice versa. Stuff like that. It's the IQ stuff that drives you nuts, the baseball IQ stuff. I'm not saying that he's a dumb guy or anything like that, but you've been doing it your whole life. I know you're playing a different position. You've been watching it your whole life. You have an understanding of baseball your whole life. Throw the ball into second base.
Yeah, you're a part of what you're supposed to do, whether you're playing a different position. The position you played before is a part of what you're supposed to do. So you should know.
Right, you're the cutoff guy.
Yeah.
Like, you've been the cutoff guy your whole life. Probably screaming, throw it two, cut two, not throw it home. So that's what drives you nuts. Like, he'll miss play balls. Okay. I don't want to see him calling guys off in the outfield that he shouldn't be calling off. Now, being the center fielder, you're the one who gets the final say. Like, you are the king. You are the dude out there. I don't want to see that. I want to see the ball go into the right base. Misplaying stuff. Physical errors, I can say it better. Physical errors are fine. Mental errors, those are the ones that'll drive you absolutely bonkers. And we saw at least one, if not two of those yesterday. Like, I think the second one that led to that wound up being the double that turned into a triple, I think that one is a physical error that turns into a mental error. Like, physically you come in and then you're a little bit slow getting back. Once you realize you can't catch it, that's where the mental element comes in, and you got to realize I got to play the carom here.
Right, and it's crazy that the mental side of it where Brian Reynolds saw that O'Neal Cruz was going to misjudge it because he ran all the way. He's the one who threw it in.
I know.
He ran all the way over.
I know.
So he saw it in the air. He's like, oh, he's not going to get this. It's going to hit the wall. It's going to hit the wall. Let me get on my horse and get over there. He's the one who grabbed it and threw it.
Some people out there being just vicious on Twitter with the still shot. The still shot is just him basically up against the wall, and the ball is 12 feet behind him. Oh, man.
Yep.
Texter, quit defending the guy. He's terrible. Here's the thing on that part of it. They got like 3 good hitters, and he's one of them. Like, I feel like I'm definitely taking it easier on him than I should be, I guess. But, like, I do hope that the mental side of things and the confidence that's probably going to take a hit with him screwing stuff up in center field, just don't bring it back to the dish. I think that's where it all went wrong probably with Henry Davis. Henry, you're playing right field.
Yeah, mine's all messed up.
Yeah. So they played him at right. They got IKF at short. They got Endy Rodriguez, the catcher, playing first. They got the worst defensive catcher of all the 5 available catchers he's actually catching. And you've got your shortstop in center field.
Brian Reynolds is in right field now.
That's right. He played left field all last year.
Yep.
Yeah, and they wanted him to play right field last year.
And first at the end.
And then he was going to play first. And he got some run at least practicing playing first. And then Endy Rodriguez, who they knew they were going to have at first, only played 1 game of first at spring training.
And now Holderman might close and Bednar, they might switch.
Change his name to Saverman.
Right.
It's a great joke right there.
That was.
More good jokes on the way in one of our favorite segments of the week now. Things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related. That is next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, April 11th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. We got Bucko baseball. It's a Berg thing, and you need beer. How about this? Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. I'll say it again for effect. Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and what you need to be opening is some ice cold beer. Check them out. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more. This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a Realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to chug along. This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Parkway West inbound delays near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 is pretty steady, so is the Parkway North. We're seeing some heavy traffic on the Crosstown heading past Bigelow Boulevard and on the North Shore Expressway heading over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Heading out of the South Hills, traffic light delays on inbound Route 51, approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane, then at Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Get quality and convenience at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car while our experts change your oil in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. Just drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar.
go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
This has quickly become my favorite segment of the week, Doran Dickerson.
Yes.
Things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related. I actually have a lot of local stuff.
Nice.
And I know that you have been on the LeBron James beat for this segment for the last few weeks. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If you're new to this, we just throw out a million different topics about all kind of sports stuff, and we have fun with it. It's pretty simple. You want to start things off, or do you want me to start things off?
I will start things off as I do every single Friday. As you guys know that I've been following LeBron and the beef with he and Stephen A. And now it's gone to another level. Stephen A. calling out LeBron after what LeBron said on the Pat McAfee podcast about Stephen A. This is all after LeBron confronted Stephen A. at that basketball game. Stephen A. went on to say that he took 15 minutes before his show yesterday on First Take to address LeBron, right? So during that 15 minutes, he said that, you know what, I didn't make things personal with you, and I'm paraphrasing here. I didn't make things personal with you, LeBron. I never went out and said, you know, you weren't at Kobe's funeral service. He said, I never went out and said that you missed Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame ceremony. That's the type of guy you are, blah, blah, blah. If you look into it a little bit, and an hour later in the First Take, Stephen A. had to apologize because LeBron was at Kobe Bryant's funeral service. LeBron James was in the hospital with his son Bronny whenever he had his cardiac arrest, whenever Dwayne Wade had his Hall of Fame ceremony. Stephen A. is spiraling out of control right now. I know that a lot of people don't like LeBron. A lot of people don't like Stephen A. But this feud is becoming very personal. And honestly, I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. It's the best drama that's on TV right now because I don't know how this is going to end.
If I were LeBron, man, I'd just leave Stephen A. alone.
Why?
Because I think you're punching down. You're LeBron.
Stephen A. doesn't think so. Stephen A. thinks they're equals.
I know that. Don't give him the chance to think that way. Because you are if you're going to go down to his level. And I totally understand LeBron at first going up and confronting Stephen A. because don't be talking about my son that way. Especially don't make it personal about my son. I totally get LeBron doing that. After that, I'd let Stephen A. just spin, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing. LeBron's helping Stephen A. People are into this. I'm into this. You're into this. I think our listeners are into this. It's drama. It's reality TV. He is giving First Take oxygen to get massive ratings when this stuff is going on. If I'm LeBron, I say one more big F you, and then I'm out.
Yeah, but see what LeBron did. LeBron's so calculated that he knew that Pat McAfee was on right after First Take. So he's like, yeah, I'll go on with Pat McAfee, but I'm not going to go on any other show. I'll go on right after Stephen A. So then he has to react to me going on a different show. So, like, whatever happens and how it just keeps moving and moving and moving, LeBron's going to be one step ahead of Stephen A., and Stephen A. doesn't even realize it.
Yeah, the funeral stuff and the Hall of Fame induction stuff, that's
personal.
Man, that's way too far. Way too far. All right, here's one. Max Crosby. He of the newly minted mega deal as an edge rusher with the Las Vegas Raiders. He predicts that Aaron Rodgers is going to retire. Quote, I think he retires. I think the fact that he's not with Devontae and he's not very familiar with Pittsburgh, I don't know, I think he retires. What, are they Bert and Ernie? Well, Aaron Rodgers can only play with Devontae Adams?
Right.
I could see it if Bert and Ernie were football stars. Bert would want to be with Ernie would want to be with Bert, and that's that. I feel like Aaron Rodgers doesn't need his best bud to play the game.
Nah.
Is this Max Crosby just trying to get him to come to Las Vegas? Because they got Geno.
No. I think Max Crosby just wants to stir stuff up because it's funny.
Bert and Ernie.
Bert and Ernie.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
Can't live without each other.
Right.
I'm sure that A-Rob would rather play with Devontae Adams than anybody in the league, but I don't think that DK Metcalf and George Pickens are slouches at all.
Right.
And I would rather have DK Metcalf for 5 years than Devontae Adams for a couple.
Oh, for sure.
Younger.
For sure.
I don't know that he's better. Maybe not today, but 3 years from now? Damn right.
Yeah.
Can I throw another one out there?
Go ahead.
Kevin Gorman tweeted this out yesterday from the Trib. Pirates have had a different opening day starter in center field for 8 consecutive seasons.
Oh, man.
Cruz, Taylor, Sawinski, Reynolds, Alford, Dyson, Shuck, and Marte.
Wow.
Callis, you're a baseball head. I have zero recollection of Shuck at all. I have no idea who that guy is.
J.B. Shuck's one of my favorite people.
He's a quarterback for Louisville.
That's Tyler Shuck.
Right.
Or sometimes Shaw. Or Shook.
Yeah, J.B. Shuck was more of a corner outfield, though. I don't know why they put him in center.
Oh, I have a theory because they sucked. I totally forgot. I totally forgot how bad they shucked. I had no idea. I never would have remembered this guy again for the rest of my life.
And Anthony Alford, what a guy.
That guy I remember. I also remember Dyson because, he would be sucking in fly balls, and there's the whole vacuum pun.
He was the only one that signed for $1 million in 2020, yeah.
Yes, and he also said at the time of his signing, well, they're the only ones who would have me.
Jeez.
Or something to that effect. You want to go?
So I've liked Colin Cowherd for a long time. I just mentioned earlier that I was on a show back in 2017.
Talking about soup.
But he's really starting to get on my nerves a little bit lately. He has this thing where he wants to come after Pittsburgh all the time. And paraphrasing again, he said something the other day. Does Pittsburgh even have Netflix? Can they even watch Netflix in Pittsburgh? A couple years ago, he was coming at the University of Pittsburgh saying that they're just basically a bottom barrel school compared to USC whenever Jordan Addison was transferring. He's always coming at Pittsburgh. I don't know why. It's getting on my nerves, though.
He acts as if we're Neanderthals over here.
He really does.
And he knows we're a passionate sports town, and if you say things about the Steelers in particular, that people are going to react the way that we're reacting right now. That was such a pot shot. We're so bass-ackwards here in Pittsburgh that we're a Rust Belt town. Did you guys even have internet? Pretty much is what he's getting at.
Get out of here.
Can't stand that kind of thing.
Yeah, it pisses me off.
Screw you, Cowherd. And I'll bet you, you know what, Cowherd? I'll bet you $1 million. I'll have to get some loans. Sure, you got it. I'll bet you $1 million Jalen Milroe ain't the Steelers draft pick at 21. $1 million. He thinks Steelers going to take Milroe 21st.
He's just throwing stuff out there.
I know!
He couldn't last 1 week in Pittsburgh.
Cowherd?
Yes.
Well, not now. We'll go get him.
Yeah.
Why'd the music stop?
Keep it going.
Yeah.
What you got?
Are you familiar with Desmond Watson, the defensive tackle out of Florida?
I am now.
He is 6'6", 464 pounds, Doran. Would be the heaviest player to ever play in the National Football League. 6'6", what did I say,
64.
64. And he ran a 5.86 40 at the Pro Day. Someone texts in, Crowley, do you think you can run a faster 40 than that guy? Doran, you always stick up for the players here because you have been around actual athletes. 5.86. Could I run a 40 faster than that?
Barely.
I think so too. But I wanted you to say it first.
Yeah, I think you would win, but it would be close.
You know what people are calling this guy? The tush push buster. If you are the Washington Commanders or if you are the Lions, if you're any NFC Super Bowl contender, why not take a flyer on this guy and you're playing the Philadelphia Eagles, a team that averages 3 yards a tush push, and just put basically a single-bedroom apartment right there in the middle of the football field.
Yeah. He can move. If you watch his film, he can move. He's not.
You just learned who he was 10 seconds ago. You weren't watching film.
I've seen clips of him. He can move.
464 pounds.
That's a lot of meat.
Holy hell.
That's big.
How big was Casey Hampton in his heyday?
360.
Stop it.
360. Maybe. 370 maybe. No, yeah.
You see Casey Hampton lately? They had... This is laughable. They had Casey Hampton listed at 325.
No chance. No chance.
Maybe coming out. They never change that weight. Whatever you're measured at when you come in, whatever weight you are when you come in, that is the weight you'll be your entire career. Casey Hampton was absolutely not 325 pounds. Because this dude from Florida, he could eat that guy.
Right.
Yeah.
I like to end on something because this is, what we didn't know, we don't care to know, but it's sports related. I always like to end on something that I actually do care about, that's sports related, that probably wouldn't be folded into the show. And we both talked about this a little bit. Ovechkin. Was that last night?
That's what I wanted to end on.
Then you could do it. Go ahead.
What?
Well, you got real excited, so
punted it over to me.
I'm going to let you talk about it then. I just thought it was awesome.
So it's the last time that Ovechkin was ever going to play Marc-Andre Fleury, and they have had some titanic historical battles over the years. And so Ovi's teammates are all skating off the ice. Ovi skates back to the bench to call everyone back so that they can all dap Fleury up. And Fleury and Ovechkin had a long embrace. A super classy move for a guy that I don't want to like, but I find myself liking more and more every day.
Yep.
He's about to break Gretzky's record. Marc-Andre Fleury, second all-time in wins in NHL history. He's getting his retirement roses. And I just thought that was super classy, man.
Absolutely.
Some great moments between those two. The 2009 Stanley Cup playoffs, the second round. The breakaway. Game 7. Fleury flashes the leather. And then the other one I think that comes top of mind to Penguins fans is the 2017 Game 7. And I don't know which one I like more, but Fleury with the butt of his stick stopping the Alexander Ovechkin one-timer and then doing something to the butt end of his stick that if I tried to mime would get me banned from radio. Basically thanking his stick. Kind of like if you were to like wax a carrot, that kind of motion.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I think
there?
people understand.
You think people are picking up on that? Well, everyone saw it.
Pleasure to stick.
No, can't say that.
Why?
You just can't say that.
Why? Say what?
That one to me actually might have been even more impressive. I mean, there's an element of luck with it, of course, because it hits the butt end of your stick, but you know what? That's making a save. I did not believe. Penguins are up 3-1 in that series. Lost the 2 preceding games by 1 million. I didn't think the Penguins had a shot in hell winning that series. After everything they went through in 16, how much that takes out of you. What they had to go through in the Columbus series, where I thought for long stretches they were outplayed. No Chris Letang. I didn't think they were going into Washington and winning. And Hornquist scores the goal, and Fleury makes that save. And I celebrated that night like they had won the Stanley Cup. It was awesome. Because I didn't think they were going to win it that year. Even when they won that game, I just thought, you know what? They're not going to win it. But at least Washington won't win it. So really classy of Alexander Ovechkin, who is 6 goals shy of Gretzky with 10 games to go. And it's looking more and more likely with every passing game that there could be a titanic historical matchup coming up in the final game of the season between the Pens and the Caps. Anything else?
I'm good.
People texting in that there are no crocodiles in Florida. We've been over this.
Yep.
It's the only place in North America where both overlap, and that's in the Everglades. So why don't you check up on your facts?
They can't mate.
We did learn that they cannot mate. All right. That was things you didn't know. Things you don't care to know. But it's sports related. Coming up next, Paul Skenes, not with his best performance, but with a good enough one yesterday. And so I think we have to ask an obvious question. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NCAA men's basketball tournament got into the round of 16, and 4 games were played yesterday. The winners, Alabama, Florida, Duke, and Texas Tech. Today, another 4 games with 8 teams participating. Ole Miss and Michigan State at 7. Kentucky and Tennessee at 7:40. Michigan and Auburn at 9:40. And Purdue and Houston play at 10 tonight. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran!
From upsets to buzzer beaters, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Tonight, I like Tennessee money line against Kentucky, parlayed with Purdue, Houston under at 131.5. You put all those together, you get the odds of plus 193. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running. Our Fan.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Aid. When Purdue plays top-seeded Houston tonight, you may notice something unique about Matt Painter's number 4 Boilermakers. In an era where some 1,250 players have flooded the transfer portal this week alone, Purdue boasts the only Sweet 16 starting 5 with all homegrown players. In fact, all 18 players on the roster have only attended Purdue. They've chosen loyalty over money. That sounds good to me. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in our March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups, and if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of the $250K in bonus bets. You think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top dog law.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, your big ideas don't have to wait. They have everything they need to come to life because Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas. A technology that loves expanding your business and evolving your passion. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush delays skies combined with some work on the roadways. This report brought to you by the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. Parkway West inbound delays just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Seeing some heavy traffic now coming across the Fort Duquesne Bridge into downtown, and then heavy across the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Delays on the approach from the Parkway East backs around Stanwyck Street. Parkway East suburban side heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. And in South Fayette Township, work continues as they rebuild the bridge over Dolphin Run Road, closing Millers Run Road in both directions between Battle Ridge and Mohawk Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, March 29th. The Riverhounds host the Birmingham Legion at 7 p.m. It's Dance Moms Night with a special appearance by Melissa Gassoni. Tickets start at $22. Get yours at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Dan Zangrelli going to join us at 9:35, so that's 12 minutes from now. Ask him about his thoughts on the winless Pirates after one game. Here's a text. You guys should be talking about big news with Sportsnet Pittsburgh having its own app on Roku. Huge developments. Yeah, Donnie was excited about that, wasn't he? I got the Amazon Fire Stick. I've had no problems. That's actually a good app, the Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Does well. Does well. And if you can't watch, you can always listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app. Paul Skenes struck out 7, 5 1/3 innings, walked 2 earned runs. His ERA after one start, 3.38. So not a Cy Young Paul Skenes performance yesterday, but still good. And he leaves with a lead. Still good enough to win, and yet they lose it. And so the obvious question is, how often can that happen before he loses his ever-loving mind? Like, he's not, I don't think, the kind of guy who's going to request a trade. He's not the kind of guy that's going to become a clubhouse malcontent. But I could see him getting real pissed off and frustrated. I don't know what it leads to. I don't know what the story would be, but you're the best player on a baseball team that wasn't very good last year and looks like it might have a lot of the same issues this year. Like, there are going to be games where he's going to pitch better than he did yesterday, and the bullpen's going to let you down, and the hitting's going to let you down. And that's true of anybody, but I think specific to his greatness versus the relative mediocrity around him, I could see him getting real ticked, man.
For sure. I mean, everybody wants to win, right? Like, individual accolades and doing things yourself, that's one thing. But, like, the highest of the highest competitors, they want to win. And that's frustrating whenever you don't win and you give it your all and you're doing everything that you can do to win and things just don't fall into place. Now, there's no finger pointing with, Paul Skenes or most athletes. But, you want to win. You want it to pay off at the end of the day. And if it doesn't, you're just like, oh, I'm doing everything I can. Like, I need some help.
He would probably, and he did actually, take responsibility for yesterday because that's the kind of dude he is. And he knows he didn't pitch great. And even Shelton after the game said he was spraying the ball a little bit. I'm like, Shelton, yeah, you're right, but I don't know if I'd be calling him out. He walked the two guys at the end, but we didn't see him dotting the fastball the way we're used to. We didn't see the crispness with the breaking stuff. Not a single pitcher in Major League Baseball last year threw 100 pitches in their first start of the season. Not a single pitcher in Major League Baseball last year threw more than 6 innings on opening day. Because guys are knocking the rust off. They're building their arms back up. The best, obviously, still yet to come with Skenes. And so he takes some of the responsibility. I wasn't good enough. Okay, there are going to be days where you are definitely good enough and you still don't win. And as those compile and as those build up, I am interested to see how it happens. I hope they win more games. I hope it doesn't happen. But it's gonna. And how's that look? 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We need a breaking news sounder. Did we ever come to terms, Callis, or develop one of these things? Like, did we ever, if there's breaking news or something we're going to do?
I made that trade bumper that one time, but I don't know where it is. No, we don't have like a thing, no.
Okay.
is there breaking news?
Yeah, I'm just going to play a random clip here that will signify breaking news. That was the shortest one that I could find. Actually, no, this is. There you go. There's our mummy sounder we like. All right, wait a second here. Everybody, pay attention. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. From Mike DeFabo, our friend at The Athletic. Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart has a top 30 visit scheduled with the Pittsburgh Steelers in April, per league source. So you can check out DeFabo's write-up on him because he writes, here's more on a prospect who has been gaining buzz through the process. So DeFabo is the only one that I saw that has this right now. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And if I am, I'm sure I'll be getting a text from Mark Cabali here.
Correct.
But I saw it through DeFabo, the breaking news. And I think that's absolutely noteworthy. Hey, 21? All the signs, Doran, point to next year. As we talked about with Carter, as we talked about ad nauseum. But, I mean, you have a guy in for a top 30 visit. It's not one of these local guys where you get the freebies, right? I mean, you're taking time to talk to scout, to learn a little bit more about a quarterback. It's absolutely noteworthy. And Starkey's probably doing backflips in the streets right now.
He probably
Florida.
is.
Pat Bostic's is a Jackson Dart guy.
Did they meet with Malik Willis? Can't remember. Did he come in for a visit?
They went to his pro day, and he had me tantalized with that rollout 70-yard bomb, and Mike Tomlin's eyes did this.
Right.
People grabbed the screen grab of the still frame photos in his eyes. This might just be how Tomlin's eyes are.
They are. They are.
I mean, he could have had a two-cheek sneak there. It could have been one of those. You know, it could have been one of those. It just, you could tell, you know the meme where, I shouldn't do this. Dude's leaning over to talk to George W. Bush. Same thing. Could have the eyes from Tomlin.
From Tomlin there.
Someone could be bringing in Fritos. Like, we got our new Costco shipment of Fritos. Could still be the same eyes. But, yeah, he was at Malik Willis. Could be a smokescreen.
Yeah.
Could be interest.
I mean, they're doing their due diligence. If he has a grade in the late first round and that's where the Steelers pick, like, they're gonna talk to him. Anybody has that grade. So that must be where that they have him. You know, I've talked to a bunch of scouts, and we did this a couple weeks ago. Like, some people have him in the third round and later. Some people have him in the first round. So maybe the Steelers are just telling us that we have a first-round grade on him if we have to do our due diligence.
Stated position on this is no, God, please, no, don't.
Yes.
Do not do it.
Correct.
Do not do it. He may well be a good quarterback, but you draft a quarterback in the first round, you better love the guy. I don't love the guy. Dan Zangrilli joins us next. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Miami Marlins on opening day. Pirates had as much as a 3-run lead in that game. Ended up losing 5-4 in the ninth inning. Game 2 of the 4-game series is tonight at 7:10. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio, listen on the free Odyssey app. Our coverage begins at 6, hosted by Dan Zangrilli, and that is all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I've got an SGP parlay for you in tonight's Sweet 16 matchups. I like Golden for 8 or more rebounds. He's currently averaging 10 boards in the tournament, and I'm going to parlay that with Michigan plus 15.5 against the number 1 seed Auburn. Those SGP odds are a juicy plus 119. Bet smarter or beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, that mummy sound, that's what that is. From this point forward will signify breaking news. Mike DeFabo of The Athletic says Jackson Dart's going to come in for a top 30 visit to see the Steelers. Then I had a trusted source who shall remain nameless per their request say that other teams around the NFL, and I buy into what this person's saying, they're in the know, other teams around the NFL are convinced that the Steelers are taking Dart 21st overall. Now, a lot of teams were convinced that the Steelers were taking Malik Willis 20th overall in the Kenny Pickett draft. And the Steelers went with the old let's pull the rug out kind of deal. And, well, it didn't work out for anybody involved. But they had everybody thinking one thing, they did another. Interesting. And I trust this source. But on now to the Buccos and to our good friend, the host of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, Dan Zangrilli. Dan, did you think you'd be thrown into like a July pennant race kind of post-game show on game one? Because by all accounts, that's what you kind of had to deal with yesterday.
No, I was hoping we would like ease into this thing, but no, we just sort of just rammed it right in there, didn't we?
Yeah, no doubt about it. What bothered you most about yesterday's loss? If you could just, I guess, narrow down on one thing.
The fact that it wasn't a baseball game played in 2025, it was the 163rd game of the 2024 season. Nothing changed from last year, especially those final 2 months. It was just like, okay, everybody took a 3-4 month break and we just picked up right where we left off. And that's the most frustrating thing about it, because typically I feel I bring some pragmatism to the airwaves and understand 162, the marathon, and am able to keep some pretty decent context as to how baseball operates. And you can't be flying off the handle every single night. But that was tough to just watch everything occur that frustrated, ticked off fans, that maybe even alienated some fans right out of the gate with the same cast of characters, with the same things just creeping up, and it's they picked an early August game and they just manifested in March 2025. That was that was wild and infuriating.
You're going to say this a lot better than I'm going to paraphrase it, Dan, but I listened to your entire pregame show yesterday, and it was very good, and you had the Pirates at 84 wins, and a lot of what you were saying I could see happening. And you're talking about winning in the margins and how they didn't last year, and basically, some of that stuff's going to average out. Okay, so you watch one game, and it looks a lot like last year. And you're right. You compartmentalize and you break it down, and you know it's 1 out of 162. Does it give you pause about your prediction, though, because it looked so much like last year for the team that did lose in all those different ways in the margins?
Sure it does, because what you're counting on and what had to occur is the personnel on the roster getting better and doing the things that they did last year that they won't do in 2025, whether that's Colin Holderman finding the strike zone, whether that's David Bednar not getting hit hard, whether that's O'Neal Cruz taking improvements forward as a defensive center fielder, and maybe as just a more locked-in baseball player. Maybe it's guys in situations being able to really come through in the clutch. What were they, 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position?
That is correct.
How many looked at strike threes were there, Adam? Like all of the things that they didn't do last year, that they said we're going to get better at. They literally took a carbon copy from their lowest point of 2004, and they just reprinted it in 2025, as if this whole offseason never occurred, where they could either get better internally or, the question and the big talking point is what they didn't acquire or what they didn't have to go to in certain situations instead of what the alternatives are, especially in the bullpen. Like there was plenty of reason to be frustrated because they gave you a look into the future, kind of a sampling of what's to come. And listen, maybe we could be wrong, and maybe this is just a blip on the radar, but I mean, you were looking for yesterday some of those harbingers of what's to come. And it looks to me right now, after one game, more of the same.
Dan, were there any positives that you took from yesterday? I mean, not just like kind of run-of-the-mill type stuff. I mean, we knew that Ryan Reynolds would have a big hit. Like, that's like you're saying, it's carbon copy from last year, even positive and negative to this year. But in your estimation, was there any positives from yesterday's game?
I mean, you have to squint really hard to see it, but the fifth inning was important for me, where Sandy Alcantara is really just mowing them down. They're looking at a bunch of strike threes. He starts the fifth inning with 2 strikeouts, and then one of the guys that we're really looking forward to being a big offensive contributor this year is Ke'Bryan Hayes. He gets to a 1-2 count, laces the ball to right field. That was something that we've seen from Ke'Bryan Hayes when he's going really well. So as the 8-hitter in the order, he kind of jumpstarts some things, and then I think it's Kiner Falefa and Pham get themselves in advantageous counts. They're able to draw walks, and this is all with 2 outs. And then you load the bases for Reynolds, who gets to a 3-1 count, and then he's able to come up with the big hits. So that fifth inning, they're down 1-0. They knock Alcantara out of the game. They leave the fifth inning up 2-1. And then, of course, I think Gonzalez has the opportunity to be better than he was last year. To see the 2-run homer. Obviously, those were bright spots, but more so kind of focusing in on that fifth inning offensively. Like, who are they going to be? What are they going to be? What can they do? You're thinking, all right, maybe this is going to be a little bit different. But, there were some other situations offensively that, again, they did not add on. And then, obviously, they blew a 4-1 lead and then had a 4-2 lead after 7 and found a way to lose.
One positive and one negative as we say goodbye here, Dan. The Pirates are on pace for 972 steals, so you like that. That's not going to continue, but I like the aggressiveness there, and I do hope that element continues. Take extra bags when you can. For a team that's not going to figure to hit a whole bunch of balls out of the ballpark this year. And then, David Bednar on pace to have his ERA be infinity. You love to see that, Dan, when you look at the box score and it has the real-time ERA and it just says INF. So unsustainably bad. Dan, but you're unsustainably good. Or I should say sustainably good. Bad English by me. We appreciate you coming on, man, and knock 'em dead tonight.
Thanks. I'm not sure if it's sustainable, actually. No, I'm talking for me. Just everything. I'm getting existential.
Starkey did the other day, too. He said, why are we on this earth? What do we really mean? And Bob goes, just try not to think about it, Joe.
Oh, I was thinking about it as that final run crossed the plate. Here we go again.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
He did do that. He did do that the other day, Starkey. He's like, I just think my kids are growing older and they're driving and they're going to college. And then you've got my parents. I mean, how long are they going to be around? And what are we doing on this floating orb in space? Joe.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Bob, what are we doing here? People have requested that our new breaking news sounder isn't the mummy screaming, but instead this.
What the?
The mummy screaming.
Yes.
No, that was me screaming.
The mummy.
What the?
That's me. And then this is the mummy. They're not the same. The mummy, much more masculine than I. And I think it's like Queen Hutepi or something. Like, that's a female. That would be a female in ancient Egypt. That's what they sounded like back then, I guess. All right, coming up next, we will get to the breaking news, which is that Jackson Dart is going to make a pre-draft visit to the Steelers. And then the text from a source that I got saying teams around the NFL, they think the Steelers are taking Jackson Dart. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates baseball today at 7:10. Pirates and Marlins playing the second game of a 4-game series. Pirates lost opening day yesterday after blowing a 3-run lead. They lost 5-4 after the Marlins walked them off. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, out Got him, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. 7 p.m. tonight. College basketball tournament continues. 8 more teams in action to get the field down to 8 overall. And the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app, they got you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can still make futures bets right now on what team will win it all. Check these out. 25 on favorite Duke pays $37.50 if they win the championship. How about Alabama? Hit 25 threes last night, a tournament record. 25 on them pays $250 if they win it all. But whether your team wins or not, whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus, you can play hot online slots games based on the movies Rocky, Ted, and Goonies. Hot online slots games based on streaming shows Breaking Bad, Peaky Blinders. And right now, new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to BetParx.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParx app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems with accidents and more delays. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Jefferson Hillsboro, Cruz on the Skenes and down power lines, tying up Route 885, the intersection with Ray Large Road. Also in the Oakland section of the city, Cruz checking reports of an accident now the intersection of South Aiken and Center Avenues. Parkway West inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pitt tunnels, heading up onto the Ford Pitt Bridge. The Parkway East backing around Wood Street, the bathtub area. You also have slowdowns on the suburban side back around Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant Daniel was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Breaking news. I've been told by somebody that I trust, somebody that Doran knows and trusts. Well, I shouldn't speak for you. You know,
you're right.
You trust them? Okay, very good.
100%.
That says teams around the NFL are convinced the Steelers are going to take Jackson Dart 21st overall. And I said earlier in the show, and I can't believe I said this, well, they're not going to make that same mistake again. Like, they know what happened with Kenny. Why would I say that? Of course they could make the same mistake again. Of course they could love Jackson Dart. Of course they could take him 21st overall. But that's exactly what it would be. Like, I have, and we've talked about this a whole bunch, I have no faith that this head coach, that this organization can groom and develop a quarterback and turn them into a superstar. And so that's why next year makes so much sense to me. Because if it's a deeper draft and you have all these comp picks and you have all this ammunition to be able to go up and move and take who you want in the draft, you'd be taking somebody, in theory, that is more of a consensus can't miss guy. And if it's a consensus can't miss guy, maybe less development needs to happen. Maybe less opportunity to screw that guy up. Jackson Dart may well wind up being a good NFL quarterback. I don't love his chances of becoming what he can if he's drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. But that sure as you know what doesn't mean they won't draft him.
In life, do your chances grow? Are your chances really good if you have one thing? Or are your chances even better whenever you have 2 of the same thing of that one thing?
Well, if you got a wife and a girlfriend, then you're going to wind up with nothing. In some other instances, I could see your hypothetical being a good one.
Who's to say that they draft Jackson Dart this year and don't trade up to draft another young quarterback next year and say, all right, we have 2 guys here that we really like, and it gives our chances are better of finding one. One of these guys should pan out.
Yeah, and some people might subscribe to that. I mean, we've had conversations with Doug where he says you should do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some organization, you should do that. For me, I think that's a terrible misallocation of resources. Get me a good player in the first round this year and get me the guy at quarterback next year. Because let's say you do draft Jackson Dart and he's just okay, but you're the Steelers, so you win 10 games. You get blown out in a playoff game. Well, we've seen enough out of Jackson to think if he's incrementally better next year, maybe we finally start winning these games, and maybe you convince yourself we're not going to take the guy next year.
But you're not going to do that if you have Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph. Jackson Dart would be the 3rd quarterback, and he'll sit and watch for a year, and then he'll compete with that rookie next year.
Yeah, but then it's still a misallocation of resources.
I agree.
IMO.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Give me a big moose to put on the defensive line, or give me a Mecca Ibuka, and now you've got Pickens, Ibuka, and DK this year for Aaron Rodgers, or I guess Mason Rudolph. And then next year, you're probably going to have Ibuka, and you're going to have DK Metcalf for quarterback not named Jackson Dart. This will be discussed a lot today. Donnie football's coming up next. So Jackson Dart going to take a visit to the Steelers, and then a source that we trust says they've heard. Aha. Now you don't know if it's a man or a woman. Ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. They've heard that other teams around the NFL are convinced the Steelers are taking Dart 21st overall. Donnie football in for Starkey coming up next. Doran, by Monday, will the Steelers have Aaron Rodgers under quarterback? Have Aaron Rodgers under contract?
Yes.
Callis?
No.
It's going to be a Friday news dump today, 4:59 p.m. Just kidding. That ain't the way Rodgers gets it done. No, we'll still be talking about him come Monday. And we'll talk to you then at 5:40 a.m. Go Bucks. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next live bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with a live odds boost token. Simply add a live tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some obstacles to get around. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG. Your home team, LGKG.com. Cruz on the scene of an accident in the Shadyside section of the city, the intersection of South Aiken and Center Avenues. Watch for delays there. Midday work in O'Hara Township. Watch for single lane each direction restrictions on Freeport Road between Alpha Drive and Fairview Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, opening day was fun until it wasn't, as the Pirates blow a 4-2 lead against the Miami Marlins, which at one point was a 4-1 lead, and lose 5-4 to Miami. David Bednar takes the loss. He didn't even record an out in the ninth inning with 2 hits allowed and an earned run crossing the plate in what was a tied 4-4 game after Colin Holderman allowed 2 runs to come across in the bottom half of the 8th inning as the Pirates bullpen blows what would have been win number 1 for the team and win number 1 for Paul Skenes. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe with Donnie.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
2-2, swung on and missed. He struck him out. Went with the changeup. That was such a good pitch for Skenes as the year went on. He's already got his first strikeout of 2025. Here's a 2-2 to Stowers. He could not hold up. And he's down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts for Paul Skenes. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Skenes. That's 4 through 2 innings. 6 up, 6 down for Paul Skenes to the 3rd on opening day. No score on the Pirates Radio Network. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Him inside with the fastball. Skenes with his 5th strikeout of the day. But the Marlins with the first run. Through 3, 1-0 Miami. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Went with the heat. Threw it right by him. 6 strikeouts for Paul Skenes. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Paul Skenes, strikeout number 7. Bases loaded. 3-1 on Brian Reynolds. And the pitch. Swing and a line drive up the middle, base hit. Here comes Hayes to score. Kiner Falefa's on his way home. He'll score. The throw comes into 3rd. 2 out. 2-run single. Brian Reynolds, and the Pirates have the lead 2-1. Swing, fly ball, left field, deep. Stowers back, turns around. There it goes. Line drive, home run, Nick Gonzalez. And he's pulling up at first base. He is slow to trot around. I think he hurt his leg.
He did too.
Nick Gonzalez is homered and can barely get around the bases. Swing and a liner up the middle, base hit. Dane Myers just tied the game. Hung a slider, hit it up the middle, 4-4. Lined to right to the corner, fair by a foot, Marlins win. Kyle Stowers lines a single to the right field corner. Sanoja scores. Pirates hang their heads and get walked off in Miami. 5-4 Marlins win on opening day.
Well, here we go on another Pirates season. A pretty familiar-looking Pirates loss, if you ask me. And I don't want to overreact after just one game, but that is a very frustrating way to start. And I thought Dan Zangrilli said it well last night on his post-game coverage. Unless I heard him wrong, it didn't feel like Game 1 of 2025. It felt like Game 163 of 2024. A waste of a decent, not great, Paul Skenes start. A failure to come up with the timely hits. Multiple physical and mental errors in the field. And the bullpen goes down in flames. It's the Pomp and Joe show on 93.7 The Fan, but no Pomp or Joe. Donnie Chedrick with you until 2. Austin Bechtold is with me behind the glass. Pomp not usually in on Fridays, so this is no different for him. And you might be able to get used to this, but the weather is going to start getting nicer. It's a Friday. You can probably guess what Joe Starkey is up to right now. You think that's fair to say, Austin?
Oh, I think it's easy to say. He's either right now on the beach with Ron, walking around, paying off the visit that he said he might make to Ron, or he is just about to get onto the golf course after a nice breakfast.
But hey, more for you and me.
Let's roll. Let's
do this thing, Limits. A fun show ahead. We will start with the Buccos, and I want to hear from you on that at 412-928-9370 after the boys went down yesterday to open the 25 campaign. We'll talk a little college hoops. The first set of Sweet 16 matchups last night, another set of them tonight. The big news that came out of the area earlier this week with a team that made the NCAA tournament. Sidney Crosby made some history last night. That's just about the only good thing happening in Pittsburgh sports right now. We continue to wait on Aaron Rodgers and the new wrinkles that continue to get tossed into that story. Ray Fittipaldo at 11. You know him. Bob Walk at 1. His first visit with us this season, and that should be a fun one following what happened yesterday afternoon in Miami. Joe Smeltzer joins us around 1:30. Joe is a Penn State reporter. He is at Penn State's Pro Day today. And how could I forget a Bechtold breakdown at 12:30. Off the top, that's presented by JP Roofing and Siding. And you just heard of what is going to happen on today's show. But again, we start with the Pirates today. And I'll put the number out there again at 412-928-9370. You heard the highlights and the lowlights to open today's show. Marlins 5, Pirates 4. It was an exciting game like that last season as well, if you recall. The Pirates opened in Miami to start the season. Pretty much the same time and place, the final Thursday in March. A 4:10 first pitch. The Pirates, however, the team that battled back and got the exciting extra innings victory against the Fish to open the 24 season. Not the case yesterday. When Paul Skenes exited the game, it was 4-1, and he wasn't at his very best. It was start one, it was game one, and I understand that that can be held for a lot of the people I am going to talk about here in this opening salvo. But Paul Skenes was still good enough to win the game. He left after 5 1/3. He got charged for a second run. He had 7 strikeouts. He walked a pair, 94 pitches for the big guy on opening day, 64 of them for strikes. It's hard to look at that game and really fault Skenes, because if any other pitcher gives the Pirates that effort, we're thinking to ourselves, all right, that's a pretty good start. Like Austin, I think if tonight we see
Mitch Keller pretty much give the same line as Paul Skenes. He pitches into the 6th inning. He allows 2 runs, a couple of hits. He strikes out 7. He walks a couple of guys. We're thinking, all right, that's pretty good for start 1.
Yeah, I mean, we look at Skenes through a completely different lens than we look at everyone else. Like, Skenes can allow 1 run in a game and be like, oh, not that great of a Paul Skenes start. He allowed 1 run over 6 innings. He's completely judged on a much bigger scale.
Yeah, that's what's tough with him. The expectation is just sky high. And I think in this case it is fair. Sometimes with the other athletes in this city and some of the other athletes on the Pirates roster, we set the bar a little bit too high. I feel like we have maybe done that with O'Neal Cruz over the last couple of seasons, waiting for him to become a 40-40 type player, and I just don't know if that's ever in the cards for him. Maybe. I mean, I would love to see that, but that's the type of thing I'm saying there. With Skenes, we saw what he did when he came onto the scene as a rookie. He was easily the National League Rookie of the Year. He was a finalist for the Cy Young, and I think the guy will win the Cy Young this season, and I'm not going to walk back on that after just 1 start because I still thought he was pretty good, not great, not the unhittable Paul Skenes in the very first start of the season. But the way his effort was followed up is already a concerning look for what is behind him. We had a feeling that some of those arms in the bullpen would be an issue this season, and that is already the case. 1 game in. And like I said, I understand it's the first game for everybody, but a couple of those guys, the ones that you put in the highest of high leverage situations, they are the ones that look like they did for either all of or at least some of 2024. I'm not really here to attack Dennis Santana or Ryan Barucki or Caleb Ferguson because beyond 2 walks from Santana and a passed ball courtesy of Joey Bart, those guys were pretty clean in the job they did. But it felt like, and maybe it's just me, and Austin can correct me if I'm wrong, or one of you out there can correct me if I'm wrong at 412-928-9370. It felt like I was watching the same Colin Holderman from July and August, and it felt like I was watching the same David Bednar from 2024. I'm not saying that these guys can't come back and shove tonight if the Pirates are in the same situation. Maybe it's another multi-run lead, and there's an opportunity for Colin Holderman to enter the 8th inning, David Bednar in the 9th inning, and maybe those guys hold it down. Maybe it's 6 up and 6 down in their 2 innings of work. It could be that case. But what we saw yesterday was a scary sight. I thought it was a bit alarming. Holderman fell apart with 2 outs in the 8th, trying to hold a 2-run lead. And then David Bednar didn't even record an out in the 9th inning. And I will get to the fielding mistakes, don't worry. Right now we are focused on the guys that were on the mound. I'm getting a bit tired of hearing, well, he threw great pitches. Don't blame him. Don't blame them. In Bednar's case, he immediately got taken to the wall when Nick Fortes blasted it to right center. And again, I will get to the fielding in a bit, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the ball was taken nearly 400 feet. So maybe it was a good pitch. I don't know. Apparently it wasn't all that great to Nick Fortes, who had no problem taking it to the base of the right center field wall. I'm not a Major League Baseball player. Then Xavier Edwards was intentionally walked. And then the next batter was Kyle Stowers, and he hit the ball so hard it looked like it was shot out of a friggin' cannon. That looked like any of the hard-hit baseballs that we see from O'Neal Cruz or Ellie De La Cruz or really anybody in baseball. That ball was an absolute laser down the right field line. And yeah, I know it was barely fair. Well, the ball was still absolutely tattooed. But, it was a great pitch. Don't fault David. I'm probably not the first person to bring this up, but I feel like the conversation around David Bednar, who I think as a guy, I think is a hell of a guy. That is separate from how things are going on the baseball field. The conversations would be a little bit different if he was from Missouri and not Mars. If he wasn't a guy from our backyard, I think the conversations would go a little differently. I mean, would you agree with that, or do you think I'm off base there?
No, 1,000%. Like, oh, we can't criticize David Bednar. He's a Yinzer. We have this love affair. And look, I'm guilty of it at times too, where we want to bring people back to the city because, oh, they're from here. Or like they would understand what we go through. And David Bednar, it's like we can't criticize him, even though he had an awful spring training, but nobody wants to say it out loud. Everybody just wants to say, oh, he'll be fine. He'll figure it out. And then a 6 ERA last year. Donnie, for me, first impressions can be lasting impressions, and I know it's one of 162, but I feel like I was watching the same thing that I watched over and over and over again last year, especially in Paul Skenes starts, to blow it yet again for that guy.
Yeah, and that doesn't help the narrative that people are looking at from the Paul Skenes scope of things of, man, this guy will probably get pretty frustrated soon enough. And he would be the first, it seems, by the way of his attitude and what he has said and how he has spoken about his time in the majors. He would be the first guy, I would think, Skenes, that is, to say, he wasn't perfect yesterday. He wasn't his dominant self. But a guy that leaves a game in the sixth to just see a 3-run lead wilter away, that can't be a good feeling. And he got used to that at the back end of last season because of the back end of this bullpen, which picked up right where it left off. The fielding was also dire in key moments, and we will go back to that 9th inning. The O'Neal Cruz debacle, completely misplaying that Fortes fly ball. He also failed to hit a cutoff man in an important spot earlier in the game. We knew it would not be a clean transition for O'Neal Cruz in center field. I think we were all just hoping that it would go better than what it did at shortstop, and that's not to say it can't. But you see moments like yesterday, and you can immediately see the inexperience at the position oozing out of the player. He'll have his occasional flash. We saw it a few times late last season when they made that move. We saw it occasionally in spring training. And the man can move like a gazelle, so he can cover a lot of ground, and he can make some difficult plays look not so difficult. I get that. I completely understand the idea of O'Neal Cruz, the center fielder. I'm not saying that it's a failure because of what happened yesterday. I'm just saying we should grow to expect this. We should be watching games and thinking, we don't have a Gold Glove center fielder out there. This isn't Andrew McCutchen in his prime in center field. So we have to take the growing pains that there are with Cruz playing a completely new position, which, of course, they just tossed him right out there in the middle of last season, the latter stages of last season, like it wouldn't be that big of a transition. They did that with another player, too, and we know that this guy has somewhat of a background of first base. We have kind of wondered, really, why he hasn't played more at the position in his rehab stints. That's Endy Rodriguez. He had a gaffe at first base yesterday. And here is where I will blame the organization and not the player as much. Because like I just said, why did he not play first until the final days of spring training? Even if they want to say, well, we want to be sure he's going to make the team. We want to be sure of that. What argument is that? That's what spring training is for. No? Why wouldn't you have a player work there at least a little bit, just in case you think you're going to play him there in a real game? And then, in typical Pirates fashion, they make the kid play there on opening day and act as if he will pick it up like he's Keith Hernandez or Don Mattingly, guys that won a combined 20 Gold Gloves playing at first. Which, by the way, Limits, I'll test you on this one. Do you know who won the American League Gold Glove at first base last season?
Oh,
I was looking at this earlier.
Off the top of my head, was it Carlos Santana?
Yes, it was.
How about that?
Our buddy Carlos Santana.
He had a really good year with the Pirates defensively when he played here.
Yes, he did. That was a move, even though he's an older player. He was, another guy that was mid to late 30s when they brought him in. The dude was very productive, I felt.
And that was
at least
one
for what he was here for.
It was a huge discussion during that season. Like, could Carlos Santana actually win a Gold Glove? And then he goes to Minnesota, and then he does?
Yep. And now he's in Cleveland.
Man,
back where it all started. Carlos Santana was the AL Gold Glove winner at first base last season. But what they do with some of these guys in the field, it's just coaching and management malpractice to me. Like, think of a time where you've played a sport really at any level. It doesn't matter if it was a high level of college athletics or if it was in the pros. Think of a time where you get thrown into a position and you aren't completely comfortable playing there. I mean, I can think of a few times. I'm sure that you out there listening can think of a few times. I'm sure that Austin can think of a few times. Like, you get thrown into a position when you were playing a sport, whether it's Little League or Major League, and if you've never played there before, you're a bit uncomfortable. And if you've never played there in a real meaningful moment, you are usually more prone to making mistakes. But what can we expect out of this group? Because out of nowhere, last season, like we said, they just moved O'Neal Cruz to center field. So why should we have expected them to help out Andy Rodriguez at first base? Really not get a true look at him there in the spring, and then in the final, not even full week, say, well, you know what, he might be our opening day first baseman. Oh, that sounds like a great plan. How much of first base did he play during the spring? We put him there for a game. Okay. We got 2 pass balls from Joey Bart yesterday, both happening in pretty meaningful spots. They're going to have to just live with that, unfortunately, unless they want to try and flip Bart to first base, because Rodriguez, the better defensive catcher, Bart not really known for his defense, but what he did with his bat last season, it's hard to take that away, because this is an offense that will need it. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa didn't have the cleanest game either, and that's a case of me being a little bit more frustrated with the player, because even though shortstop, it's not his usual home, the guy is a super utility man. The book on him is that he's pretty much good on defense anywhere you put him. So in this case, I would expect plus defense from a player like IKF really wherever he's at on the diamond. But in his defense, I expect that he can clean it up more easily than some of the other guys. The offense was typical. 4 hits in the game. 11 strikeouts. It's not really an opening day if the Pirates don't strike out over 10 times. But they didn't make us worry on that. By the way, Andy Rodriguez, 3 strikeouts for him in the opener, so he was struggling on both ends. And we kind of see how that can tie in. If a guy is frustrated with how he is in the field, he performs in that manner, in that mentality at the plate, and vice versa. Brian Reynolds, he was the steady Eddie. He had the big first hit that gave the Pirates a 2-1 lead. Nick Gonzalez went yard, but then he had to exit the game after limping around the bases. So we got to see our old buddy Adam Frazier. No ABs for Adam Frazier, though, but he did get in the game. Noah Hiles, I heard him with the morning guys. He described the Gonzalez thing as a beat-up ankle, but hopefully that does not require an IL stint. Although, I mean, we'll see. I have my doubts that the lineup will be published by the time we are off air at 2 p.m., but I guess we can't be surprised if we see a Frazier start at second base tonight. So you could call it a typical Pirates loss. That's how they opened the 2025 season. Marlins 5, Pirates 4. A game the Pirates led by 3 runs when Paul Skenes exited the game. I want to hear from you out there. Let's vent. After game 1 of 162, did this change the course? Or is it par for the course for Pirates baseball? 412-928-9370. Let's get a few in here before we hit a break. James is in the South Hills. What's going on, James?
Hey, good morning, Donnie. Good job, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What's on your mind?
You know, the Pirates in ownership, especially in management, is ridiculous. So let me be ridiculous just for a second. I told Limits, I said, you know, maybe it's a good thing they lost the first game of the year. And he's like, why? I said, well, the pressure's off now to go 162-0. So they can go 161-1.
They started red hot last season, too.
Right. Why not just move Paul Skenes to catcher, or maybe make him the DH, and put Cruz behind the plate? I mean, just that's how ridiculous the Pirates are. I mean, they don't really deserve to be even almost analyzed. And you know, it doesn't matter if you had Mickey Mouse as the manager. This ownership group and this set of people in charge. You know what? Let me tell you one quick thing. I'm 57 years old, so I was 12 in 1979 when the Pirates were last in the World Series. Mm-hmm. And I was playing Little League Baseball at the time, you know, and I was in baseball heaven. That was nirvana. The Pirates were good every year. They were in the World Series. You know, and if somebody would have told me in 1979 that 45 years later the Pirates would never even be in a World Series, let alone win one, I'd have told them they were crazy. That would never happen. And by God, it did happen. Isn't it crazy?
And, James, I appreciate the call. What sucks there is that they haven't really come close. You could say 1992, so I'll pull that back for a second. But in my lifetime, in 30 years, I think I've given them a pretty good amount of time. Born in the mid-'90s. I just missed out on those early 90s teams. They haven't come close. The biggest joy of my Pirates fandom was them winning a one-game wild card against the Cincinnati Reds in 2013. That's been it. That has been it. So it is very frustrating. 412-928-9370. Ross is in Greensburg. What's going on, Ross?
Hey, not too much. Hey, the level of frustration is just outrageous with this team. They're rudderless. Not only are they rudderless, their sails aren't even up on the ship. You have a manager in Derek Shelton who just appears to be John Russell Part 2 with a personality. I look at O'Neal Cruz, and I have flashbacks of Gregory Polanco, where you have an incredible amount of raw talent, but zero development, and a baseball IQ that rests around 60. I looked at that game yesterday, rewatched it, and almost have PTSD from the flashbacks from last year, especially when Skenes pitches. You have a generational talent that you're wasting. I talked to people like my father and grandfather who grew up in the 50s and 60s, and it's just reminiscent of Ralph Kinder. You have a generational talent, a superstar, with absolutely nothing around him.
Yeah, Ross, that's another good point, too, because Skenes, and people will bring up, like, hey, this guy's going to get pissed off pretty quickly. I can't speak for him, But it does just, it's human nature to be frustrated if you see your work go wasted, even if it's not your best day. It's not like we saw Paul Skenes exit the game after 6 one-hit innings. And after those 6 one-hit innings, we see the Pirates just completely crater. Now, we could see that. I'm sure over the course of 162 games, I'm sure we will see Paul Skenes take a no-hitter or a shutout into inning 6 or 7. And then once he gives up that one hit, we see the bullpen come in and blow it up. I'm not going to rule that out over the course of a 162-game schedule. Fan Hotline, that's where you come in. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I want to get your Pirates thoughts after the first game of the 2025 season, a 5-4 loss in Miami to open things up. What was the most disappointing part to you? The defense, the offense, the bullpen? Was Paul Skenes a little bit disappointing? Whatever it may be, I want to let you vent. Coming up next at 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can hit us at that same number, 412-928-9370. Your calls up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It wasn't a loss, but Sidney Crosby set a new record, 20 consecutive seasons averaging a point per game. That is now the most in NHL history, passing Wayne Gretzky, who had 19 seasons in a row averaging a point per game. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh,
sorts on his face.
Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Hey, it's Jim Costa with Cash the Ticket. It's March, so Mike Valeni and I are all over the tournament again this year. There's just nothing like betting in March. Breakdowns of every region and every game. From conference tournaments to the Final Horn, we'll have the picks and the plays on every single game. Cinderella spotlights, upset alerts, and some of that value for the last team standing. It's tourney time, so hunker down and bet the board with us. Subscribe and listen to Cash the Ticket in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
SpringFest savings start now at Lowe's, so don't miss out. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And save up to $10 on select lawn care products. Shop these can't-miss spring deals now. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Bucko Baseball is here, and you need beer. That means you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet. How about this? Icy Light, 30-pack cans, just $21.99. That's cheap. Icy. Iron City Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and you need to be opening some ice-cold beer. So drive a little, save a lot, best customer service, best prices. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Pompliani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our six-pack, that's brought to you by Bet365. It's a good sound, especially on a Friday. Donnie Chedrick in for Pomp and Joe. Pomp not usually in on Fridays anyway. Joe on a golf course somewhere. He is in Florida, right? That's where he went?
He is, Donnie, minus football.
Okay.
No football until August.
Yes, until August.
That's right. Joe makes such a huge deal of that.
Austin Bechtold with me behind the glass. Good show lined up for you. That's where you can come in, though, as well at 412-928-9370. Talking about the Buccos, Game 1 of 2025. It felt more like Game 163 of 2024. If you watched that game yesterday, just more of the same. More of the same in the frustrating spots. They couldn't get timely hits. They made mistakes defensively. The back end of the bullpen blew up. Same old song and dance. 412-928-9370. Mark in Fort Lauderdale. He was at the game yesterday. What's up, Mark?
It was a great atmosphere yesterday. I've been a Pirate fan since '68. My dad was an usher behind Clemente at Ford Field. And I was there in '93 when Charlie Huff towed the rubber for the Marlins their first game. So I enjoyed both clubs. The Pirates obviously number one, but the Marlins are 1A, and it was a great atmosphere. But I wanted to ask you, Donnie, it didn't look to me like Gonzalez is going to be able to play for a little bit. Do you think they're going to reach down to Nick York or Valdez, who had a great spring, or is Billy Cook a possibility? Who do you see coming up if they have to put Gonzalez on the IL? And the other thing is, tonight they're going to face the pitcher that was the best pitcher for the Marlins this spring, Connor Gillespie, a kid who had a great college career at Virginia Commonwealth, drafted by the Orioles, but just didn't fit in with Cleveland's number situation. So I don't think it's going to be an easier task tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking any of these games as easy, especially given what the Pirates have at the plate. I mean, it doesn't matter to me what pitcher they are really facing. I'm not going to view a single game as a game that the Pirates' offense will explode for 10-plus runs. When it comes to what will happen if Gonzalez has to go on the IL, I think Nick York would be the first name I would call. They have multiple options, though. This is an organization that if they don't have anything else besides pitching, they certainly have middle infielders that they can call upon when an injury takes place. But, yeah, that's a little bit worrisome because Gonzalez had one of the few bright spots of yesterday, and he gets hurt in the process. 412-928-9370. Mike is in Homestead. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning, man?
What do you got?
Oh, man. Well, let's put it this way. At least about your first or second caller, I can absolutely relate. Also 57. I can remember in 79 watching Omar Moreno catch that and winning the World Series. And little did I know, or little did I think that 50 years later, almost a half century, if you think about that we still would not have anything. With the Pirates are getting exactly what they paid for, and that was nothing. Okay? This is exactly why year after year after year, let's hope they bring him up. Let's hope that they do this. And they never do. And I'll get off after this. I'm just generalizing with all of the sports team in Pittsburgh. What has happened? Okay? You got the Fenway group. The Penguins have not made the playoffs. You have, do we need to even go anything about the Nuttings? And now the Steelers as well. If you think about it, has COVID eaten through their brain on making sound calls? Derek Shelton, okay, I guarantee on any other Major League Baseball team in all of Major League Baseball, what is his record since he's been a Pirate? He would be fired in any other organization. It begins at ownership. I'm tired as a Pirate fan year after year living on hope. You don't win games on hope. You have to hope that they make the right decision. If they're having to do that, my God, don't you think it's time for a change? But how do you make that change when you have an owner that refuses to do anything? I wish the league can intervene. to be honest with you. And I'll let you go.
Yeah, Mike, I think there's a lot of people that share that sentiment. If the league could intervene, that would be the best thing for the Pirates and their fans. You bring up Derek Shelton's record. Yeah, he would have been out of here on, I would say, pretty much any other club in baseball. He has a winning percentage of .415. That is one of the worst of the modern era. I've looked at this before, and we're only one game into 2025, and it, with a loss, did not get any better. I think it should have been time after last season. You could have had a clean break of Shelton and Cherington, who I think is also as big a problem as anybody, because for as much as people point to, well, we know Bob Nutting isn't giving him a lot to play with, he very rarely has pulled the correct strings when he does make some decisions. So I think there are issues at all three levels. Major ones. Obviously, the owner, a huge issue. But the GM and the manager are also not worthy of being in their positions for another season. But it looks like that's what we are going to have to deal with here. 412-928-9370. Rob is up next. What's going on, Rob?
I was going to say good morning, Mr. Chedrick, but it's more like a bummed out morning. Same age group as the last couple callers. 79, I was 15. I guess we kind of took it for granted, man. The Steelers were winning, Super Bowls. Panthers were winning national championship. Pirates were winning World Series, and I guess we kind of had that kind of childhood where we thought this was going to go on forever. And it's just so sad. I mean, I got out of the car yesterday and got home, and 4-1, and I did some things at home, and then I turned on the radio, and the game was still on. I'm like, oh, this isn't good. Because it should have been over, and then it was 4-4, and I'm like, don't blow it, and it was true. I mean, Bednar is washed. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. He's done. He's done. I don't know whether it's just because he's a Pittsburgh guy or what. Why they keep rolling him out there? He's done. I hate to say it. Goodbye.
Yeah, Rob, we had that conversation a little bit earlier. I do wonder, you have to wonder, it's only fair to wonder, as ridiculous or as silly as it sounds, would the conversations and would the moves with that player be different if he wasn't from Pittsburgh? Or really a town right next to us? If I was in the major leagues or Austin was in the major leagues and we played for the Pirates, would it be treated, like, how would it be treated because we are Pittsburgh guys? I feel like that's a real conversation that we have to have about Bednar. Like, the treatment of him would be different if he was not from Mars, if he was not a Western Pennsylvania kid. And again, I think he's a hell of a dude, personally, but it's fair to be really concerned with how he has played last season, this spring, and now to start 2025.
It's really concerning because this is starting to become a pattern, Donnie. And when it's this long of a prolonged period, and I feel like some of those same faults could be thrown at Colin Holderman, too. And I think he gets a decent amount of criticism, and I think that will continue to grow. And we've seen previous relievers for the Pirates kind of get crushed because of just a lack of success. I do think that people are hesitant, though, to rip Bednar. Just maybe they will sound – and look, I like the guy, too. I love what he represents. I love that he's a Yinzer just like the rest of us. There's no denying that. But if you're just, trying to take the emotion out of it, and you're just talking from a pure baseball perspective, he has not been good enough to be the closer of this team. And, I don't know about you, but when they were in the seventh inning, it's a 2-run game, and then you see, all right, here comes Holderman, here comes Bednar. I was immediately holding my breath, and it's game number 1. Just because of what we've seen over the past year, and that neither of them, Holderman had an okay spring. Neither of them really proved that those yips or jitters, whatever you want to call it, they've moved past it.
50-minute mark on the Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And to that point, we are holding our breath on game one. Game one. And we knew, too, because leading up to it, really even up to the game, I know that in the scrum yesterday, Jason Mackey questioned Derek Shelton, hey, if the Pirates have the lead in the ninth inning or it's a tie in the ninth inning, are we going to see David Bednar? And Shelton said, I don't know. He said that pretty much all spring, that he didn't come right out and say that David Bednar would be the team's closer, that he would be the guy that you see in the highest of high leverage situations. And he's 0 for 1. He failed his very first assignment in this case. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 412-928-9370. Michael in Monroeville. What's going on, Michael?
Not much. Thanks for taking my call, Donnie. And frankly, also, congratulations on your engagement.
Oh, thank you.
Good guy. So I guess the definition of insanity, right, is doing the same thing, expecting different results. I don't know why I was optimistic going into game one yesterday, especially after a 4-1 lead. But especially with O'Neal Cruz. One of my things, and I don't pretend to know baseball as well as I probably should, but isn't it to be great, basketball players, if they want to be great shooters, they're taking 100 free throw shots every day, right? What in the offseason could O'Neal Cruz have done other than maybe Dominican ball? Like, doesn't he have somebody that could give him situations and hit fly balls to him? Like, give him position. Like, what do they do for the 4 or 5 months when the season's over? I don't pretend to know that, but, I remember as in Keener League, like, I would catch 50 fly balls in practice. Or stay late, go early. Like, some of this is on, I think, O'Neal, but also with Derek Shelton, I mean, it's just very bad management, and Endy's the same way. You don't put Endy at first base in the last preseason game and expect him to, go back to college days where he knows first base.
Yeah, Michael, and to what you're saying there, those guys have some experience playing the positions they are now at. But it is just so minimal in the grand scheme of things. O'Neal Cruz dating all the way back his whole organizational makeup of where he has played defensively. He has well over 200 innings in the outfield. If you recall, they had him experiment with that when he was in the minor leagues. They even had him experiment with that. Not in a game setting, but at least in batting practice and such when he was on the major league roster. They pulled the trigger last season. They put him out there in center field. Endy Rodriguez, he has over 300 innings in his life at first base. But I still think it's different when it's guys that are there. It's a spot where they haven't played there in a while or they're just not used to playing there. Like, that was the case with Endy yesterday. Okay, the guy has played first before, but it's been a while. He had a major injury that he's recovering from. And now, well, okay, we didn't play him really there at all in the spring, and now we're ready to toss him right in there on opening day? That's just a tough sell for me. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. You can also hit us up on Twitter at 937thefan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll keep taking more of your calls as the show goes on, but coming up, Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. He joins us. But we'll keep taking those calls on the Buccos if you want to keep talking about them a little bit later on. But Ray Fittipaldo up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bauer Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller will take the mound for the Pirates. Second game of a 4-game series in Miami tonight. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 6 o'clock, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next live bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with a live odds boost token. Simply add a live tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, March 29th. The Riverhounds host the Birmingham Legion at 7 p.m. It's Dance Moms Night with a special appearance by Melissa Gassoni. Tickets start at $22. Get yours at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates and Marlins will do it again today as the Buccos look to try to avenge what once was a 4-2 lead. 4-10, it's a 7-10 first pitch, I should say, as the Bucs take on the Marlins. And our coverage on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 6 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you. Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Before we get to our friend Ray Fittipaldo, who you see if you were watching on our YouTube feed, Ray, who is on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I know we'll keep talking about the Buccos as the show goes on. Austin, somebody I do want to give credit to for how they performed in Game 1. Somebody who I got on a lot last season, and I wasn't alone. I thought Brian Hayes actually played a pretty nice game.
Yeah.
Defensively, Andy had a hit.
I thought he was solid. He had the first hit of the season for the Pirates, so I'll give him credit for that.
And defensively, he helped turn a big double play in the late innings. So I do want to give some credit there where it's due. But now we do chat with our pal Ray Fittipaldo, who is brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG, your home team. Ray, before we get to football, did you get a chance to watch your Buccos yesterday?
I did, Donnie, and about the 8th and 9th inning, I thought I was watching a replay from last year. Holderman blowing a hold and then Bednar blowing a save. So
yeah, it was very reminiscent of what we were used to seeing in late 2024, Ray. So I don't know. It's Game 1. I don't want to overreact. They do play a lot of these. But I guess they can't go 162-0 this season like we all may have hoped. Ray, the latest update on Aaron Rodgers is that the Vikings, as of 2 nights ago, they're not completely out on this. They said, yeah, they want J.J. McCarthy as their quarterback, but they'll keep that avenue open for Rodgers if something changes. Are we really any closer to this than we were 7 days ago, 14 days ago, even 21 days ago, Ray?
I mean, first off, what a way to build confidence in your young quarterback if you're the Minnesota Vikings. I don't get – I mean, that whole thing I think is holding up this entire process. So I've kind of given up guessing on when Rodgers is going to decide. I guess, you know, like the showman in Rodgers says, well, watch that April 9th date because that's when the McAfee show is in Pittsburgh. I don't know. Are we really to that point where this is going to be announced on – like a television show? So I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're any closer. I mean, if you had to ask me right now, I still think it's going to be Rodgers, but I've just given up trying to guess when it's going to take place.
And this isn't a shot at McAfee and the boys. You know, they're having their big night out on April the 9th. It's sold out in, I think, under 30 minutes, which is another credit to them. If something like that actually happened, Ray, wouldn't that just be an awful look for a pro football team?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the LeBron James, the big announcement on ESPN, right? What was that 15 years ago, whenever that was, when he went to Cleveland, or he went from Cleveland to Miami. Yeah, so I don't know. You would think if the Steelers had anything to say about that, they would put the kibosh on it, but I don't know that they have anything to say. I mean, listen, if Aaron Rodgers signs with them, I don't think the Steelers are going to stand in his way of doing his weekly appearances on Pat's show. I mean, the Steelers themselves have people who go on Pat's show. So, I don't know. Buckle up. We might be in for some drama here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think that's something that some people have wondered, Ray. How much would they let Rodgers do his typical Aaron Rodgers stuff? Well, I've kind of come around to, if Aaron Rodgers does sign with the Steelers, they're not going to stop anything. I mean, they're already kind of chasing this guy around like he's an elementary school crush, and if he ends up choosing them, they have to put up with his schedule and whatever he likes to do, as odd as some of it may be.
Well, I mean, he does it on Tuesdays, on his day off, and honestly, if you're Mike Tomlin, Donnie, could it be any worse than having Ben Roethlisberger do his show like at 11 on your station, and then have Mike have to follow him and like answer questions in his press conference about what Ben said? So I think Mike sort of probably views it as, hey, I've been through this before. I'm sure I can handle it if it's Aaron Rodgers this time.
Now, what about when it comes down to things like OTAs and mandatory minicamp, and even when it gets to training camp? If Rodgers wants to hang out in Egypt like he did last season with the Jets instead of being at mandatory minicamp, are the Steelers going to bow down to that? I think that's another question that people have.
I think there's, probably a professional courtesy there. I don't know the details of why Rodgers went to Egypt last year. I'm assuming that was pre-scheduled, before he knew he was going to be a Jet. Or maybe there was a mix-up in the schedules. I don't exactly know what happened there. But from a professional courtesy standpoint, if you have other obligations travel-wise, I would assume you would do it in OTAs and you would be there for the mandatory part. Because I think Aaron knows, and the Steelers certainly know, that an absence like that would cause some ripples and some waves. I mean, we went through it last year. Cam Hayward didn't show up for, I think, the first or second OTA, and people thought it was the end of the world. Then he showed up, and, he was a captain, and he did what he had to do. So I'm not even saying Aaron Rodgers would be a captain, but as the quarterback of a football team, I think being there for the mandatory stuff is, that should be expected.
After the season, Ray, we heard Art Rooney, too, talk about how he wanted to have one of the two quarterbacks from last season back, whether it be Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, and that didn't happen. How do you think that all played out? Do you think it truly was their plan to have one of those two guys back? And did the conversation ever waver after Rooney came out and said that, to say, well, do we want either of these two guys back? And they had more of a conversation about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we know Fields was their number one choice. And then after he went to the Jets, I think everything just became, okay, let's reevaluate this. Can Russell Wilson get along and be productive within the structure that we have here? Okay. Should we go after Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers was just released. So I think those conversations take place after Justin Fields is no longer an option. And really, Donnie, it's going to make for some really interesting Q&As down there at the owners' meetings in a couple of days. I think Mike is meeting with the local media on Saturday, and I think Omar, and then I assume Art also will have an opportunity to speak, I think either Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. That those meetings go on for 3 or 4 days. So, we'll see what those guys have to say. But, yeah, obviously something changed there from late January until that second week of March when Rodgers became available.
When did the Aaron Rodgers thing start to become a reality or a possibility for you? Like, just your inkling as somebody who covers the team or is a fan of the team, whatever it may be in that case. But in your case, you've been covering them for years now. For me, when they made that trade for DK Metcalf, part of me felt they might have an interest in Aaron Rodgers now more than they did 5 minutes ago. So, like, when was it for you that it flipped, that thought Aaron Rodgers, Steelers quarterback, was a real possibility?
I think probably a few days before the legal tampering period, when the deal with Justin wasn't going to get done before, noon on that Monday. You start thinking, okay, is he really going to go to the Jets? And then I think, around that time, I thought it was really going to be, a point of discussion. Just being around that team all year, knowing the stories that were reported, with Russell's relationships, not necessarily among the players. I think that was very solid, but just working, game planning. Here's what I want to do. This is what you want to do. We're not really on the same page. At that point when Justin left, it was like, okay, can we really do this again with Russell when we kind of know what it was? And then I think, Darnold became in play for a day, and then Rodgers, and here we are now, 3.5 weeks later, and we're still kind of in the same boat.
Talking to Ray Fittipaldo, he covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette. It is 11:16 right now. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Ray, you put out your recent full 7-round Steelers mock draft earlier, and I got to say I am all in on the guy you had at 21st overall. I think that would be maybe not like a dream scenario, but that's probably the top name for me that the Steelers could call at this point at 21.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that all the national media is on the quarterback and all the local media, it seems, they're going to take D-line. I don't know who's going to be right. Donnie, until they have a quarterback signed, I suppose a quarterback could be in play, anywhere, even including 21. But I think back to that playoff game in January, how they were embarrassed, and just knowing how Omar and Andy want to build this football team. They've addressed offensive line in their first 2 drafts, and now I think it's time for the defensive line to be addressed too. So we'll see how it unfolds. They got a lot of needs. Running back is a need. Receivers maybe on the back burner a little bit since the Metcalf trade, but I went D-line in my first 3 mock drafts. I got one more. I'm going to write that one as soon as the top 30 visits are over, and nothing has changed my mind since January that it's going to be a D lineman.
Yeah, Kenneth Grant being that player at 21st overall, the defensive lineman from Michigan. Now, some people a little bit alarmed, Ray, because the Steelers did not have a huge presence at Kenneth Grant's pro day because they had that meeting with Aaron Rodgers last week. So how much do you hold that into account? More so the idea of if they bring Kenneth Grant in for one of those official visits, I think that's a lot more serious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like if he comes in for a top 30 visit, then you'll know that, he's definitely someone that they're seriously thinking about. I don't know this. I know Mike and Omar had to stay back, but I'm assuming the Steelers had some people at Michigan's pro day. So it's not like they ignored that totally. And so just watch those visits. I think they've done 8 or 10 so far. It's pretty evenly divided between D linemen, running backs, receivers, and quarterbacks right now. So, we'll see how it plays out. They got about 20, 22 more. So those will be very telling in the process about, who they might be drafting here in another month or so.
I was told that it might have been Terrell Austin that was at Michigan's pro day. I mean, he wouldn't really have to be there for the meeting with Aaron Rodgers, so I guess that would make some sense, and that's certainly a big wig in the Steelers headquarters.
And listen, they could have gone, I don't know if they did this or not, but they could have gone the night before, wined and dined those guys, and just flew back whenever they found out they had to meet with Rodgers too. So it's not like they were totally ignoring Michigan's pro day. That's a staple on their pro day tour, just like Ohio State, Notre Dame, and all the other big ones too.
They were at another big one the other day, Ohio State's pro day. Now, you don't have any Ohio State players being selected by the Steelers, but it did seem like they had their eyes on quite a few prospects from the Buckeyes, which is a program that just spits out pro players every single season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the 2 running backs, I think if they still had second-round pick, Donnie, I think Henderson and Judkins, you'd be talking a lot more about them. I just don't there's no way Henderson is going to be there in round 3. Now, Judkins, he ran so well at the Combine. I have a hard time believing he'd be there at 83 too. So, dealing that second-round pick to Metcalf really does take a lot of guys out of play. Like, in my second mock draft, I had them taking Alfred Collins, another D tackle. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of guys like in that 30 to 60 or 75 range who, the Steelers aren't going to be in play for now unless they trade back in. So that's the tough part about doing this particular mock draft. We'll see if they make a deal before draft day to get another pick back. But it's harder to fill those holes knowing that they dealt away 2 picks to acquire DK Metcalf.
Do you think they want to work their way back into the second round?
I mean, at the right price. I mean, you're not going to give away George Pickens for, what you don't think he's worth. I mean, that would be silly. But yeah, I think if there's an opportunity there for them to recoup a pick, I think they would definitely think long and hard about it.
If a team offers them a pick in the 50s, whether it's the low 50s or the upper 50s, do you think they would take that? Let's say it's draft night. Let's say it is night 2 of the draft, and a team says, you know what, we will trade the, I don't even know what team is picking at the 54th overall pick. We'll trade that for George Pickens. Yeah,
I don't know what they're thinking on that. If you're asking me, my personal opinion, I would do that in a heartbeat. And listen, they've never been afraid to trade receivers before. So just knowing their history there, I would not discount that possibility happening on draft day.
Now, the other thing with DK Metcalf's contract, it's not quite what we heard or was reported right off the bat. The contract is a little bit wonky to where it's really only 2 years, I believe, in Pittsburgh where they can kind of get out of it after that, or all of the guarantees are out the window after that. It's not what we were told, a 5-year deal for Metcalf when that trade first got reported.
Yeah, but they did guarantee him a lot of money. I think that's, usually they would just guarantee the first year. Just the way the business is going now, Donnie, you almost have to acquire and sign guys like that. They sort of did that with TJ Watt a few years ago for the first time. Now they're doing it with DK Metcalf. It's just a sign of the time. So they are guaranteeing him more money. I forget what the cap hit would be if they had to walk away from that after just 2 years, but it would be quite significant, Donnie. So I think the Steelers plan on DK being around for a while. Yeah, there's that out after year 2, but I think they would be penalized pretty heavily there, I think, in terms of a dead cap hit if they did decide to get rid of him after the second year.
You do have them taking a wide receiver late in the draft, so not really somebody that would come in here and make an immediate impact. How do you think they feel about their receiver room right this minute?
Well, I mean, right now with George and DK on the outside, you would hope Calvin Austin can be a solid 4. Roman Wilson, takes that step to become a 4 or a 5. They really don't have a true 3, if you ask me. Maybe Calvin Austin can step into that role. I don't really view him that way. I think he's a solid player, but I don't know that his long-term upside is going to be as a strong number 3. So they're still a little bit light there. But, yeah, I mean, in terms of starters and quality targets on the outside, I think it's one of the top rooms in the AFC now. When you talk about talent, now we need George to pick it up and, kind of play every week and play to his potential. If that happens, they're going to be more than solid.
Should we have any sort of expectation of Roman Wilson being a real contributor?
I mean, you would hope so. Just going back to last year's pre-draft process, Mike Tomlin spent a lot of time with him at the Senior Bowl. He came in here for a visit. They liked him. He got hurt early, never really recovered, got hurt again. So maybe you give him a pass there. But, you certainly expect him to take another step. And he's not a young guy. I mean, I think he stayed for, 4 years at Michigan. And, he's mature. And I think he's going to have an opportunity to, prove that the Steelers were right in selecting him in the 3rd round.
You also have the Steelers, and you've done this a couple of times in your mocks leading up to the 25 draft. You have them doubling up again at defensive line in this one. Kenneth Grant was the 21st overall pick, and then C.J. West, the defensive lineman from Indiana, in the 5th round. Should we pretty much expect that? We've heard so much about how deep the defensive line group is, and the Steelers certainly hurting at that position on the field. We've also seen a tendency from Omar Khan, Andy Weidel on draft weekend to double up at a particular position. They've done it in their first 2 drafts. Should we pretty much expect that defensive line will be addressed not once but twice?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if you want to say expect. I mean, Donnie, their moves in free agency with D linemen were so minor. I mean, Aquale started some games last year for the Patriots, but that was the first time he's ever started games in the NFL. I think he's 30, 31 years old.
Mm-hmm.
They made another minor signing. I mean, no one's like cheering that they re-signed Loudermilk. We don't know what's going to happen with Leal. You know, he's coming off an injury. So, yeah, I think everything points to them probably selecting 2. But again, when you trade draft picks the way they did to get Metcalf, you know, you do have other needs. So if they had 8 picks, I would say, yeah, double down definitely. But now that you have fewer, it's less of a possibility, but I still went with it in this mock.
Seems like Isaiah Loudermilk and James Pierre, those guys have more lives than a cat, Ray. Like, they are just on the Steelers roster at some point every season.
What about Daniel McCullers? Didn't McCullers come back like 6 or 7 years? He kept signing.
Yeah, he hung around for a while.
Yeah,
man, that was a massive body that didn't pan out. That dude was a monster, like his frame.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Loudermilk, I understood the pick. He's got the frame. He hasn't developed yet. Bring him back for 1 more year. I don't think his spot on the roster is secure. I mean, the Pierre thing, I don't think they view him as a guy that's going to play a lot in their defense, but he's a really good gunner, and you do need special teams players. I think, you know, they like him in that role, and I think that's the reason that he's back.
83rd overall pick, Ray. You have the Steelers taking a quarterback, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. His stock has been rising a bit. Now, he's an older player. He's already, 24 or 25 years old. He's not quite Brandon Weeden, but he's close enough to it. Do you think he is like the leader in the clubhouse, though, for that middle tier of quarterback in this draft? Or how do you view how those guys kind of hash out?
No, I think the Steelers are doing their homework on a lot of those guys. And I think they're probably going to let some things, you know, fall. I don't think they're going to reach for a quarterback. But, I mean, let's face it. They had to trade up to get Mason Rudolph in the 3rd round. So quarterbacks come up draft boards all the time. You know, people say wait to the 4th round. Donnie, that would be ideal. But a lot of times, it's the most important position on a football team, and these guys get pushed up. And in terms of the age, I'm not concerned about the age as much as I am about the injuries. The injuries are a real concern. You bounced around a bunch of colleges because of that. So that's a real thing. And you do have to get comfortable with that. I'm sure when he came in, you know, the doctors gave him a once over and, you know, checked them out. But, to me, the age for a quarterback, I mean, those guys play, you know, 12, 15 years if you're any good. The injuries are, you know, what would concern me.
Limits, do you care if I ask Ray a few free association questions?
Donnie, I would love you to.
I won't really be quite to the Starkey level, Ray. Don't worry. Percentage chance as of right now, Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers' Week 1 starting quarterback.
Man, I think I said 60 last week. I'll still stick with 60, but who knows?
Will the Steelers go back on that if Aaron Rodgers requests to wear number 12?
They won't give him 12.
What if he wants number 0?
Are quarterbacks allowed to wear 0?
I actually don't know the rule. They're allowed to wear 1, and I know that they are afraid to give that number out. I guess they just have a favor to pay to Gary Anderson.
When I was a kid, there was a guy by the name of Jim Otto who was 00. He was a center.
One of the all-time greats.
Kenny Burroughs was a receiver for the Houston Oilers, also 00. You don't see too many of that.
So what if, and it does sound ridiculous me saying it, and I don't think Rodgers will do it, but, I mean, you can't put anything past the guy. What if he said, I will only sign here if you let me wear one of your restricted numbers, 0, 1, or 12? You think they'd actually tell him to get lost?
No, I mean, who cares about 0 or 1? I mean, give him that. But to me, if you're going to give him 12, you would have to, like, get Bradshaw involved, see if it would be okay with him. Like, that's like 32, 12, 58.
They got a lot of they have a lot of unofficial retired numbers.
those are special numbers. And
they gave Pouncey's number to a guy that couldn't even play center right away.
I know, but I don't know, Donnie. I mean, I'm 52 years old, and I got a sweet spot for those guys from the 70s. Don't give away 12, 32, 58. Those are special numbers.
He's going to have to hash out number 8 between Kenny Pickett, Tommy Maddox, and Corliss Waitman.
Yeah, I think we're okay with number 8.
Thank you, Ray.
All right, Donnie. I'll talk to you next week.
There we go. Ray Fittipaldo. Check out his stuff at the Post-Gazette. A good 7-round mock from Ray. I didn't give away every single pick, but some of them I am certainly a fan of. Kenneth Grant, 21st overall, would be enticing to me. 412-928-9370. Get back to some of your Pirates calls here. I still see a few folks on the line. You can also hit us up on the fan text line at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get back out to some of those calls here. Steve is in Moon and wants to talk Buccos. What's up, Steve?
Yes. How you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Good. What do you got?
Good. So with Derek Shelton, I just wondering, when he's going to take accountability for pretty much anything. They just got out of spring training, and to have a half dozen either errors or defensive miscues is unacceptable. I mean, what were the guys doing down there at the beach and watching movies all day? I mean, this is where you're supposed to hash out all the little kinks, and I know you guys talked about Cruz and Rodriguez, but even Joey Bart, the 2 pass balls, Felter with his miscues. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you got to iron out at spring training so it just doesn't happen. So I don't know. I mean, you guys have touched on a lot of that, but I don't think Shelton, he just basically, all right, guys, it's all right, we'll get him next time, type of attitude, and just doesn't take ownership or accountability for anything. So.
Yeah, Steven, some of the other stuff that I've seen is, well, would you rather have the Pirates work out the kinks now and be running on all defensive cylinders by the middle of the season? Well, yeah, sure, I would, but here's the problem with that. I have my doubts that if they do try to work out the kinks now, they will still be trying to work out those same ones midway through the season. Like, it's not a guarantee to me that their defense will get that much better. That's what's sad. Because over the course of season by season under this regime, it's not really giving me confidence that the Pirates defense will be that much better midway through the season because it's not good right now. Gary is in the North Hills. What's going on, Gary?
Hi, Donnie. Happy Friday. Hey, I've been hearing all the chatter about the Pirates today. We watched the game last night, and I'm not trying to excuse some of the sloppy play. Absolutely not. But one thing I haven't heard is that, the bottom of the 8th inning here, there were 2 guys on, 2 outs. It was a 3-2 count, and a pitch that was clearly, not on the borderline, was clearly a strikeout called a ball. We get that call, innings over, the number of pitches in the 8th inning are cut down dramatically, and we head into the top of the 9th up 2 runs. That pivotal point, I think these guys battled, and again, I'm not discounting the sloppy play, but I just want to make sure we give them credit for what they did do, and I think some of this was out of their hands, and I think we got a bad call, and it really turned the game for us in a bad way.
Yeah, Gary, I know that exact pitch you're talking about. It was I think 1-2 count. Holderman on the mound in the 8th inning. There were 2 outs, and the pitch was right there. I mean, it wasn't quite right down the middle, but it was certainly in the strike zone, and it was missed. That's where I think maybe you get those robo-umps into play here. You can still have the human body behind a home plate, but a robo-ump would not miss that call. And like Gary said, the Pirates would go into the 9th inning with a 2-run lead instead of a tie game, and that could be a whole lot different coming out of things. 412-928-9370. If you want to sound off on the Pirates from yesterday, the phone lines are open, 412-928-9370. 9370. We'll get into a little college hoops coming up next as well. Bob Walk will join the conversation in about 90 minutes' time. He will react to what we saw yesterday in Miami. We will check in on one of the big pro days going on around college football as well. That's all coming up right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins will do it again today as the Buccos will try to avenge yesterday's loss after having a 4-2 lead, but the Pirates ultimately not being able to win it, giving up 3 combined runs in the 8th and 9th inning. The Bucs will play the Marlins at 7:10, and our coverage on The Fan will begin at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running.
Grand slam for Brian Reynolds.
Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skenes.
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So much for Deion Sanders throwing his weight around. Only a few months ago, Coach Prime said he would get involved and steer his son Shedeur away from certain NFL teams. Thursday, he said the opposite, saying he would be happy wherever Shedeur is drafted. Not all teams were projecting Shedeur in the first round, and he'd be lucky to go anywhere. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Now, your big ideas don't have to wait. They have everything they need to come to life because Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas. A technology that loves expanding your business and evolving your passion. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Cloudy with a shower or two this afternoon, the high 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hello. So many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food and drink to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Vicini Distributing Company would like to ask everyone who raises a pie today to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Just $1 can provide 5 meals to a neighbor in need. We're thankful for your support of our craft beers and would like to thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause. On behalf of all of us at Vicini Distributing Company, thank you and cheers.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit mountpleasantwindow.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with this great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit Target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your amazing generosity during our 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. With your help, we were able to provide 258,375 meals to our neighbors in need through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. A special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway, Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's. That always is a huge day here at the station for all of our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations. It can be a stressful day for guys like us, Austin. You know, with you producing this show, me producing in the afternoon, Harry Callis producing in the morning, it can be stressful for us because we are trying to line up that day to be loaded. Oh, yeah. With guests, either athletes, current and former, people from the food bank, people that give back. But it always ends up working out in the end. We put together, I feel, some pretty loaded shows all across the board.
We did, and I know Joe and I were very proud of it, and we discussed it a lot afterwards because, we had a guest every segment, and we ended up bringing Kenny Regan in as well.
Yeah, that was a big one.
That was awesome from Bar 31. So, it really is a day to be able to give back, and we talk about how Pittsburgh is really like a big city, small town vibe to it, it's really not that big of a city, all things considered. It's seemingly so many people know each other from regardless of where it is. So it is really good to see every single time they're able to do something like this, the response from the people in the city that give back.
One of the other small towns in this state, not necessarily in Pittsburgh, it's quite a drive away. That is Loretto, and that is where St. Francis University is located. And they made some news earlier this week, making the move from Division I to Division III. The NCAA tournament, 2 games against Waynesburg and Teal and Grove City within a few years. That is the reality that teams and players and coaches are facing at St. Francis. And that's no knock against those D3 schools I mentioned. Listen, I love the President's Athletic Conference. Austin and I cover a lot of games in that conference. We attended one of those schools that I mentioned. But that is just to paint a picture for you of how the change is going. St. Francis basketball played a game against Maryland this season. Maryland played in the Sweet 16 last night. And in a few years, they will be playing a game against Geneva. It's a pretty drastic change for a program, and multiple programs, every single sport, every single coach and athlete, the sports info department, the funding, all of it, a huge, massive change. Rob Krimmel resigned as the head coach of St. Francis basketball yesterday. You can't blame the guy at all. You can't blame a single player, a single athlete for either transferring or decommitting, because that is a massive change that just took place. Not only did they drop from Division I, they didn't just drop to Division II, which I know people wondered if that would be, why couldn't that be the change? They dropped down completely. And I did find it interesting. We had Rob Krimmel on last week before St. Francis played in that first 4 matchup, which has ended up being one of the most entertaining games of the entire NCAA tournament, and it was the very first game in Dayton. And the guys brought up to him competing at the Division I level, NIL, budget, things of that nature, and he said, we don't have an NIL budget. Not at all. There are $0 in our NIL budget. And that makes things difficult nowadays in college athletics. If you are a Division I program, if you do not have a dime in the name, image, and likeness budget. So we're going to see a mass exodus, I would think, where you see almost every single coach, player, staff member, maybe even that sports info staff I mentioned. You have to anticipate a school like that thinking a lot of us, or a lot of them, are going to be out of here. And you can't really blame a single one of them for it because of how massive of a change this is. Given the landscape of college athletics, it feels like St. Francis will pretty much have to build things from the ground up. Maybe not entirely, but close. On the other hand, this is a huge get for the President's Athletic Conference. And Austin, we call games for the conference. You and I have done some games on TV locally. I do a lot of games for the conference's main network. I've called St. Vincent football games for almost a decade now, going on year 8 of calling St. Vincent football games. So I'm going to praise the work done by the PAC, Joe Onderco, and he was on with you the other night. And I'm not even sure how all of this came to be or what all was done, but you talked to him the other night. So how did he sort of paint the picture of everything happening with St. Francis?
Well, I'll let you hear it, Donnie, and then I'll expound upon it a little bit. This was the PAC Commissioner, Joe Onderco.
I was approached in probably early October, I would say, by a consultant that deals with a lot of Division I schools. And in fact, it was confidential enough. They didn't even want to let me know who they were representing, first of all. So we kind of established some ground rules on how we were going to deal with this. And then basically they, introduced the folks at St. Francis to us, which, brought about some discussions. We gathered information. And then they came and presented at our PAC President's Council meeting in December at the Duquesne Club. After that and a lot of discussion, our presidents voted unanimously to bring them in. And then it was just a question of when and how do you best announce this? And is the one thing you've seen is, this is such an emotional topic for so many people on both sides of it. There really is no perfect time to do it. But I think they felt like they needed to find time that had the least disruption possible. And so rather than doing it, say, in January, which would have been right in the middle of basketball season, decided to wait until now. And I think looking back on it, when you look at the incredible run that the Red Flash men's basketball program had, winning the NEC and going to March Madness for the first time since 1991, that was absolutely the correct call on their part to go forward with the announcement now.
Man, so Joey O kept this under his cap a little bit.
How about that? And I've interviewed him from October on once or twice and wasn't tipped off at all. And I asked a question, are you thinking about adding anybody? Is it possible? And I did not hear anything. This was a shocker to me. And I talked to a lot of people around the conference. Radio silence. Not even like, hey, this might be happening. Hey, just a little nod towards Loretto or anything. No idea that this was coming down. So they did a really good job of hiding this secret.
I called the PAC Women's Basketball Championship game less than a month ago. It was March 1st. It was the first Saturday of March. And I interviewed Joe at halftime. And that's just always kind of a question I throw in there of, hey, any sort of expansion news, whatever, because we do know that they are notably losing, at least in football, Carnegie Mellon,
right,
which was a big loss for them. But just kind of flew under the radar there. So, I mean, credit to Joe, not coming out until the time that they wanted the announcement to take place. I'm not saying that he should have told us that this was happening. I still think it is a very good get for the conference. But, man, to have this under hat for 2 to 3 months, really. And then,
since October. They were talked about this in October.
Yeah, and I guess it wasn't. Yeah, and I guess it wasn't proposed to them officially until December.
Right, when they officially voted on it.
So to have that under wraps for that long, and then the basketball team to go on the run they did, man, that would have made things really interesting to see how the reaction, I think, would have been if that gets announced in January as just part of, hey, it's 2025. This is a change that will be taking place. We will play out the rest of the season with our Division I programs. Like, say if that happens and then St. Francis goes on that run.
They don't win the NEC. It doesn't happen in my mind.
Because you think the players probably check out?
I think partially, yes. I don't think that the run would happen. So, I understand it from that perspective. I'm sure that they thought, hey.
Because, it could have been a storybook ending of sorts.
Right.
Like, hey, this is our last go-around at D1, and they end up making the big dance.
So they will have one more year. Next year will be the final go-around, but this year, I guess, really kind of is it. I think the timing kind of is. It's good from that perspective for basketball. It's also awful because it's the end of March, the middle of the end of March. Think about the freshmen that are incoming to St. Francis that maybe have shut down their recruitment. So many of their students are athletes. And I heard that there basically is going to be like a max exodus.
There would have to be.
People just getting up and leaving and getting out of there, especially with all the people in administration and coaches that are already departing. Like, this is going to get a lot worse for St. Francis before it'll get at all better. It's going to be bad for them, I think. So incoming freshmen and people who only have like 1 year, for those that have like 1 year of eligibility left and want to play 1 year of D1, fine. Okay, you can maybe stick it out for one more year, especially if you're a senior getting your degree.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just incoming, you shut it down, you really wanted to go there, your dream was to play Division I, it takes another Division I team away from this area too. And I know that it's lower level D1. You're talking about a low major, not even a mid-major.
Yeah. Still D1.
Still D1. And that means something to people. It means something to athletes to say that you played Division I. It means something with scholarships as well. Going from D1, and people say, well, why didn't they just drop the D2? This is all about money. It's all about financing. And, I mean, maybe St. Francis is struggling more than we realize. They have a lot of really good facilities. Nobody will deny that. Their facilities are really good. But dropping down to D3 takes all the scholarship money out of it. And I feel like there is a lot more to this story that we frankly just do not know yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're really not privy to know what could be the bigger underlying issues. But, yeah, I mean, I would expect next season that they will have some D1 athletes on those teams, but they will have more athletes of, like, my caliber than they will D1 caliber. You know, they're going to have D3 athletes on their teams because they're going to make that transition. Like, okay, then they'll fit in more with the Teal and the Bethany and the Waynesburgs of the world, more so than they're going to fit in with anybody in the NEC and teams in Division I.
And the other crazy thing about this to me is that, at least in basketball, in 2020, when I was a freshman at RMU, St. Francis and RMU played in the NEC championship game. RMU beat them, went on to the tournament that ended up being the tournament that was not. We're talking 5 years later. Robert Morris has moved on to the Horizon League.
Yep.
They win their conference. The football team is getting there. The women's basketball team is really starting to find its stride again under a new head coach. Hockey is back. Look at the growth that RMU has made over the last 5 years. In that same conference 5 years ago with St. Francis, taking Alabama all the way down to the ropes, compared to St. Francis in the tournament, almost won a game, and now, boom, it's all gone. It's all gone. That's just I don't know if it's the right word, but the futility maybe is the right word. It's just the way that college sports can change and dictate in just a 5-year run where one school looks like it's on the rise and in a mid-major and another in that same conference 5 years ago in the same championship game, it seems like it's falling apart.
Imagine being on campus, too, when that news came out, whether you were an athlete or not. I mean, we went to schools that were a similar size to St. Francis, a little bit smaller.
Yeah, probably by about 800 kids or so.
Yeah, but maybe not even that much. Like, maybe not even as drastic as what you just said, where, you know, we went to a school that had, what, like 1,400 undergrad?
Yeah, I looked it up, but it's right around 1,400.
And St. Francis, you said, has how many undergrad? Like
about 1,900.
Okay, so right around 2,000. So, yeah, like 500, 600 student difference. Like, that rocks a small campus.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Rocks a community.
Like, you're checking everything to make sure this is actually legit. Like, I had a friend text me before I saw anything at first, and he said, St. Francis is going to the PAC. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, St. Francis that just made the tournament, they're gonna play in the President's Athletic Conference. They're gonna be playing W&J and Waynesburg and Teal, and
they're going to Franciscan and to Geneva.
Hiram now in the conference.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, they're going to the PAC.
They're driving all the way up to our friends at Allegheny.
Yeah, sure enough, I start to see all the tweets. I see St. Francis Athletics tweeted out. We see the PAC tweeted out. We see, like, major college outlets tweeting it out.
Yeah, John Rothstein was throwing it out there. Nicole Arbach was throwing it out there.
It also makes me wonder, that they won't be the first, or they will be the first one, but they won't be the only one.
No doubt about it.
That does this.
Ondurco mentioned, I can't exactly remember the team or the school, that about 5 years ago this happened for a school in the Northeast, like right around the New York, New Jersey area. A similar thing happened where they were D1 to D3. So there is the thought was for Ondurco, like, is this the start of it? St. Francis, I truly believe that this will be the beginning just because of where everything is with NIL, transfer portal. Like, look at RMU. Like, I'm going to put this in the breakdown, but RMU's like entire starting five is gone.
Gone. Pillaged.
How ridiculous is this for college sports? And I mean, might as well just say it now. Like, the top of the top, like the Alabamas of the world, the Tennessees of the world, the Michigan States of the world, the North Carolinas, the Dukes, they get to benefit so significantly by this NIL transfer portal, all the above thing. And, you know, the national media will tell you, oh, well, that is all that people care about. That's all that matters, you know, our blue bloods and the best of the best. But if you're talking small town America, the people that, you know, we don't want to be truly forgotten, that sometimes get forgotten in a national perspective, like what's going on in Loretto, what could happen at other schools if D1 programs fold and have to move down to maybe it's not D2, but it's the D3. Those are the real problems that ensue. And what we always wondered, what's that bomb that's going to drop that ends up being the huge downside of this? We're seeing it now with St. Francis.
Yes, that's a good preview of one of the topics in the Bechtold breakdown. That's coming up in just over 30 minutes. 412-928-9370. If you want to join the conversation, you can hit us up on Twitter as well at 93.7 The Fan. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I am going to get into a little bit of Aaron Rodgers coming up next. We will continue to take any Pirates calls if you want to sound off on what happened with them yesterday. 50-minute mark on the Fan. We blew past that a little bit. That is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, a ring around the Rodgers on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates and Marlins will play today. It's game 2 of the 4-game series after the Buccos lost yesterday 5-4. We're up 4-2. Bullpen was not able to close it out as Paul Skenes ends up with a no decision. Would have had the win if the Pirates were able to close it out. North Shore Tavern leadoff show, Dan Zangrilli, will begin at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app, 7:10 first pitch. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Brackets busted. New customers at FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks. And even who's cutting down the nets. Well, unfortunately, I thought it would be St. John's. If Arkansas can shoot in the next round, they've got a lot of weapons. They've got shot blockers. They've got rebounders. They've got guys who get to the basket. They're athletic. They're intense. They're smart. They need to hit a couple threes. If you've been waiting to join, there's no better time. There's tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action all tourney long. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
If If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. With 6 Pittsburgh locations, they are always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York-style yins are made. Sliceonbroadway.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. We got Bucko baseball. It's a Berg thing, and you need beer. How about this? Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. I'll say it again for effect. Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and what you need to be opening is some ice cold beer. Check them out. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, Spruce, Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month. With a few health questions, and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Colorectal cancer is the leading cancer killer in men under 50 and the second leading cause of cancer death for women under 50. The American College of Radiology urges you to get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring has sprung, and so have the deals at Cold Spring Savings Event. I just got a comfy tee for just $7.99, a cute swimsuit for $19.99, 40% off patio furniture for my backyard, and so much more. So don't wait. These deals are too good to miss. Hurry over to Kohl's to save big on warm weather essentials during their Spring Savings Event today. Select styles. Offers end March 30th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-896-4200. That's 800-896-4200. 800-896-4200.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lose in Buffalo 7-3 as the Penguins once again give up a high goal total after giving up 6 against Tampa Bay. They gave up 7 to Buffalo, but it was a historic night for Sidney Crosby with his 26th goal of the season in the first period. He's now recorded a point per game in 20 consecutive seasons. That is now an NHL record, surpassing Wayne Gretzky. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe with Donnie.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You heard Austin there. No Pomp, no Joe. Donnie Chedrick with you on 93.7 The Fan until 2. Pomp not usually in on Fridays. Joe on a golf course. Could probably get used to that as the weather starts to get a little bit nicer. They both need each other right now. That's not about Joe and Pomp. That's not about me or Austin. That's about Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've heard that from a few different voices around the NFL. Mike Florio said it with us on Wednesday. Adam Schefter said it with an ESPN station in Milwaukee this week. Schefter also added another layer to the onion, and maybe a reason why Rodgers doesn't need the Steelers the way they seem to need him. Schefter is not convinced that Rodgers wants to play, and he won't be until he hears Rodgers say it. Now, a few things here that are at play. Those two, notably, do not care for each other. Rodgers told Schefter to, quote, lose his number in one of his McAfee appearances last season. Schefter just sounds like he is tired of talking about Aaron Rodgers, even though that's part of what he gets paid to do. But just listen to any piece of audio with Schefter when Rodgers is the topic. It seems like he is pretty tired of the song and dance. We really don't know what is going to happen here. We are just pretty sure. We have people saying a 99.9% chance. But we cannot say for certain. When will it happen? No idea. I don't have any better knowledge than Austin. Austin doesn't have any better knowledge than me. We don't have any better knowledge than Bill Tobin's neighbor. His neighbor, the postman, who doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL. Do you know that reference, Austin? Do you know what that moment is from?
I think I do. The Colts?
Yes. So Bill Tobin was the GM of the Colts at the time this happened. That was during the 1994 NFL draft. Because Mel Kiper called out Bill Tobin for not selecting either of the two quarterbacks that were slated as early picks in that draft. Can you name either one?
And what did he say? Who the hell's Mel Kiper, right?
Yes. They sent it down to Chris Mortensen, who interviewed Bill Tobin. He said, who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway? And then he later said he doesn't know any more than my neighbor. My neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
1994 draft. I don't think I'm going to pull one out of my behind and pull a pony and automatically be able to know this.
One of them is a tough name to remember because unless you venture into the political side of things, you might not even know the guy's name. The other one you definitely know, but he did not have what I would call a good NFL career. He won a Super Bowl.
Dilfer?
Trent Dilfer is one of them. Heath Schuler is the other one.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got Heath Schuler.
He got drafted by the then Redskins. Washington also drafted a local star, Gus Frerotte, in the same draft, who ended up supplanting and playing better than Heath Schuler did. But yeah, that's from the 94 draft. That was like one of the first times that people were like, okay, this is a pretty good TV event. I have a friend that has a job with one of the major networks that carries the NFL's product. He's not on screen. He's just a behind-the-scenes guy. He texted me Wednesday night. The Rodgers move is getting announced either tonight, meaning Wednesday, or tomorrow morning, meaning Thursday. That was the text to me. Did we get the Rodgers announcement Wednesday night? No. Did we get the Rodgers announcement yesterday morning? No. Did we get the Rodgers announcement at all yesterday? No. And I don't fault my buddy for that. Because my response to him right off the bat was, yeah, I've been hearing that for a few weeks now. Because it seems like every couple of days, somebody out there, surprisingly not Pony, has pretty much guaranteed that Aaron Rodgers will announce that he is joining the Steelers on a particular day. The statute's going to run out on a lot of people. Like, there should not be a claim if you said on March 7th, right before free agency, or I guess we even get into the first week of free agency, like March 11th or 12th, hey, Rodgers is going to pick the Steelers today. You don't get to claim that multiple weeks later. Because we just don't know. Nobody knows. And that's how Rodgers likes it. He says he doesn't want to be the center of attention, but he loves being the guy that holds the cards. Does anyone with the McAfee clan know? Certainly doesn't seem that way. Our buddy Mark Cabali doesn't know. This would be leaps and bounds the biggest story of his career.
It was a joke.
Would be the biggest story of Cabali's career if he broke it. He's under that McAfee umbrella. That is a massive story that he can have the lead on over pretty much every other insider. And that includes Schefter, because we know that Rodgers hates him. Probably hates Rap Sheet as well. And that's no shot at Mark. That's not what I'm getting to. Who will join Pony for an hour later today, by the way, like he always does on Friday. That is just a way to illustrate how unknown all of this is. We are all playing a guessing game. As we add another layer to the onion. Kevin Seifert, who covers the Vikings for ESPN, he's their Brooke Pryor. His headline story from Wednesday night read this: the Vikings want J.J. McCarthy as QB1, but they won't rule out further talks with Aaron Rodgers. So is the Vikings thing over? It doesn't appear that way. Based on that, this goes back to another theory on Rodgers, that he will wait it out as long as possible in case a team that is a true contender loses its quarterback, and then maybe they'll call. Now, that's a dangerous game to play, because what if that doesn't happen? Or what if it does happen, but that team says, our offense is just way too different than what Aaron Rodgers can run? Like if that happened to the Ravens, if Lamar Jackson went down, I don't know if their first phone call is to Aaron Rodgers, because quarterback mobility is their whole offense. What Lamar Jackson can do is quite different than what Aaron Rodgers at 41 years old can do. So it might be different situations depending on the teams, and not just any contender will call Aaron Rodgers. But say if Cincinnati lost Joe Burrow, that might be a phone call to Aaron Rodgers. Hey, Aaron, we have Jamar Chase, we have T. Higgins. We just lost our franchise quarterback for the season. You want to do this thing. You don't have much of a defense. So I think there are teams that could lose their quarterbacks and could call Rodgers in that case. But again, dangerous game. There's no guarantee of that. If the Vikings don't love the recovery process of McCarthy, they could pick up the phone and they could dial Rodgers' number. The Vikings, we saw last season, behind Sam Darnold, a 14-win team. 14 wins. That team is pretty close to truly competing in the game's biggest game. They're close. It's a great team. It's a great roster that might just be missing a quarterback. I think that's why he's waiting them out for as long as he is. I think it's pretty clear that of the options that were presented to us about Aaron Rodgers, when it was the Steelers, the Giants, the Vikings, or retirement, or other, I guess, I think it's pretty clear that the Vikings were his preferred team. That should be pretty clear. No matter if anybody comes out and says it directly, but just read the tea leaves there. I think if the Vikings made the call, this would already be over. And I guess they still could, according to Kevin Seifert, if they aren't sold on what they see from J.J. McCarthy. So we really don't know how or when this is going to conclude. There's even some speculation that this is all just a big ruse, and Rodgers is going to pop out on stage with Pat McAfee and the boys on April 9th in Pittsburgh and announce that he's the Steelers' next quarterback. Man, that really has to make you feel like the Steelers have control of the situation. We really don't know what will happen here. I just think my best guess, and that's what it is, tells me that Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler. But it's all just a guess. I saw the tweet from Mark Cabali the other day about what the Steelers have gone through at quarterback. Because it has not been pretty. It has not been pretty at all. What has happened since Ben Roethlisberger retired? What they have faced at quarterback. The Steelers have started 5 different quarterbacks in 5 straight season openers. And that will be the case again, which is why Mark included 5 in there. We know it won't be Justin Fields. And they have now turned over their entire quarterback room 2 years in a row. That is the type of thing that our dads warned us about, Austin. I guess I can't speak for Mr. Bechtold
you can.
At home in Baldwin, but I know that my dad for years, he said, even when Ben gets old, he might not look as good, but you better cherish what he's done because I have a feeling it won't be too easy after that. And he just said, I'll present to you the mid to late 80s and most of the 90s Steelers, what he called the dark years. And baby, we're in them.
I did that with a lot of my friends. Like, they'd be like, oh, well, Ben had a terrible game. He's terrible. We need a new quarterback. Be careful what you wish for. Like, sometimes you don't realize how good you have it in the moment until the moment is gone. And you're somewhere else trying to pick up the pieces of what was and realizing you're just in a state of nothingness, really. Like, they're not a Super Bowl contender. They're also not a terrible team. And if you're not either, where are you? And that's the state that they've found themselves in ever since.
You can say it's a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Indeed.
That's really what it's turned into for now a half decade. They are going into a half decade post Roethlisberger, and this is what they have gotten themselves into. It's not pretty. It is not a pretty sight. Now, Mark tacked on that final year of Ben. That counts as one of those 5, but it has not been pretty. And who knows, it could get even worse. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. You can hit us up on the fan text line as well at 412-928-9370. The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A Bechtold breakdown coming up next. Bob Walk will hop on the fan hotline at 1 o'clock. That's brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Joe Smeltzer from Penn State Pro Day. Joe, a Nittany Sports Now writer, he will join us in about an hour before we close this thing out. But a Bechtold breakdown coming up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins, Game 2 of the series, 7-10 first pitch. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Pirates. Connor Gillespie will go for Miami. And our coverage right here on The Fan begins at 6 o'clock, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alabama has made history. The Crimson Tide took 51 three-pointers in their win over BYU and made 25 of them, breaking the record for most three-pointers made in an NCAA tournament game. It's no shock that Alabama was bombs away. That's how they've always played under Coach Nate Oates. The question is, can they keep up this ridiculous clip when they face top-seeded Duke in the Elite Eight? I'm Maggie Gray.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat game tickets and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Henceforth, 5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pump and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. I feel like I owe an apology to Cordell Stewart for the last segment because the guy did take the Steelers to multiple AFC championship games. So kind of tough to say that it was totally the dark ages between Bradshaw and Ben. They had a few guys slip through the cracks there and have great seasons.
Yeah,
Austin. But for the most part, not pretty.
No, I mean, the 80s were the dark ages. Cordell
Bobby Brister.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's remembering those entirely fondly, Donnie, so I think you're okay.
All right, Austin, it is time for a Bechtold breakdown. What do we got?
The Bechtold breakdown for the final Friday in March. This Friday, March 28th, 2025. Here we go. All right, let's start with Sidney Crosby in what was otherwise a disastrous game for the Penguins, giving up 7 goals in Buffalo. Crosby rewrites the history books again. He scored his 26th goal of the season and records his 20th consecutive season, or 20th season, averaging a point per game, which breaks Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. How about that?
Yeah, Gretzky, a pretty good player in his day, just to put it lightly. I mean, the consistency of Sidney Crosby is just otherworldly. And I feel like we hear about it. So, like, anytime you ask, and I know you guys have Tyler Kennedy on for a full hour on Thursdays. We have Tyler on Wednesday afternoons. Just the guy can't say enough about Sidney Crosby's career because of just how well he takes care of everything. Not just on the ice, but off the ice. That's as important as anything once an athlete gets older. I mean, the dude is still one of the best players in hockey as he gets closer and closer to 40. I've said multiple times now in the calendar year that if he really wanted to, I think Crosby could easily play until he's 45. It just all matters of, if he sees his play deteriorate at all, does he want to go out while he's still kind of on top of his game? It just all depends on his mindset. But, like, you see him play in the Four Nations when he is surrounded by other greats in the game. And the guy, not only does he fit right in, he is still one of the best players on the ice. He's clearly the best player on the Penguins roster, and I know that doesn't say a ton because of what they are going through right now, but he's really the only bright light in all of Pittsburgh sports at this current moment.
And I like that on the TV broadcast, they asked him, Sid, what's been the key to all this? And he basically just said motivation, drive, passion for the game, hard work. Obviously, you have to be very skilled, too, to be able to accomplish something like this. But he could be the NHL's version of Brady in their modern era where he takes care of his body so well. And, knock on wood, Crosby, outside of the concussions, has stayed relatively healthy over the past X amount of years. If he wanted to do that, yes, he could and continue to extend this record. I don't agree with the whole notion that, you couldn't have traded Rickard Rakell because Crosby's not going to get this mark.
He was getting it no matter what. Come
regardless.
on. That almost felt disrespectful of Sidney Crosby to me.
Yes.
When people said, well, one of the reasons why we can't trade Rickard Rakell is because Crosby needs to keep his streak going. He's Sidney effing Crosby, people. I think he was going to keep the streak going no matter what. All due respect to Rickard Rakell, who is having a career year. I think Sidney Crosby makes it work with everybody. That's what makes the guy that much better. You could put whoever on his line, and he is going to make that guy a significantly better player.
And he did it
was Pascal Dupuis like a first-line player without Sidney Crosby? No.
And even Evgeny Malkin made him a really good second-line player.
But there are so many examples of flat-out random dudes who can get tossed on Sidney Crosby's line, and he will make them into a great player. I also can't help but wonder, Austin, what some of his numbers would look like if he didn't have the concussion issues.
Me too.
Because that happened like right as he was turning into, he was already a great player, but I think he was he was at his best that 2010-2011 season. He had 32 goals in 41 games in that 10-11 season. He had 66 points in 41 games. He was going to have easily his best season. He was on pace to have that points-wise because his career high is 120. He did that at 19 years old. He was well on pace to have into the 130s. That's how good of a player he was that season. And then he only played 22 games in the 11-12 season. He still had 37 points. The guy had 8 goals and 29 helpers.
He's going to end up ultimately doing it for, I think, a 21st season, a 22nd season, and maybe even a 23rd.
And you bring up the point about Brady. I'm not guaranteeing it by any means, but we saw with Brady that he was able to still be the best player and win a Super Bowl in his later years. I think Crosby can still be one of the best players, certainly the best player on his team, and very much contribute to another championship, and that's if he stays here. I think things could get ugly if he would call it quits soon, but if the guy keeps playing for another 6 or 7 or 8 years, they could rebuild with him still there, and I think he could still be a good player on their next great team.
Yeah, but Donnie, they're going to have to be bad with him, and he's going to have to be okay with them being bad for a little bit. Look, this is just the reality of it. I'm not saying all-out tank, trade every single person imaginable, don't spend any money, do stuff like that. But what I'm saying is, the best way to build up this roster and be sustainable for the future and allow Sid to have that opportunity is to flounder for the rest of the year. Just be okay with that.
Absolutely.
Now, it might be very hard to watch a 7-3 loss where Buffalo is kicking your ass. Buffalo should not be doing that. And Tampa Bay absolutely crushing you. And that's why I think that 4-game winning streak ultimately maybe hurt them a little bit. But this year and next year, especially next season, with Gavin McKenna out there as the next guy, the next Austin Matthews prototype, Jack Eichel prototype type of player, who maybe Connor Bedard you can even throw in there, even though he hasn't been great with Chicago. Those are the type of guys that you want to surround Sidney Crosby with. You're never going to get another Mariota Sid. It's probably never going to happen. But if you can get something as close to that, where you draft a McKenna, you get lucky in the lottery. And let's say hypothetically in Malkin's farewell tour next year, you do move off of Erik Karlsson, you do trade Rickard Rakell in the offseason, and you're not that great. It can be like Mariota Sid in those last couple of years where it's the passing of the torch. But Sid's also a part of it. If it turns around quicker than expected, even better news.
Yeah, you do have to have a lot of games like last night where, honestly, though, it could still work out in his favor because he can continue to score points and the Penguins lose games 7-3.
Yeah. I'd be fine with that.
Or 7-4 or 6-4. It doesn't matter.
Silver linings. I just think the step back is what they ultimately need to happen. How did they get Sid, Gino, and those guys to begin with? How did they get Mario to begin with? Yager was right around that time as well when they were getting good, but they weren't there yet. Did you see what Alex Ovechkin did with Marc-Andre Fleury? The sign of respect after Washington and Minnesota played last night. Minnesota won 4-2, and Ovechkin had everyone line up just like it was the end of a playoff series, and shake Fleury's hand at the end of the game at center ice. It was just Fleury. The entire Capitals team embraced Fleury at center ice. The rest of the Wild were standing right around the blue line, right by their bench. But it was really cool to see, and a long embrace from the Flower and Ovechkin at the very end of it, too. So a really fitting salute and tribute to the battles that they had over the years.
Yeah, that's really cool from Ovechkin. And you can't help but think when you see those two, one of the shining moments of the Pens Stanley Cup run in 2009, the Game 7 that they had against the Capitals, which the Penguins ended up winning in blowout fashion. We did not have to sweat that game out at all. But one of the early moments of that game, Alex Ovechkin got a breakaway. It was a one-on-one against Marc-Andre Fleury, and he was stonewalled by Fleury. And that was like the first moment in that game where, everybody's tight going into a Game 7. That's the first moment in that game where anybody who was a fan or around the Penguins got the feeling they're going to win this game because our goalie just stopped the best goal scorer in a generation, and the guy who will likely end up as the greatest goal scorer of all time. So yeah, that's a cool tribute there from Ovi.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome, man. It's just the level of respect that people have for Marc-Andre Fleury, I think is at a different level than how many athletes can you say? Like, this seems like a huge retirement tour for Fleury where we know everything that went on in Pittsburgh, the embrace that he had here in this event last night. And it seems like everywhere Fleury goes, other teams are just, taking him in and thanking him for everything as the second all-time wins leader in NHL history. So I think it's very due for him and really cool to see. Next up, how about this? In the Sweet 16 of the Pittsburgh Media March Madness bracket, Joe loves talking about this. Over 1,000 votes have already been cast. It might be the most voted on polling by the end of the day, by the end of the voting cycle. 5-seed Joe Starkey goes up against 9-seed Adam Crowley. And right now, Joe is up by about 3 votes. It's 50.1 to 49.9 in favor of Starkey.
Oh,
how about that?
That one's going to be close until the bitter end. I know I was in a matchup with Bob Labriola. I must have lost. We were around 50-50 the last time I looked. I don't know what the percentages were once you got into the 10th place of the decimal. But I guess Labs must have got me at the tail end there. That's going to be a close one throughout. But I'm fearful if I'm Joe. I think that the 9-seed Crowley might be bound for the Elite Eight.
He beat you at the buzzer, Donnie, and now Labs is getting crushed by Mark Cabali.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Kaboom was going to crush either of us.
You don't know that.
I think he would have crushed me. He's got the McAfee bump, man.
There is a huge voting block that does love Cabali. There is.
Oh, yeah.
Now, will we be able to rally the troops for Starkey based on this discussion and get him to be able to push over 50.1 to get to like 55 by the end of the show?
See, here's the issue. He took this trip. He's not on air to advocate for himself.
True.
So now he's in some trouble.
Should we advocate for Crowley? Should we advocate
just completely turn our backs on Joe?
For Crowley to vote for Crowley, everyone. I voted for Joe, even though I posed the question on Twitter. Wow, what a matchup. Should I vote for Crowley? And Joe said, I'm insulted by the question here, Limits.
I voted there for Joe, too.
Yeah, I voted for Joe.
Because
I know how much it means to him.
Yeah, we also know how Joe would be very upset. I don't think Crowley would care all that much.
No, I don't think entirely that Crowley would care. But nonetheless. Robert Morris, they're losing Josh Omojafo as well to their team with Fulgaris entering the portal. Amarian Dickerson is in the portal. Cam Woods, I saw, is in the portal. Donnie, this is the unfortunate reality of mid-major basketball now, where these guys won the Horizon League, put up a good performance against Alabama, and now everybody's just going to try to cash in, where if this was even just a couple years ago, I feel like some of these guys would have stayed. There wouldn't be this mass exodus of everyone leaving.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about last hour. This is why I think the St. Francis thing wasn't just a one-time event. I think it was just simply the tip of the iceberg. I think it is a case of teams, programs, schools realizing, listen, we we just can't keep up. We can't compete. We can't do this anymore. And, plenty of schools are going to be okay with that. I understand. And maybe a team like Robert Morris could look to the St. Francis well when they try to bring in some new players. But it does just suck because you can't help but feel for people around that program. You can't help but feel for Andy Toole because the guy does a hell of a job at Robert Morris. And I'm sure, which in his profession, we see coaches go left and right to any better situation. And I can't speak for him, but I'm sure he has gotten contacted at least by some programs that would be a step up for him.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Yeah.
I mean, he has taken Robert Morris to the big dance multiple times now in his career there, and he has stuck with them through thick and thin. And it's unfortunate that now he has his best season, what many think could be the best season in Robert Morris basketball history, and the reward from that is, well, you're going to lose your entire roster because every single one of these guys is going to get NIL money out the ass from one of the bigwigs of college athletics. And you can't, the thing is, you can't fault the players either. They are doing what is financially best for them.
Right.
Because if somebody threw us a ton of money to go to a different school, every single one of us would do it.
Yeah, if we're being offered $700,000, money we've never seen before, money that would change our lives. Some are get $1 million. Some might get more than that. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, you're going to immediately jump at that.
Yeah.
And that's why this I think the system is broken. They got to find a way to, whether it's a one-time transfer rule, which is something I know Bill Hillgrove has proposed out there, whether it's maybe even a two-time transfer rule. Guys like Cam Woods have transferred 4 times now. That should not be happening in college sports. It shouldn't. Now, you can also throw back, well, what about coaches that just get up and leave after a year or so? Like Darren DeVries goes to West Virginia 1 year, and then there he goes to Indiana. There's just going to be no perfect way to solve this. There's not.
Yeah, they have gotten in bed with something that I don't know if it was realized at the time.
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
Given the positives that there are with NIL and the transfer portal, I don't know if they thought of all of the cons that it could bring in either.
All right, last one for you, Donnie. A Steelers coach, one of the Steelers coaches, was at Boise State Pro Day to watch Ashton Genty. If he was there at 21 or a couple spots before and the Steelers traded up, would you want the Steelers to make the move for Genty? And I'll also throw Tyler Warren out there for you.
I think Genty is a hell of a player for what he did at Boise State last season. I don't want the Steelers to use the first-round pick on a running back again. And I get that Genty could maybe be viewed as more of a Saquon or Jahmyr Gibbs type and less so a Najee Harris type. But I also think the Steelers, if they were in a different situation, it would make more sense. If we felt like a running back like this would be viewed more as a missing piece, kind of like what Jahmyr Gibbs was to the Lions offense a couple of years ago, then I would say go for it. If it seemed like they had everything else pretty much figured out and they could make a luxury pick of Ashton Genty, I would say go for it. But I just can't get behind it, even though he was so good. Now, you bring up Tyler Warren.
Yep.
That one interesting because we know how much Arthur Smith loves tight ends, and I also think he's of more use in today's NFL. I think Warren is a fantastic player. I also think he should be taken in the top 10.
I agree. And if Warren is around 15, I definitely trade up for him. That's it, Donnie. The Bechtold Breakdown, sponsored by our good friends at Southside Plumbing and Heating. Our good friend Jake, who I know was listening, and we got a chance to see Jake last week, which is always good to see. Our good buddy.
Thank you, Austin. 50-minute mark on the Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, Bob Walk, former Pirates pitcher, now Pirates analyst. After that, we will talk a little bit about Tyler Warren, maybe a little bit about Abdul Carter as well with Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now. Follow us on Twitter. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bob Walk up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So, after the Penguins lose 7-3 against Buffalo and Tristan Jarry ultimately ended up being pulled after allowing 4 goals, it'll be for the Penguins on this 3-game losing streak coming back home on Sunday against Ottawa at 5 o'clock PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cabali.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Attorney advertised. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them they ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-2521. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of The Fan. Brackets busted. New customers on FanDuel can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots, last-second heartbreaks, even who's cutting down the nets, all there on FanDuel. Into the round of 16 now this week. So many options still on the board. So many good picks to still end up winning the whole thing. And for me, I've been riding with Florida the whole time. I will stick with them as one of my favorites. What a great team that is. What a complete team. So many options. So many guys inside and outside that can get it done. Played in the best conference in college basketball. That's the team I will continue to back. FanDuel.com/Andrew. And get into college hoops all tournament long. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, Fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins, 7:10 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli against the Marlins tonight will be at 6 o'clock, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Bob Walk joins the show next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline, that's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Chedrick with you until 2. No Pomp, no Joe. Austin Bechtold is with me behind the glass. Pony going solo today. Mulsey out. The illnesses have crushed those two guys all week. We had not had a full PM team the entire week.
Really?
We were without Pony on Monday. We had the Feed the Need radiothon on Tuesday, so all of us were together, but it still wasn't the usual show. That show takes, a little bit of a different direction, as you know. Wednesday, no Pony. Yesterday, we were on for 1 hour together before Dan Zangrilli hopped in to do the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And then today, I'm hosting right now, so Charlie is in for me, and Pony is going solo.
And I know Malsey's been going through it this week. Like, he's been really trying to battle the allergies.
Battled.
He's been a good soldier.
He has battled. We go out to the fan hotline right now. We welcome in former Pirates pitcher turned Pirates analyst. Bob Walk is with us on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob, your big takeaway from how that game finished yesterday. It looked eerily similar to how some things went at the end of 2024.
Well, yeah, I agree with you there. It was very disappointing the way that went there at the end. When we got up, 4-1, I kind of thought, well, the game's over. We're good. With Skenes out there, but he kind of ran out of gas, to be honest with you. You could see his control was starting to kind of leave him. Not the way that leaves some guys, but for Skenes, yeah, he wasn't as sharp as we normally like to see him. And we were just kind of speculating, and we don't know. They're not ever going to just tell you that, okay, this is the number. But were they going to let him throw 90 pitches or something like that, the first game of the year? And that's about what it was. And so, surprisingly, he had to leave the game after 5 1/3 against the Marlins, and the bullpen just couldn't get it done. It's something that we saw a lot of last year, and we hope that this is just kind of a one game thing, and it'll be better. It really, I'm going to try and keep all my judgments until we get through that first homestand, and we got 2 weeks of games in, and then I think I'll have a pretty good idea on what the starting rotation is going to be like this year, and more importantly, exactly what we have in the bullpen. We do have some new faces down there, especially a couple new lefties, but is it going to make a difference? I don't know. We'll see.
And the guys that aren't new faces, the familiar faces that are in the back end of that bullpen, Bob, and I know you said you don't want to jump to things until we get a few games into it here, but kind of a scary sight for Pirates fans yesterday, seeing Colin Holderman look the way he did at the back end of last season, and really for David Bednar looking like he did in all of 2024. And the way that they finished that game, we see two guys that normally pitch in the highest of high leverage spots not only blow the lead, but then lose the game entirely.
Yeah, I think it really for Bednar especially, he's going to be under a microscope here early on in this season, and really early on in the month of in April. That's when he's going to have to prove that last year is just going to, be a blip on the radar. But you look what he has done before last season. He was so good. He was outstanding. He was at times one of the top 2 or 3 relievers in the game. You look at his numbers and what he was accomplishing every single night. And then last year came about, and there's all kinds of different excuses. And I'm sure that you've talked to him, and you know that he's not a person that would ever make an excuse about anything. So it's hard to really pull out of him what he thinks was wrong. He just says, "Hey, I wasn't good, and we need to move on, and I need to be better." So that doesn't really give you a whole lot of information as what happened last year. But you look at his stuff, and it looks fine. And even the pitch that they beat him on is 0-2, and he tries to come in and up and in on a lefty with a upper 90s fastball, and he puts it up and in, and the guy turns on it and tomahawks it down, a bullet down the line, just fair, game over. And I just shake my head and say, wow, how did he do that? And I don't have the answers. Last season I had some answers because I just didn't think his command was as good as it needed to be, especially with his curveball. That was one of the things that made him so good. I've said this many times over the last, I guess, 7 or 8 months that, he could locate his curveball, locate his splitter, and put a power fastball pretty much where he wanted to. And last year, that wasn't the case. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. But I don't think that had anything to do with yesterday's game. They just went up there and beat him, and I don't have an answer for it.
Do you think that he mentally feels like he is under a lot of pressure, given how last season went, and now we're 1 game into 25, and it looks a lot like what happened in 24?
I would feel that way, and I did at times. I I'm not getting the job done, and I need to turn this around. And sometimes I didn't have a lot of answers for myself, and even though he's a very stoic type guy that puts things on his shoulders, and he wants to carry the team, it's just human nature to feel a little bit of pressure. And watching him walk off the field yesterday, my heart went out to him because he's a way better pitcher than we have been seeing of late, and just a tremendous person and teammate.
One of the big moments of that bottom of the 9th inning was that leadoff triple, but a lot that went into that was O'Neal Cruz just really misplaying the fly ball. Just part of the growing pains for Cruz out in center field, I assume, Bob, but how have you feel that he has adjusted to playing the outfield and playing the really most important spot out there, opposed to him playing shortstop previously?
Well, I kind of 24 hours here. No, it hasn't even been 24 hours. I've been battling this a little bit about how. Cause I was very disappointed, and not as much as that play in the 9th inning, but when he let the tying run in the game go to second base when he threw the ball on the fly all the way home, that got me right there. That's not making the right decision, and really the decision should be made before the ball ever even gets to you, before the ball's put in play, before the batter gets in the batter's box. You got to know the score. And you got to think, okay, tying runs getting in the batter's box. That's the important guy here. That's the guy I got to be concerned with. And he didn't do that. And I think he's in center field because he didn't do that a lot at shortstop either, if you know what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be a smarter player out there. And now the play in the 9th inning, I'm not in his head, so I'm not sure. Did he just misread the ball, and that's why he didn't bust back to the wall immediately? That's more of a physical error than making a mistake. Now, at some point, he had to realize, I'm not going to catch this. He needed to pull up and play back and get a rebound and not turn a double into a triple. That's the little bit more of the mental part right there. But also, and this might not be on him, I don't know, but normally in a game situation like that, if I'm in the outfield, if a ball goes over my head, it better be a home run. It better not stay in the ballpark. If that's the old play. You got to play no doubles. If it's over my head, it's got to be a home run.
So
that wasn't the case there.
Do you feel that some of the mistake there was more so on the player, or do you think it's a coaching situation where, like, why don't some of these guys, because I feel like Cruz isn't alone. I feel like we've seen these mistakes made by multiple members of the team for the last couple of years where they just seemingly don't understand the time and place of the game. Like the situational awareness isn't always on point.
I mean, if he's told, okay, we're going to play no doubles. He's the one that's going to make a decision about, okay, look back at the wall. I can play right here. Anything over my head, I'll be able to get to the wall and catch unless it's a home run. So I'm not going to give a double or an extra base hit, triple in this case, over my head. It's got to leave the ballpark or I'm going to catch it because I'm going to play that deep. So now that judgment of, like, should he be 2 steps deeper or 2 steps shallower, that's kind of on him. And there's an area where some lack of experience in the outfield could be showing itself. That he just misjudged, how far he could run, and still, he thought, well, I'm real fast, I'm real tall, I'll be able to get back there and make any catch that on a ball hit over my head. And he didn't judge his distance right when he set up before the pitch was even thrown. That could be a possibility, but I have, they can't sit there with a pair of binoculars and move everybody like, hey, you got to back up 2 steps. You got to do this. You got to do that. And, you can see him occasionally. They'll move a guy left or right, but it's hard seeing exactly how deep he is. Now, if he's way too shallow and you can see it, you can get his attention, wave a towel or whatever, and motion him to back up and say, hey, you're too shallow. You can't let the ball get over your head. But if it's only a couple of steps, which kind of probably was in that situation, it's hard to see that from the dugout and move somebody back. That's got to be on the player. He's got to know how shallow or how deep he personally, knowing his speed, can play and still get back and make a catch on a fly ball.
Andy Rodriguez, not the cleanest of games at first base for him. But see, here's a case, Bob, where I don't want to throw a ton on the player. I know that he has experience. He has over 200 innings in his life at first base. But they make the late decision in the spring to have Andy Rodriguez play at first because they wanted to wait to see if he would make the team. And then opening day, lo and behold, there he is out there. It just did not seem like a perfect recipe for having good defense at that spot.
I agree with you. Even though he is very experienced over there, for a young guy, for a guy that's just got to the big leagues, he's very experienced because he played a lot of first base in the minor leagues. They weren't sure what he was going to be when he got to the big leagues. They liked the bat, so they played him at different places, catcher, first base. I think they even looked at him at second base a little bit. I don't know, but I know that first base and catcher were 2 of the main places that they worked in. So him moving to first base because that was a place we had a need, I look at that as a no-brainer. Why he didn't play first base in spring training, I don't understand. I don't know what that decision was made like that for. Maybe they just thought that they had people that were going to make the team that were going to play first base. And after Horowitz got hurt, they I think thought, okay, we got this guy, we got this guy, we got this guy. One of those 3 is going to be our first baseman. And I don't think any of those options panned out in the way they thought they were. And now you're in the last few days of spring training. You've made some decisions of who's going to be on the team. And the last man standing was Indy. And he got no reps over there all spring training because you were looking at other guys that you thought would be your guy. I think that's the way it went. But it would have been much better if he would have been mixed in over there also.
Bob, based on what you saw when Nick Gonzalez hit the home run, he was a little bit lame coming out of the box. The ankle beat up a little bit. Do you think, and I know I'm asking you to speculate here, do you think he'll be able to avoid an IL stint and this is just a couple of day thing, or is it more serious?
Well, I was only in spring training for 7 days this year, the last 7 days, but I worked every game, and so I saw him play quite a bit. And one of the early games down there, he fouled a ball off his ankle, stayed in the game, but then an inning later they took him out. And ever since then, when I've seen him out there, he doesn't look like he's 100%. He's not moving real quick, like he's protecting something, his ankle, I guess. Nobody said anything. You don't ask. You try not to, like you just said, speculate on injuries. But obviously last night he re-aggravated that or whatever you want to say, and it was a problem for him just to get around the bases, and they had to take him out of there. Based on what I saw the last week of spring training, I don't think it's too serious because he was able to play on whatever it was. He was able to be in the starting lineup yesterday, even though he had a problem with his ankle. I think after the game, they even characterized it as a reoccurrence of a previous problem. And so that kind of, I think, says right there that it was related to him hurting himself a little bit in that last week of spring training. Now, saying all of that, long-winded answer to your question, I don't think he'll go on the IL. If it doesn't respond to some treatment in the next 2 or 3 days, then maybe they'll reassess and maybe put him on the IL. But I think with a little treatment, hopefully he'll be okay.
Bob, if the Pirates have a 1-run lead in the 9th inning tonight, who's coming out there?
I have no idea. I mean, I wasn't sure who was going to come out last night. But we didn't have it was a tie game, so it really wasn't even a closer situation. But, I mean, nobody would really come out and say who the closer was going to be. We just kind of had to wait and see, and I still don't think I was surprised that Santana came in the 6th inning because he did a decent job last year. Kind of toward the end, we ran out of options, and he went out there and pitched the 9th inning a couple of times and looked pretty good. I thought maybe they'd wait till a little later to use him, but there's some decisions to be made. But like I said, when we get done with the first homestand, I think then a lot of these questions will be answered about who's going to be doing what.
Pirates broadcaster Bob Walk. Bob, TV again tonight for you?
Yeah, Donnie, I'm getting a pretty good workout on TV here. I'm getting these first 2 games, and then I have all 3 in Tampa. So you're going to have to look at my mug quite a bit, at least during the opens.
Yeah, and the big thing now, the S&P 360 app finally on Roku, Bob. That was big for me since that's what I roll with at home. So very happy for that. Good luck to you the rest of the way. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for taking the time.
I'm a Roku guy, too, so I'm with you on that. And fumigate that place. Well, yeah, you guys got to kill some bugs around there or something. Yeah, the whole building sick.
Yeah, I feel you there, Bob. So hopefully we're okay. Thanks for taking the time.
All right, Donnie. Take care of yourself.
There we go. We do have to fumigate. Thank God Joe's not here. He'd be freaking out.
Oh, boy. Not ideal for Joe.
I mean, I feel fine.
Yeah.
But the rest of my show has gone through it this week. I don't know so much about the morning show. I think Doran's days off were a little bit planned.
Right.
So.
And I feel relatively good. I didn't have a voice for like the first 2 days, but other than that, I was good.
Fan text line, that's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, we check in on the Penn State Pro Day with Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now. That's next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bauer Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller on the mound tonight for the Pirates in Miami against the Marlins. It's game 2 of the 4-game series, and our coverage on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone, at 6 o'clock, I should say, thinking of yesterday. 6 o'clock, 7:10 is first pitch. 6 o'clock is when our coverage will begin, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you like offense, the Duke Alabama Elite 8 matchup is for you. Vegas has set the over-under at 174 to open. The Tide just set a tournament record by hitting 25 threes against BYU, and Duke put up 100 on their own against Arizona. Is it lack of defense, or is it great offense? Who cares? It's going to be bombs away on Saturday, and what hopefully will be a classic NCAA tournament game. I'm Andrew Perloff.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two men and a junk truck.com.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Bucko Baseball is here, and you need beer. That means you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet. How about this? Icy Light, 30-pack cans, just $21.99. That's cheap. Icy. Iron City Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and you need to be opening some ice-cold beer. So drive a little, save a lot, best customer service, best prices. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days. You don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com, and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter, that's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. About 10 more minutes with us today before we pass you along to Andrew Filipponi at 2. Charlie Borges will be with him behind the glass. We go back out to the fan hotline, and we will do so 10 minutes before that 50-minute mark, which is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. A big pro day in the area today for the Penn State Nittany Lions. We go out to chat with Joe Smeltzer, Penn State reporter from Nittany Sports Now. Joe, it was a bright and early day for you heading to State College. Did you notice any Steelers presence today in Happy Valley?
Actually, I didn't. I think there was a scout, and thanks for having me on, Donnie. I didn't really notice any presence. We were pretty far away from where the scouts were. It was like media, reporters, and families are all broken up. Some places are all in the same area for Pro Day. Pitt's Pro Day was like that. But, yeah, I didn't really see any Steelers presences. I know they've been pretty busy throughout the week with going to places like Mississippi and Columbus, but I didn't really see anybody there. Pat Fryermuth was there, though. That's probably the most notable one, at least, that I saw.
Speaking from one Penn State tight end of Pat Fryermuth to another, Tyler Warren, he did not do anything in terms of workouts today. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. He didn't work out at the combine, and so knowing that, I didn't see there being much of a chance that he would work out at Pro Day either, and that ended up being the case.
Where do you kind of get the feel, Joe, that his draft slot will be? Like, are there some teams that you're already thinking on draft night in about a month? Like, okay, when this team's up, I have to be ready to go because they could be calling his name?
I think the Jets are definitely a good candidate. I think we both talked about that probably earlier this week, is that, the Jets, I don't think they really have a tight end, and they need all the help they could get offensively, especially with whatever they're going to be doing at the quarterback position. I think the Jets are a good location for him, and he could reunite with Fuller Fashanu. Other than that, the Colts are a place I've seen him projected a lot at 14, which is right towards the middle of the first round. I saw one projection have him go at 5 to Jacksonville, which that would be a surprise. I don't think he's going to go that high, but I think the Jets, Saints, and Colts are probably the three most common teams I've seen. The Dolphins potentially are in that mix too, but I think his ceiling is probably the Jets at 7, and then his floor is probably in that 14, middle of the first round range.
If he gets close to pick 21 with the Steelers' fascination over tight ends, and you as a Steeler fan as well, should they have any sort of consideration about going after this guy, even though they are already pretty stocked up at the tight end position?
I don't think so. For that reason, I mean, they haven't even really been using the tight ends they have correctly. Fryermuth being at the top of that list, no, I get the temptation to take a top 10 quality player at 21, but it's just not a position of need for the Steelers right now. And when the Steelers actually learn how to properly use the tight ends they do have, then maybe that would be more of a temptation. But the fact that they have so many tight ends and that they have a very good number one tight end that I don't think they've used properly, all of that, it just doesn't really make sense for Warren to go.
Talking to Joe Smeltzer, he covers Penn State for Nittany Sports Now. He is at Penn State's Pro Day in State College today. The other highly regarded Penn State product this year is Abdul Carter. It seems like it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. This guy is going in the top 3, and it seems like it will be either 1 or 2. Are you starting to get a feel of the exact spot that Carter could get his name called?
If I had to guess, Sonny, I'd say it'd be Cleveland at 2. for the simple reason that the Titans, and I got to talk with Brian Boldinger a little bit towards the end of Pro Day. He said because the Titans need a quarterback so badly, it's hard to pass up a QB at 1. And this isn't a great quarterback class, but there was a guy. There's a few guys, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, particularly Cam Ward. I mean, I can't see any other quarterback I'd go in number 1. I think if the Titans want a quarterback, which they should because they don't have one, Ward's going to be the guy to go at 1. And then at 2, I think Carter to the Browns makes sense for a lot of reasons because it's really hard to pass up the possibility of having 2 generational prospects on the edge. And a good point that I was just kind of thinking about today while I was at Pro Day is that the guy that's running the show in Cleveland now, Andrew Berry, he came from Philadelphia. And how did the Eagles, what was the big reason they won the Super Bowl last season? Dominance on the defensive front. If you have Abdul Carter, you have Myles Garrett. Obviously, you need a quarterback. You need a lot of things if you're Cleveland still, right? But the possibility of having 2 generational guys on the edge with how that position is valued and how much it helped the reigning Super Bowl champion get to where they are, I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's what I would guess if I was a betting man is that Carter's going to go to the Browns at 2.
Where do you feel out of overall prospects, not necessarily where they will go in the draft, but if it was like a big board if it was the Joe Smeltzer top 50 in the 2025 draft, where would you have Carter and Warren just as overall prospects?
So we're not talking about like what teams need position-wise.
No, it just has to do with the player.
I think Carter's the best player in the draft because when you talk about all the other guys that could go number 1, it's all about fit. It's all about a team needs a quarterback. Cam Ward would make sense. Or it's about the uniqueness of Travis Hunter, right? He's a guy that we've never seen before playing wide receiver and defensive back. But Abdul Carter is where he is as far as draft talk goes just because he's really, really good at the position he plays. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. And I don't think there's a player as good at his position as Carter is at defensive end. So I think pound for pound, he's the best overall player in the draft. Tyler Warren, I would say he's a top 10 overall talent on maybe that 7-10 range, just with what he's physically able to do and what his versatility is. Obviously, it was a big talking point throughout Penn State season. This guy was a quarterback in high school. He's able to run the ball. He's athletic enough to be able to jump over a pile at the goal line for a free 4-yard touchdown. I think I'm pretty confident that Abdul Carter's the best player in this NFL draft, and I think Tyler Warren's the best tight end and probably a top 10 overall prospect too.
Joe Smeltzer, check out his stuff at Nittany Sports Now. Joe, thanks for taking the time, buddy.
Yep, thank you, Donnie.
There we go. Joe Smeltzer, live from State College, talking about 2 top 10 prospects in the 2025 NFL Draft. I think they're firmly in the top 10, and I agree with him. I think that Carter, at worst, is the number 2 overall player, Austin. I think it's either him or Travis Hunter.
Right.
For me. I think it's easy.
Hunter, just because of the two-way player potential that he has, like if they decide to do that in the NFL, it just probably is going to depend on the team. But yeah, I mean, following Carter as closely as I have, he is going to be the next like TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby type of player, Micah Parsons, that follows in their footsteps.
Social media's biggest loser, that's Malsey. That's brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. What's cooking? That's brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Limits, any big weekend plans for you?
I might be going to Penn State to visit my sister. It's the family weekend up there, so I'm not entirely sure yet. But I think I might be going up tomorrow unless plans fall through, and it ends up being me that has to stay home and watch our dog Muffin.
Oh, that's exciting.
We'll see. So I'll be up there for a
But
day.
you might get the short straw and have to stay home.
Yes, that is entirely possible. It's either my dad or I that's going to end up having to make the ultimate sacrifice. We're going to find out.
You guys going to play like rock, paper, scissors, best out of 3?
No, I think that he said that he'll go up next year if I go up this year, and that would be okay. So I don't know. We're going to find out.
Well, great stuff today, Austin. A thank you to you. Thank you to the folks who joined the conversation. Thanks to Joe Smeltzer, Bob Walk, Ray Fittipaldo, everyone who helped out with today's show. Andrew Filipponi riding solo. He is next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Chedrick signing off.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins will play today at 7:10, 6 o'clock. North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin with Dan Zangrilli. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Baseball is officially back, which means it's time to look towards the diamond before placing your bets. The Padres host the Braves tonight after a thrilling comeback victory, and we're looking at the Padres in the first 5 to keep that momentum rolling. Going back to last season, the Pods are one of the top 10 most profitable teams in the first 5, and we expect that to continue today. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd annual Promise Gala in support of the local type 1 diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to SwishRadio.com and use code RADIO. SwishRadio.com, code RADIO. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. N-Sport 5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 2 of the Pirates season is tonight in Miami. Mitch Keller, the big expensive arm in the Pirates rotation, makes his 2025 debut. 7:10 first pitch. You can listen to it here. The leadoff show comes your way at 6 with Dan Zangrilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Lined to right to the corner. Fair by a foot. Marlins win. Kyle Stowers lines a single to the right field corner. Sanoja scores. Pirates hang their heads and get walked off in Miami. 5-4 Marlins win on opening day.
All right, I blame myself, not for that game yesterday, but for Mulsey not being here. He's now sick. He's under the weather. He's out of commission. So it'll be me for the next 4 hours, and then Dan Zangrilli will get you ready for another rousing and exciting, fun-packed game of Pirates baseball heard right here on the Pirates flagship station. 93.7 The Fan. I'm going to do something outside the box. This isn't really always smart. It's actually pretty dumb. I've got budgeted here and planned an entire hour, or almost an entire hour, without talking Steelers. I've got almost an hour of no Steelers talk budgeted here to start the show. And given what's going on with their quarterback visits and Aaron Rodgers, that's probably not the wisest thing. If my boss is listening, he's probably cringing hearing me say that. But I can't neglect or ignore what happened yesterday down in Miami, because I have a unique point on it. I haven't heard anybody else say it, and I think it's what we should be talking about today. And the glorious thing about not having Mulsey here and also having this very precious real estate, being able to do afternoons on this great station, is that I get to pick sometimes, especially when the boss is out and he's not in. I get to pick what we're going to talk about, and there's no pushback or no one saying, no, don't do that. And so that's where we're going to go to start. What happened in Miami and what a loss like that means. It's 1 of 162. And so the Pirates apologists are already out saying those things. I picked 71 and 91, got a little bit of pushback on that yesterday. Had to deal with Jason Mackey and Dan Zangrilli off the air talking about 84 wins and trying to shoot sunshine and rainbows up my rear end. But I live in the real world, and I said 71 and 91. And by the end of the year, I think Derek Shelton is on the unemployment line, and I think Ben Cherington is panhandling for another job in Major League Baseball. That's how little I think of those two guys, which really shouldn't be surprising with Shelton because the guy hasn't won diddly squat. Cherington a little bit more surprising because he does have a World Series ring on his finger from his days in Boston. And I think that's where my anger lies, and yes, I'm angry. I've lived here since 2010. My daughter is walking around our house yesterday in a Pirates shirt that I got her, and my wife's walking around in a $150 Pirates pullover or zip-up. That's how expensive they are now, that I got her for Christmas. Okay, so we got all the Pirates paraphernalia and gear out to watch the game yesterday and getting snookered back in and then watching them blow that game. the owner takes it on the chin all the time. And at 2:04, this is not me saying that I'm absolving the person who's at the very top of the organization when the organization fails, because the buck has to stop with the person at the top. So when Mike Tomlin does a bad job and the Steelers are mediocre at 9-8 and aren't winning playoff games, yes, we can get angry at Mike Tomlin, and we do, but it's ultimately Art Rooney who employs him and gives him the lifetime contract. So some of our venom should also be directed at him. Yes, we know the state of the Pirates' payroll. We know how inactive their offseason was, where they did practically nothing. And we know the payroll is at the same point, if not a tick lower than it was last year, which is completely unacceptable with Paul Skenes going into his first full year with the Pirates. But I don't want – hey, if you think that's what the conversation always needs to be about, and that's what you want to say or how you want to react to yesterday's game, the phone lines are open, 412-928-9370. Charlie Borges is back in Greentree, and he's manning those controls right now. Yesterday's game was a matchup of a team in the Pirates who have double the payroll of the Marlins. So a game like yesterday is not about money. The conclusion that you draw from blowing that game should not be, well, here's skinflint Pirates, or here's frugal Pirates, or here's stingy Pirates. They double up the Marlins in spending. I love baseball. Other than seeing Jeff Conine's kid in the lineup and the Edwards guy who hits leadoff for the Marlins, who fantasy nerds know, there ain't another guy in their everyday lineup. You'd have to be a baseball savant. You'd have to say, I don't like having sex with people. I don't like kids. I don't like work. I don't like my job. I don't like going out and eating food. I don't like hanging out with friends to know everything about the Marlins. That's how big of a baseball geek you'd have to be to know their lineup. They spent $41 million on players. You think we're peeved off? The 9 fans they have, as evidenced by their attendance yesterday, goes to show you that nobody cares there. So this is one of the rare occurrences. There's like 3 or 4 teams that the Pirates play where they're actually the team that spends the money to get players. You can't cry poor when you play Miami, which gets me to my overall point here. It is time. I've heard people say on this station a lot, I don't know how to judge Derek Shelton. I don't know what to say about him. Look at the lousy hand he was dealt. Or they say about Ben Cherington. I don't blame him. Look at the money he's had to work with in free agency. Guys, wake up. Get out of your Rip Van Winkle slumber that you're in. Both these guys blow. Both of them are absolutely terrible at their jobs. Shelton stinks and Cherington stinks. And yesterday is evidence A, exhibit A for that. Look at what they did. Look at what they do. Look at how that game was lost. You've got a guy at first base who's a catcher who did not play a game at first base in spring training until the very last day. That's how haphazard, that's how lousy their process was to decide that position. Every baseball team, every one of these analytics freaks who got Ivy League diplomas and Patriot League diplomas out their ass from schools like MIT and Yale will tell you until you're blue in the friggin' face how important process is. It's all about process. Sometimes we don't even care about results. Our process was sound. Your process here was that you didn't give a guy reps at first base until the very last day, then you throw him out there? What the hell is that? That ain't good process. That ain't putting a guy in position to succeed. You've got a utility man in IKF who's like out of the Sean Rodriguez central casting, jack of all trades baseball department of the baseball toy store. You've got IKF out there at short. That's his worst position. And he's your everyday shortstop. He threw a ball away, didn't get an error, but drew Rodriguez off the bag. That's what opened the door in the first inning where Paul Skenes gave up his first run of the year. So you've got a guy at shortstop playing every day there now. You take away his great trait, which is utility. You've got a catcher at first, which I would have been fine if Rodriguez, if they had said in, I don't know, early March, hey, all these other options suck out loud. Maybe we'll go with the young guy. Nope. Instead, they throw him out there to the Wolves the last day, and then expect him to play first base flawlessly. You've got O'Neal Cruz. I can't believe it took me 9 minutes to get to this. What am I doing here? O'Neal Cruz in center field, clearly, he either doesn't want to play out there and is doing it against his will and is like launching an active protest against the Pirates by playing the position like a 9-year-old boy who'd rather pick dandelions and the wedgie up his ass crack and eat sunflower seeds and chew gum than actually give a rat's ass about playing the position competently. He throws to the wrong base. He lets the ball go over his head in no doubles defense at the end of the game. He's got no clue. He either doesn't care or his baseball brain is the size of a peanut. And either way, you as an organization have to manage the player and evaluate the player and get the player to buy in and get the player to do the job effectively. And they haven't been able to do that. So he's out there either actively pouting in center field or he's a total space cadet out of the friggin' NASA program. You've got an inferior catcher. Your best defensive catcher is at first base. Your lesser of the two defensive catchers letting two pass balls happen. Well, you have no clue what you're doing with your bullpen. You don't tell people what their roles are. You just throw them out there scattershot. Holderman looks like the old Holderman from last year. Bednar looks like he's still completely lost and has zero confidence. You haven't imbued him with any kind of belief or anything like that to get the job done because you've got him again out there in the most high-pressure, packed situations. Guys, the owner drops the ball. I understand that. It ticks you off. But when are we going to wake up here to the idea that the GM and the manager have no idea or no clue what they're doing? Remove the things on the plate of the GM that are the fault of the owner, like free agency. So don't judge Ben Cherington on free agency. Judge him instead on players that he's drafted and developed. Because that's not a financial thing. That's a decision on his part. When he spreads money around and takes Henry Davis 1 overall because he wants to draft Bubba Chandler later or make moves later in the draft, that's not Bob Nutting being cheap. That's the GM making that call. When he takes Nick Gonzalez in the first round, when he takes Henry Davis 1-1, go back and look at his trades. Joey Bart was a really good deal. At least it looks that way because he didn't give up anything for him. Rodolfo Castro for Bailey Falter, pretty good. You traded a backup infielder for a decent left-handed starting pitcher. When you find another good one, let me know. In the 5+ years, going on 6 years he's been here. Yeah, I'm hacked off. Because you're really up you-know-what creek. When the owner doesn't give you every resource and the people that are doing that job are incompetent. And that's what it feels like after watching them yesterday. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Jason in Avalon to start. Hello, Jason.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Where do I even begin? O'Neal Cruz cannot play center field. He don't look like he wants to play center field. 99% of the center fielders in baseball are going to make that catch on a play that's going to decide the game. And then he throws it overhead to show you how good his arm is. Who cares how good your arm is? I don't care if you can throw the ball 200 miles an hour. The guy has to play first base or DH. I mean, he gets everything down the line. He'll get everything up the middle. He doesn't have to use his arm. I mean, this team is a mess. And Cherington stinks. I don't
Thank
even
you,
know
Jason.
what he got.
I know. I tried to cover it all. I had someone in the Pirates organization tell me this years ago. I still think it's right. I think O'Neal Cruz would rather be cool than be great. I think he wants to look cool. I think that's priority number one. And until he starts to make the fundamental plays or starts to make the sacrifices to play winning baseball, I'm going to continue to echo that because I know I'm not on an island and thinking that because people inside the organization think the same exact way as me. 412-928-9370. Yes, I'm full of piss and vinegar. I got myself worked up. This could be a Steelers free hour because I just think there's too much meat left on the bone from that game. And for once, when you play a team that has a $41 million payroll and your payroll's double than theirs, this goes to show you it's not just about money. The GM and the manager suck at their jobs. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back with your calls on the Bucks, but first a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller goes for the Pirates tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. We'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 6 o'clock with Dan Zangrilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official partner of, I already said it, The Fan. We love The Fan. We love FanDuel. $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. $200 to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets on America's #1 sportsbook. Round of 16, regional semifinals. We have 4 more games tonight. The game that I am probably most interested in betting on, and the game that I have the strongest lean here. Let me pull up the odds, and I would tell you right now, I like Ole Miss over Michigan State as a 3.5-point dog. Michigan State won both games, had some dicey moments. I don't think they played that well against Belmont, New Mexico, and we've seen the way the ACC has played, although our guy Coach Kale let one get away last night up 16 late. All right, so go to FanDuel.com/Andrew and get it in on all the college hoops all tournament long. 21-plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. We got Bucko baseball. It's a Berg thing, and you need beer. How about this? Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. I'll say it again for effect. Icy and Icy Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and what you need to be opening is some ice cold beer. Check them out. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We're entering another weekend, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't have an NFL team yet. The Steelers are still the front runners, but Rodgers doesn't seem to be in a rush. Pittsburgh's first practice is April 21st, a week before the draft. They have to know on Rodgers by then. Imagine being in that front office. You have to have some anxiety. They have Mason Rudolph sitting alone in the QB room right now. If Rodgers ends up disappointing them, Steelers are going to be in a very tough spot. I'm Andrew Perloff.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
How flexible are you as manager with the back end of the bullpen right now? I know you said you're not attaching labels.
Well, I mean, it's one game in. We have guys that have to perform, and, I have faith in that our guys will get it done.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Derek Shelton telling DK Pittsburgh Sports that he has faith that his bullpen guys will get it done. Well, Derek, here's a news flash. I have zero faith in you to get things done. You are, by record and win percentage, one of the worst managers in baseball history, not Pirates history, baseball history. And, yeah, everyone has crowed and stood up for you at times and said, well, you're just a victim of circumstance. You're a martyr. You manage the Pirates. Look at the players that they hand you. You played the friggin' Marlins yesterday, who have half the payroll size that you guys do. They're running out guys who look like they're MVP Baseball 04 creative player, guys you've never heard of, fake players. We could play a game, Marlins infielder or U.S. congressman, and people wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two. You blow that game. You've got guys playing out of position. You've got playing sloppy-ass baseball. If the Steelers played a game like the Pirates did yesterday, we'd have full phone lines of people saying, get this clown coach out of there. So that's why I'm fired up today after watching that game, and I'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Mulsey's off dealing with the sickness that I gave him. Here's Eric next. Hello, Eric.
Hey, good sir. I'm glad you started the show this way. I usually sit in the car line and listen, and I don't get to complain about the Buccos nearly enough. I fell in love with them back in, I'd say, 91. And then I realized about 2015 I needed some therapy because I was in I needed some couples therapy because I was in a loveless relationship, and that they were never going to love me back the way that I loved them. I just don't see any way. I understand the manager's a nice guy. After yesterday, I just don't see any way that anything makes sense anymore to pay any attention to this team at all. I'll watch Skenes, in a couple of years when he's in a big-time market actually playing for something. I'm not even going to waste my time, to be honest. It's just infuriating.
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate everything you said there, your honesty, your brutal honesty. You want to get me to buy back in and believe again and invest again? Get rid of the manager and get rid of the GM. That would show you mean business. That would show me that you're unhappy with the results. Eat a little bit of money and show both of those guys the door. I've had it. And we know it's hard, and we know it's a tough job, But the Guardians have a lower payroll than the Pirates. They were in the American League Championship Series last year. The Rays are always competitive. It's damn hard. It's super hard. It's way harder to be the Pirates GM than it is to be the Dodgers or Yankees GM. But it can be done by small market teams. There's usually a team that's bottom 5 in payroll that makes the playoffs every year. Yeah, it's really friggin' hard. But these guys are showing me they're not up for the task. And when you're playing other small market teams that are spending even less money than you, and you're beating yourselves, and you look like your process, how you're putting together your team, how you're going about winning is completely farcical, what's the point? Sheldon should have been fired at the end of the last year, and now I'm convinced that Cherington should have been let go too. Here is Jake in Green Tree. Hello, Jake.
Hey, Andrew, thank you so much. You've pretty much covered all of my commentary. But, hey, thanks for being hacked off. You know, a lot of people in this town should feel the same way. And by the way, the Pirates, actually, I think they created the definition of an insanity because you see this, it's the same thing happening over and over. And, you made some great points about their futile draft choices. But look at their lineup, and I think you touched on this. I heard you on the nightly sports call. Was it last night with Richie?
Yep.
It's so weak. There's no power threat. They strike out. What did they strike out? 12 times yesterday? I think it was 12. And it's on and on and on. It's the same. It's, as I said, it's like repeating the same thing over and over. And you're right. Shelton, he should have been canned. I don't know why they brought. In fact, why did they even give him an extension 2 years ago? I'll never understand that part.
Thanks, Jake, because they were like, we're off to an amazing start. We're headed in the right direction. I mean, I even got sucked into that. I'll raise my hand and say I was a dunce. I was an idiot. I thought that they had something going too, that they were building, that they were improving, that they were on the fast track to being competitive again, that we might get to relive 13 through 15. No, not with these guys. I got to listen to people tell me Matt Haig is going to be some miracle worker, like they brought in some hitting guru that is going to fix Key Brian Hayes, that is going to turn Tommy Pham, going to turn back the clock with him like he's playing for the Cardinals 10 years ago. He's going to make IKF a legit hitter. Henry Davis didn't even make this team. Jack Sawinski was on the bench yesterday for Tommy Pham. Give me a break. Look, I mean, the owner's got to wear it for bringing these guys back. But yesterday is proof that it's not just about the money you spend. They didn't lose a game to the Dodgers. They didn't lose a game to the Yankees. They're beating themselves against a $41 million payroll team. Here's Stan in Ohio. He's next. Hello, Stan.
Hey, first thing, first base. You got a guy playing 5'10". You got a guy sitting on the bench, 6'3". Even hitters. Who's going to – Triolo would have made those two plays in that one inning.
The problem is Triolo can't hit his way out of a paper bag, though. That's the issue.
I know. Rodriguez ain't much better.
I don't disagree with that, but your second option that you're bringing up is a weak hitting, feeble hitting first baseman. First base that's the position. Thank you for the call. That's the position of Willie Stargell we're talking about. You're supposed to get power there, and the better alternative is Jared Triolo. That speaks to the ineptitude of the organization. Charlie's in Washington County, where I live. Hello, Charlie.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I had one comment about automatic strike zone, but I want to get back into ragging on Shelton. Why is every coach and manager like a player-friendly Care Bear type? Where are the Lou Pinellas? Where are the Jim Lelands? Why is that not the authoritative figure you'd want in managing your team? What's your thoughts on that?
Modern-day athletes, they make way more money than the managers. They feel like if they get after those guys, they'll turn it off, they'll quit, they'll pout, they'll force trades, they'll work behind the scenes to get the manager fired because managers are viewed by the pencil pushers and the number geniuses to be basically fungible and replaceable. And that's why there's very few managers who make serious money. It's not viewed as a big deal anymore. I mean, even casual baseball fans buy into that now. I'm astonished by the number of casual baseball fans that say things like, well, the manager doesn't matter. He's probably, good for 2 or 3 wins or 2 or 3 losses a year. Like, it's almost like in the minds of baseball fans, they've been brainwashed into thinking that the position doesn't matter anymore. But thanks, Charlie. Appreciate the call. Let's get to some happier thoughts and happier ideas. We'll take more of your calls on this, too. 412-928-9370. Can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. 2 things happened in hockey last night involving 2 of our most beloved, favorite athletes in Pittsburgh history, and one guy who was despised for years, who I must admit I now like. I'll tell you who that is next. Quick timeout, then we're right back. Here's a headline from Charlie Borges.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost last night by a final score of 7-3. However, Sidney Crosby broke Wayne Gretzky's NHL record with his 20th point per game season, setting an NHL record. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Let's hear from Donnie. Oh, no, it's me. Then I got to throw it to Donnie. Thank you, Charlie. I got my signals crossed up there. Yeah, I want to talk about Wetco. I'm at beautiful Studio B, and I'm looking at all these lavish vehicles inside the showroom here that are so pristine, so beautiful. And the best thing about having the Wetco Pass is that you can have your car looking like it's in the showroom, like it just came off the lot at all times. Because you can get your car washed as much as you want, and you pay just that super low monthly price. That's it. And you can go as much as you want. They don't charge you more based on how often you go. You don't get a bill in the mail that says, hey, you took advantage of us. You raked us over the coals. We're now going to charge you another $5 a month or another $10. No, it stays the same. And you can cancel anytime. There's no fine print. What a gift it makes for maybe your high school student, your college student who just got a car, and making it easy for them to keep it clean and keeping it in tip-top shape. Also, the Wetco Pro locations have free vacuums that you can use. So sign up today and take advantage. Join the revolution like me. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. We have a big weekend of sports, which means a big weekend for my friends at Bet Parks. College basketball tonight, tomorrow, Sunday. Get in on that action. Maybe you're more of a baseball fan. Bet on the black and gold to bounce back tonight, or pick another game on the pro baseball slate anytime this weekend. Pick one, pick the other, pick both, put a parlay together. The possibilities are endless. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to with Bet Parks. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games, bet on all of your favorite sports, blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, online slots based on Rocky, Ted, The Goonies, your favorite shows like Breaking Bad and Peaky Blinders. Download the app now. A great offer for new users on the way. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program and New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Drives it deeper. After it is Grizzly. Sent behind the net. Crosby in front. He scores! Crosby, the most consistent of them all. His 20th straight season with a point per game. It passes Wayne Gretzky for the most in NHL history. Sir Sidney, one of the best to ever do it.
And it looks like, look, it is, as best you can tell, Alex Ovechkin gathering all of his teammates, telling them, don't go back to the locker room. That is legend recognizing legend. Look at that, Ray. Alex Ovechkin got the guys out of the tunnel, brought them back on the ice and said, no, we have to go shake hands with Marc-Andre Fleury.
As I said, I don't recall seeing this other than Wayne Gretzky. There's just nobody that quite has connected with people around the league like the way Marc-Andre Fleury has. He's a remarkable person. Every stop he's been to, he has been a most favored son, and it's because of the way, A, he plays, but the way that he treats people. It's a great thing to see.
Hockey Talk. Segment sponsored by Mike's Beer Bar, Fan Beer of the Month, Hey Honey from Two Phrase Brewing, benefiting Young Adult Survivors United. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't spend some time on both of those marvelous moments in hockey last night. Hockey history, actually. Pittsburgh hockey history. Sidney Crosby breaking that Wayne Gretzky. Can I spit it out of my mouth? I don't think I like saying his name for some reason. Because in this town, it's Mario 1 and Wayne 2, and maybe Sidney Crosby fast approaching. John Steigerwald tweets out every day that Sidney Crosby was better than Wayne Gretzky, and I'm starting to appreciate that more and more. But anyways, two things that are, I think, going to go down as iconic moments. Sid breaking that record, 20 consecutive seasons of averaging a point per game. I don't know if it's still true, if it's exactly up to date. Hockey aficionado Charlie Borges would be able to fact check me on this. But Sid was leading the NHL in 5-on-5 points the other day. If he still is, that is just a ridiculous testament to his ageless wonders as an athlete. It is depressing, but it also, I think, is a metaphor for this season. How it happened last night. That he scores in what was a blowout loss to the worst team in the NHL. He gets the record in like it was a hollow goal. Otherwise, if it wasn't a record-setting goal, it's like one of the most forgettable goals of Sidney Crosby's career. But he does it to break Wayne's record, and among Sidney Crosby's individual accomplishments, I now think it's his best one. I don't mean like awards-wise hardware like Hart trophies or Conn Smythes. I mean in terms of statistical numbers, statistical achievements, it's number one because it speaks to being great for a long time. Not just good for a long time, great for a long time. So anytime we get to wax poetic on Sid, I'm going to take a few minutes to do that, and it's obviously appropriate right now. I think we have, Charlie, we've got Sullivan on what Sid did, and we've got Sid talking about it. Is that right? Do we have both? Okay, let's hear the horse right out of the horse's mouth first. Let's hear Sidney Crosby on what it meant to him to break that Gretzky record.
It's probably hard right now if I lost like that. Yeah, I just think that there's a lot of guys who've contributed to that, so I'm thankful for the guys that I've played with that contributed to it, and it's a special milestone, but obviously play to win.
Saw you had your family here for it. Just how thankful are you that they were able to be here before the record-setting point?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they sacrifice a lot and support you all these years. It's nice to have different moments with them, and I've been fortunate they've been a lot of different games and memories and events and things like that, so nice to have them here tonight.
All right, so the first part of that response from Sid is classic Crosby. He gets this record, but he sounds like he's sullen and he's down in the dumps because they just got completely blasted by a horrible team. And he also is quick to give other people credit for his own achievements. That's the mark of a leader. That's the mark of a great person, that he looks around and says, these people made it possible, and doesn't pat himself on the back. Here's Mike Sullivan, who's coached Sidney Crosby through his 30s and through these golden years. And Sullivan going to continue to do that, even though the Penguins are one of the worst teams in the NHL, because no coach in this town gets fired anymore. Here he is on what it meant to be in the building, behind the bench, watching Sidney Crosby get this record and having coached him through two Stanley Cup wins and more.
Crosby gets the point-per-game record. What does that say about his consistency, that he's been able to do this 20 times now?
It's remarkable. You know, he's in such rare company where he is right now. You know, with every milestone that he crosses, I guess it just puts him in more elite company than he's already in. So I just think, you know, when you think in terms of 20 seasons in a row with such consistency, it's an amazing accomplishment. It doesn't surprise me because I know how hard he works and I know how hard he trains, and he controls everything within his power to set himself up for success and ultimately the team. But you know, I've said it on so many occasions, just his passion for the game and his willingness to put the work in to continue to be at his best. It's just remarkable.
It sucks that this wasn't at home, and it sucks that this wasn't on a good team. That Mike Sullivan has to praise Sidney Crosby as the Penguins are wallowing among the dregs of the NHL. And I agree with what Subban said. Bad messenger, not a Subban fan, but he was right. Sidney Crosby deserves better, even though Sidney Crosby's had a small hand in all this. Again, out of loyalty, because he wanted to stick with the Penguins, but also wanted to do it with the guys he won cups with, talking about Letang and Malkin. And I hate to say this about Malkin, but he looks washed. He looks like his career is absolutely over. And he's got one more year left, and that'll be it for an iconic player. On the Marc-Andre Fleury moment last night, I hope that play-by-play from ESPN did it justice here on the radio, that you weren't able to see it. If you haven't seen the video, I posted it on social media, on Twitter. of Ovechkin saying, no, wait, we're not going to go into the dressing room. We're going to go back out like it's the end of a playoff series, and we're all going to shake Marc-Andre Fleury's hand at center ice and thank him for his service to hockey and his great career. And so my takeaway from that is this. There are few athletes in professional sports who I can think of who I've gone from hating more to now liking more than Alex Ovechkin. Obviously, when it's Sid versus Ovechkin, you pick a side, you hate the other. If you're Ohio State, you don't root for Michigan guys. If you're the Yankees, you loathe the Red Sox. If you put on the black and gold for the Steelers, you think all Ravens players suck and you don't want to respect them. And you, especially when you're a Penguins fan, you want to basically give a middle finger to everything Flyers and everything Capitals. And especially when Ovechkin was out there gooning it up and taking runs at Sergei Gonchar and Malkin. And when idiots on TV were saying things like Ovechkin was better than Sid, you take that personally here. But that was a class act by him last night. And generally speaking, like the longevity of Ovechkin and also the fact that he does it on like the Phil Kessel diet. And he's not like, I don't say this is not at all a slight to Sid, but Sid sells out and does everything in his power and makes every single sacrifice to be the best hockey player in the world. It is incredible that in this day and age of sports medicine and sports science and sports fitness, that Alexander Ovechkin eats 2 Subway sandwiches, a bag of spicy, of hot Cheetos before a game and goes out and gets a hat trick. And the fact that he recognizes Marc-Andre Fleury as a great rival who he can respect and do something for at the end of a game, I loved that. I thought that was tremendous. And, yeah. So I hope Ovechkin gets the record, and you know what? I wouldn't mind if it was against the Penguins in Game 82. So what? I said it. 412-928-9370. I'm live at beautiful Studio B. Bowser Monroeville, Bowser Chevrolet here. Amazing showroom. Our outstanding Studio B. We sound so good out here at Studio B now. Coming up in just a few minutes, the Steelers are bringing in a first-round prospect quarterback on a draft visit. Who is it? Why does it have Joe Starkey turned on? And how would you feel about the Steelers picking him with the 21st pick? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Here's a message from Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Mitsu by the Mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, the place to go if you want the best deal on the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. It's your lucky day, as a matter of fact, right now, if that's what you're looking for, because Mitsu by the Mall has great deals on great vehicles. Like the 2024 Outlander, they still have some in stock because they've got the best inventory in the area when it comes to Mitsubishi, and they are priced to move right now, up to $7,000 off at Mitsu by the Mall, or you can grab 0% financing for 60 months. The Outlander, it's awesome. All the bells and whistles you want, plus room for 7 passengers. How about great deals, too, on Eclipse Cross, up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as only $23,000. And every Mitsubishi is bringing to the table that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Plus, you can get 3 years of prepaid maintenance and up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Luck is on your side right now at Mitsu by the Mall. Check out more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now. now.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code CASH. swishradio.com, code CASH.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1242. That's 800-275-1242. That's 800-275-1242.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Chatham Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler John Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next live bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with a live odds boost token. Simply add a live tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting firsthand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, let's give Penn State hockey a shout out here. 8:30, first round of the NCAA hockey tournament. They take on, I believe, the 3-seed Maine. Penn State and Maine. Single elimination. Loser goes home. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So I talked to an NFL exec last night. Very well connected. And this is a keep your head on a swivel, Aaron Rodgers. I'm told the Steelers really like Jalen Milroe. 21st pick, first round. So if Aaron signs with Pittsburgh, it's going to become Kirk Cousins. They're taking a quarterback. Because I've been told the Steelers, they're looking around at all these AFC quarterbacks, and Milroe is the most athletically gifted guy to come out of this draft at that position since Lamar Jackson, and they feel as an organization they need special.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, 50 years in the South Hills. I'm live at Studio B, Bowser Chevy. Love this place. Love Gary Bowser and the team here. Malsey is sick. Donnie did the midday show. We got Charlie back at Mission Command. Colin Cowherd, man, did that make the rounds on Twitter? What he said about Jalen Milroe. I remember I put that out before the Senior Bowl. Jalen Milroe, Steelers had scouts who loved the guy. And so, hey, what the scouts see when they're working the college football season, and then what Mike Tomlin wants or sees once he puts the tape on and when he goes and meets with these guys, two different things. And Tomlin's opinion is going to win out because he's Mike Tomlin and he's Mr. Know-It-All and he's the king of the Steelers fiefdom. But there are people, make no mistake about it, who love Milroe and they like the athleticism. And they probably went to Tomlin too and said, look, I mean, this is your overall vision for a quarterback, big picture. This is the kind of guy you want. Now, needs a lot of refinement and a lot of work, and I don't trust the Steelers to do it, but I like Cowherd. I don't have really a relationship with him. I'd like to have one. Not really sure why I don't, to be honest with you. given some of our mutual friends. But I don't doubt that for a second. Colin will throw some things out there. He'll see where it lands. But on that one, I think he's onto something. Mike DeFabo, who's going to join us at 3:30. Mike and I have had our battles. Mike and I have had our wars with each other. I like Mike, though. And Mike is on a bit of a heater here. He's had some breaking news lately. And he had a report today, the first one to report it, from the Steelers beat. So if we were doing Steelers beat writer power rankings, he would be making a big climb here. He put out there that Jackson Dart, who's having his pro day today, that the Steelers are bringing him next month in for a personal visit. So if you're keeping score at home on this, you've got the Steelers at Will Howard's pro day. You've got them eating dinner with Jalen Milroe down in Tuscaloosa. And now you have them bringing Jackson Dart to them. And today at Dart's pro day, Andy Weidel was there. So Weidel's the guy that puts together the draft board. He ranks the players, and then it's up to Mike on how they draft them. So think about this. It's like if you do a fantasy draft, okay, who's listing the players? Who's putting them in order? Who's doing all that? Is it Yahoo? Is it ESPN? Is it CBS? Is it my buddy Dave Richard from CBS? Who's doing it? Is it whatever the hell the guy is from NBC, Matthew Berry, I think his name. He's another one of these fantasy nicks. Andy Weidel does that for the actual Steelers drafts. And so he's the guy that is taking in Jackson Dart firsthand right now. Now, Adam Crowley this morning had a bit of news that's gone viral. How about that? Shout out to Crowley. When Crowley's not doing very powerful Zins. Charlie, do you pop Zins? Are you a Zin guy?
I am not. Never have, never will.
He puts in like the extra strength, like the ones you get in Europe, like black market Zin.
There was one time we had an intern here, and Crowley offered him a Zin, and the kid was like, oh, yeah, sure, trying to be cool, never did one before, and he was not feeling good the rest of the day.
Was it intern Dom?
It was not intern Dom. That I can confirm.
Okay. Well, anyways, he does very powerful Zin because he has a addictive personality. And he said today that Jackson Dart, he was texted by someone in the know that around the NFL and NFL circles, there's a belief that if Dart is there at 21, the Steelers will take him. Now, I don't think it was Starkey playing a joke on Crowley as Will and Wilmerding or Glenn from Glenn Willard or something ridiculous like that. Crowley didn't couch it as a joke. He said it seriously, and I trust Adam, and I like Adam. I think he's got a very bright present and exciting future here at the radio station. So as far as this situation goes, I'm going to just put my plums on the table here and tell you how I feel about it. And I get it. There's probably in your mind, if you know me and you've heard the show, maybe there's a little bit of, well, buyer beware because of how vociferous I was in my advocation and defense of Kenny Pickett and how badly I wanted the Steelers to take Pickett. It came to fruition, and I was convinced that Pickett was going to be good, and clearly he was not here. So, yeah, there is a little bit of once bitten, twice shy, but I'm not against drafting a quarterback. I'm against and I'm afraid of overdrafting one. That's what freaks me out. So if the Steelers are doing their homework on Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe and Will Howard, because they're sitting there thinking, if one of these guys pops up in the third or fourth round, we've got to have a book on them. We've got to have intel on them to make an informed decision on whether or not they're worthy of taking with one of those picks. Then I'm all for it. Like, to me, that's a half measure. I get it. But when you are in the wilderness, when you are surrounded by darkness and big giant oak trees and briar patches and animals making weird noises at night, and you have no clue where you're going at quarterback, you can, in my opinion, afford to do something like that. And the success rate on the middle round quarterbacks, there are not a lot of Russell Wilsons. There's not a ton of Dak Prescotts. There aren't many Kirk Cousins. But there you go. I just named three who were picked in that range. One went on to win a Super Bowl, and the other two have made a whole lot of money, to quote Antonio Brown. So those guys, like I would take in their prime any of those three quarterbacks that I just named to be the Steelers quarterback right now. Clearly, Wilson is not in his prime anymore. That's why he's often playing for the Giants now. But I'm saying if you get something like that, you hit on one of those guys there, that's an amazing pick. I don't trust the Steelers to draft and develop, but I will allow for them as a fan. I will give them my support, and I will agree that using one of those, those are not make or break picks. You obviously want to hit on your second, third, and even fourth round picks. But at that point, the risk reward, I think, is worth it. What I don't like hearing is what Cowherd said and what Crowley said. Yes, if you don't have a quarterback, you're screwed. But you get really, really screwed when you start to take second or third round quarterbacks with the 21st pick. And that's definitely Jalen Milroe. And that's probably Jackson Dart. Like, this is just me talking. This is just a guy, again, who got Kenny Pickett wrong. So, you can tar and feather me proverbially until the cows come home, if you want to. So, if you never want to take my advice on a quarterback again because I got one guy wrong, well, then so be it. But just for me, I would rather take a shot on someone who has, I think, a couple of elite skills like Milroe than take someone like Dart, who was a good player but not a great player in the SEC. Like this idea, well, he was a good quarterback in the best conference in America. That got us in trouble with Jarvis Jones. Remember him? Oh, he dominated at Georgia. Okay, well, Najee Harris, he dominated at Alabama. Yeah, because he had an offensive line that was better than the Steelers' line blocking for him. So if this is where this is moving, and obviously Aaron Rodgers is connected to all this too, and it's 3:05 today, and we haven't mentioned Aaron Rodgers one time. And we'll get to him. Cavalli's going to join us later this hour, and DeFabo's going to be on in 25 minutes. I cannot endorse taking Dart or Milroe with the 21st pick. In fact, while I was driving out here to beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, I heard a very smart reporter. His name's Joe Smeltzer. He covers Penn State. He was at Penn State's Pro Day, and he was on with Donnie. And they were talking about the two great prospects who I love from Penn State, Abdul Carter and Tyler Warren, and neither one of them worked out today in State College. They were just watching. And Donnie asked Smeltzer a great question. He said, well, what happens in the draft if Tyler Warren starts to fall? And Smeltzer said, I would not take, if I'm the Steelers, he put himself in Mike Tomlin's shoes. He said, I would not take Tyler Warren with the 21st pick. I respectfully disagree with that. I couldn't actually respectfully disagree with that more. I would much rather the Steelers take a top 10 talent in the draft, regardless of what position he plays or Steelers' position of need. If there is a surefire great player who falls to them, take him rather than reach on the position you've been chasing since Ben Roethlisberger retired. It's that thinking of taking the great player who falls. That's how they got David DeCastro. That's how they got one of the great guards in Steelers history. So, hey, this is going to be a debate. I think almost regardless. You heard Cowherd say it. He thinks it's a Kirk Cousins situation. He thinks they're going to get Aaron Rodgers and still draft the quarterback. So this discussion ain't going anywhere. Buckle up, put your big boy pants on, and get ready to have an opinion on this for the next month. Because every show in America is going to talk about this. Where should the Steelers draft the quarterback? And my opinion right now is, as it becomes clear that the Steelers are scouting quarterbacks whining and dining quarterbacks and getting to know quarterbacks, they want one from this draft. I am adamantly against them taking Dart or Milroe in the first round. Dart is the more interesting one and the more debatable one. I haven't heard anybody say draft Milroe 21st. Dart is a different story. And I want to know where you come down on that. I'm thumbs down on the idea, and I want to know where you are at 412-928-9370. I'm not asking you to tell me that you've watched every Dart game. I'm not going to shame you if you don't know much about the guy. I'm just asking you a very basic question. Do you want the Steelers to take a quarterback with the 21st pick? Yes or no? And I'd love for you to call in right now and give me an opinion on that at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So Dart's going to be here next month. We'll see if we can pin down a date from Mike DeFabo and ask him how serious he thinks the Steelers are when it comes to taking a quarterback early in this draft. Charlie has a headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First pitch tonight between the Pirates and Marlins is scheduled for 7:10. Mitch Keller gets a start for the Pirates. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 6. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Melzy.
Chris Muller here. The BetParx Sportsbook and Online Casino has you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can still make futures bets right now on what team will win it all. For example, $25 on Florida pays $100. How about $25 on Michigan State? That pays $625. We always know Michigan State tough this time of year. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx Online Casino and Sportsbook app. The only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games right in the palm of my hand. They've got live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus, you can play hot online slots as well. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparx.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParx app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them they ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spell backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for more than 50 years. Happy Friday, everybody. Pirates 0-1. Got a lot of feedback on my opening rant to the show. I was not in a great mood about yesterday's game. You can go back and listen to that on our podcast page. I wasn't surprised. I hadn't talked myself into. I wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid and thinking that this team was going to win 85 games. I came to an awakening a couple of weeks ago where I just looked at their roster and I said, what am I doing thinking that they're going to compete in this division? And then someone inside the Pirates organization laid a few more things out for me, and I'm like, nope, not sold. And then the cherry on top was the Jared Jones injury. Not going to touch a baseball for 6 weeks. Jackson Dart to the Steelers. I mean, more and more Joe Starkey's Steelers fantasy could be coming true. Andy Weidel down at Ole Miss for his pro day today. He's coming to town next month for a visit with the Steelers to meet Mike Tomlin and the gang. According to Mike DeFabo, is going to join us in 15 minutes. And Colin Cowherd yesterday saying, don't rule out Jalen Milroe in the first round. So now there's legitimate buzz that the Steelers could pull the trigger at 21 on another quarterback and make it their second quarterback drafted in the last 4 drafts. 412-928-9370. Let's go out to your phone calls here on it. Charlie Borges setting things up for us. Let's begin with Luke in Greensburg. Hello, Luke.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yep, you bet, Luke.
Yeah, so right now my feelings are I don't want us to draft a quarterback in this draft, especially not in the first round. Maybe grab a late pick and just hope for the best. But if you draft a guy like Jackson Dart, and who knows, he could pan out. But we're not in a place right now with our current roster. We need D-line. We need cornerbacks. We don't have a good roster. We're not a quarterback away right now. I'd like to build the roster this year, possibly next year.
So then you don't want Aaron Rodgers then. If you think they're not a quarterback away, then you must be adamantly against bringing in a 41-year-old quarterback to run things.
No, I would not like to have Aaron Rodgers. However, I do think it'd be interesting. But no, I don't want Aaron Rodgers.
All right, thank you. I mean, interesting in that he might butt heads with Mike Tomlin and he might go on McAfee show and expose some of Mike Tomlin's coaching faults and weaknesses. That would be cool. Here is Ian next. Hello, Ian.
How's it going? As far as the Aaron Rodgers thing, I don't see how one affects the other there because one is free agency is practically dried up. So if you go and bring in, a 49-year-old, guy living in a cave for a 1-year, $20 million deal, it doesn't affect your draft stock. But as far as drafting a quarterback, you can reach for a quarterback as long as you feel like the ceiling is very high. And I just don't feel that way about Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe. But I've heard comps for Jalen Milroe that you might be looking at something like, what's his name from the Eagles. And so if you find out that that's the case, like, I don't mind taking a second-round flyer on him, but don't set your franchise back.
You don't have a second-round pick.
Well, yeah, third-round pick, but I'm saying don't waste a first-round pick on a guy that you're not confident can come out and play better than even a guy like Mason Rudolph. I mean, I know Mason Rudolph's not the best, but the guy has NFL experience, So
Jalen Milroe, thanks. Jalen Milroe, thanks, Ian. Jalen Milroe situation. I said Jalen Milroe three times here. I'm like a broken record. Jalen Milroe, I said it fourth time.
Like Beetlejuice.
He's like Dan Marino his last year at Pitt. Now, I'm not comparing the two quarterbacks, styles or ceiling or future. Dan Marino's last year at Pitt was not good. And that was part of the reason why his draft stock was negatively affected and why he went so low in the first round. There are also whispers about his social life and things like that. If you've ever watched that great 30 for 30 on the 83 draft, that all comes out. He's a big part. That was a phenomenal documentary by the NFL and by ESPN. But it's the same thing where the penultimate college season was better than the final one. If Jalen Milroe had come out of college after Nick Saban's swan song when they lost to Michigan, now he made a bad play at the end of the Michigan game at the goal line. But given the way he ran at the combine, or not the combine, at his pro day, the athleticism he showed, he probably would be a first-round pick. He had a horrible year in a new offense with a new head coach, and there weren't as many weapons around him. So it is actually a buy low opportunity. But you're not getting a bargain if you take him with the 21st pick. So I'd be fine with taking him in the third round, but I'd also remain very skeptical because I don't trust the Steelers' plans. I don't trust them. I crushed the Pirates at the beginning of the show for their process. I don't trust the Steelers' process when it comes to quarterbacks. And the situation they put those guys in to develop. How much did that hurt Mason Rudolph's career? How much did that hurt Kenny Pickett's career? I think it did to some degree. It absolutely did. Now, I don't think it hurt them enough where without that they go on to be great quarterbacks. But I absolutely promise you, if you inject either one of those with truth serum, they're blaming Mike Tomlin for where their careers are at right now. 100%. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. At 93.7 The Fan, I'm at the Pony Express, Pony spelled P-O-N-I. Okay. Cavalli with me for a full hour in a half hour. DeFabo next. I got to give Mike props. Mike and I have been at loggerheads before. Mike's ripped me for things, which is fine. I rip people on this show all the time, so what's fair is fair. I can't get on guys for ripping me if I'm critical of people. That wouldn't be right. Mike has this scoop on Jackson Dart, so I'm going to have him on to talk about it. That's what you do in this business. You let bygones be bygones. So he's going to join us next, but first, Charlie has a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost by a final score of 7-3 last night to the Buffalo Sabres. Sidney Crosby set another record for the most point per game seasons with his 20th. The Penguins are already in action again until Sunday against the Ottawa Senators at PPG Paints Arena. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis up in Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Charlie, FanDuel is the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, also the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. And we know it's the opening week. And, hey, you're going to watch these Buccos games. You might as well make a little money while doing it, or try to, with the FanDuel Sportsbook. So much fun to take advantage of some of the great profit boosts and promotions they have going right now over on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. So right now, there's $500,000 in bonus bets from now through Sunday. It's all part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to hit a home run, and you'll get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. So if you had Nick Gonzalez yesterday, you would have gotten a share of that. So who's a good bet today in this matchup? You know, I ragged on O'Neal Cruz's defense, but he usually gets off to a torrid start. Usually good for an opening day homer. Didn't hit one yesterday. Maybe he'll do it tonight. FanDuel.com/Andrew and look for that daily home run jackpot. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct pick. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and let me tell you about the best place to go to find the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. In this case, it's the Mitsu that fits you. I'm talking, of course, about Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. If you don't know what Mitsubishi's all about, you need to find out. Like, for example, the 2024 Outlander, a 7-passenger capable SUV that's got all-wheel drive, that's got advanced safety features. You can certainly get one with a panoramic sunroof and all sorts of other bells and whistles. Right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, they've got them up to $7,000 off, priced to move. Or you can grab 0% financing for 60 months. Not the only great deal either. Eclipse Crosses are up to $4,500 off, and Outlander Sports are as low as only $23,000. Yes. Plus, Mitsubishi always gives you that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and you'll get 3 years of prepaid maintenance plus $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Now's the time. Shop the Lucky Days event at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. What Alabama's offense did last night against BYU was a thing of beauty. Not just the men's single-game tournament record, 25 three-pointers, but that their shot chart is just those threes and a few twos right at the rim. It is a work of art and a near-perfect example of what head coach Nate Oates wants to do. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions since 2020. With Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Will the third time still be the charm for Kentucky? I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Kentucky swept Tennessee in the regular season, and the Wildcats have a number of wins against top 10 opponents. We've also seen the Tennessee coach choke in this spot before. So I'm backing Kentucky as a 4.5-point dog against their conference rival tonight. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Live at Studio B. Ballsy off today. Hope he's feeling better. I got him sick. Just ripped right through us. Donnie's the only one who hasn't gotten it. He's got a incredible immunity to things. I've never seen him sick. Although I did hear a story about him at his engagement party. That he was so sick at his parents' house, Charlie, he passed out in the bathroom, went down like he had been shot, and like fell into the shower and broke like the faucet head right off the wall. Just down.
Due to
like
just
knocked, like fainted from being so sick.
I've never fainted before, have you?
Had it happen to me once in my entire life. I was at a baseball camp, and I don't know if it was if I was sick or the heat, like a heat stroke situation, and literally blacked out and had a baseball go off my head that was thrown to me. The baseball didn't knock me out. I was like fainted by the time it happened. But yeah, a few minutes later, like I came to, and they were like pumping me with orange juice and like ammonia washcloths and stuff. That's like the only time. I was maybe like 10 when that happened. I mean, I've been punched so hard in the face I've been knocked out. That doesn't really count, though. Out cold. Concussions playing sports. I've had 2 of those. So, yeah. All right, Mike DeFabo's joining us right now. Steelers insider from The Athletic. Hello, Mike.
What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Care to chime in on any of that?
On passing out? Well, I did. I'll out myself as a wimp a little bit. I am very squeamish when it comes to blood and needles. And
Same.
It's kind of funny because my dad is a doctor. So when I was playing
on all his success.
When I was playing baseball, I got a huge cortisone shot. And if you've ever gotten a cortisone shot, it's a pretty big needle. And so they give me the shot in the shoulder, and I go down. And then all the nurses thought it was like the funniest thing in the world. They're calling everybody in. They're like, look, Dr. D's kid's soft. He passed out. So not only did I feel bad about passing out, but then I was being publicly shamed.
Well, congrats on this Jackson Dart scoop that he's coming in April for a visit with the Steelers. What do you think it means?
Well, I think it means that the Steelers are doing their homework on quarterbacks. You know, I wouldn't jump so far as to immediately be like, look, they're definitely taking Jackson Dart. You know, we know that they've gone to dinner with Will Howard from Ohio State, so they've done their due diligence there. We know that they took Jalen Milroe to dinner as well. They had Tyler Show from Louisville in for a visit, and it wouldn't surprise me if they, you know, today they were in Notre Dame where Riley Leonard is. So I look at it as they're doing their homework, and I'm not sure that they would even know yet whether he's going to be their first-round pick. But I think this was really newsworthy because if the Steelers are going to go for a quarterback in the first round, I think this would be the most likely candidate.
How about the timing of – oh, that's interesting too. How about the timing of you getting this information today, which I don't think is coincidence that it's the day that Dart has his pro day and Tomlin's not down there. They have Weidl there. But it's almost like getting out in front of it to me like – hey, just because we didn't send our entire entourage down there doesn't mean that we're still not interested in this guy. Don't take our absence from Dart's pro day to mean that he's like down the list of quarterbacks we're interested in. Here's a little bone. He's going to be here in April, and we're going to get to know him then. Your thoughts?
No, I don't think that it's that. You know, this is independent. I don't want to reveal too much, but that I don't think the Steelers, I don't think, are worried about Mike DeFavo. I'll say that.
No, I'm trying to. Well, you don't think they care about information getting out there on their interest in quarterbacks?
Well, I'll give you a little nugget, Pony, since we're buddies. I find it interesting that the Steelers took multiple Alabama football players to dinner, and for some reason, the only one that got leaked was the quarterback. So you can read into that what you want.
Ooh, interesting. Well, you said that they didn't like Jalen Milroe. Do you still feel that way?
That's kind of what I'm alluding to. I'm not saying that they don't like him. I'm saying that I would be surprised. The stuff that came out yesterday with Colin Cowherd saying, you know, that he claims that he has a source telling him that Steelers would pick Jalen Milroe in the first round. I would be surprised by that, but you never know what's going to happen. I would be surprised. That's all I'll say.
Do you think that that's like a Malik Willis red herring? Is that what you're insinuating?
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so let's go back to what you said about Dart. Why do you think then that Dart, among this pool of quarterbacks, would be the most likely that they maybe step out of their comfort zone on?
Well, so you just look at the way that the draft board's going to fall, right? Yep. And Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders are the top two quarterbacks. I don't think the Steelers are going to be in range to get either one of those guys just because quarterback desperation is a real thing. And I think that there's a lot of quarterback-needy teams that pick before the Steelers. So, you know, you never know what's going to happen. Barring Shadur Sanders sliding unexpectedly, I don't think either of those would be in range. So really the first quarterback that the Steelers would be able to make a play on realistically to me would be Jackson Dart. And you look at what he does, and there are a lot of enticing things. He makes really good second and third level throws. He has the arm strength. He's willing to push the ball downfield. He had the best yards per attempt of any quarterback in FBS last year. Now, with all that said, he's also 6'2", sturdy kind of quarterback. The knock on him right now is he played in an offense where he didn't have to make a lot of pro-level reads. A lot of his first reads were schemed open for him. So, you know, he's kind of – I would look at it as a best-case scenario if the Steelers go this route would be actually having another quarterback in place because a lot of people believe it's going to take Jackson Dart some time to acclimate to the NFL and to work through, you know, those NFL-type reads. So, you know, I think whatever they do this season, whether that's getting Aaron Rodgers or whoever the quarterback is going to be, I think it would actually be a better situation if Jackson Dart comes into it and is able to sit for a year before becoming the guy.
Among these three hypotheticals, in Mike DeFavo's mind, which one do you think is the most likely? The Steelers take Jackson Dart with the 21st pick. The Steelers take Will Howard in the 3rd round. Or the Steelers take Tyler Schuff in the 4th round.
The latter two. One of the latter two. But
well, I'm going to force you to pick one because that's what we do on this show.
That is tough. You radio guys force people into decisions like that. You know, I like Tyler Schuck. I just think that this team has bigger
needs. Are we going with Schuck like J.B. Schuck, the former Pirates center fielder?
I think so.
Okay.
He has the toughest name. And I like him because I covered Jeff Brom, the Louisville football coach, when he was at Purdue. And that guy's like a quarterback whisperer. And I have a lot of faith in the way that he's developed quarterbacks. So me personally, I like him the best for a couple of reasons. Because, you know, I'm not the biggest fan.
Because you're the same age and you think you'd get along with him?
Well, almost the same age. I'm 35. I'm older than I look. Because I think that the Steelers, you know, they've taken kind of a patient approach. You look at how they've taken, like, unsexy linemen. They're not going to be flashy, but it's a build for the future type of approach. And right now they have a glaring hole on the defensive line after letting Larry Ogunjobi go. And so I think if I were to guess and project and predict, I think Kenneth Grant from Michigan in the 1st round is where I think that the Steelers are headed. And if they don't get him, I think another defensive lineman would be the most likely in the 1st round. Then you don't have a 2nd-round pick. I'd like them to address maybe running back in the 3rd round, maybe wide receiver. And then I think 4th round is where I personally, if I were making the decisions, would start thinking about a quarterback. The trouble is, like I mentioned earlier, quarterback desperation is real, and if you are in love with a quarterback, you usually have to draft him a round earlier than you'd like to, which is the reason why guys like Will Howard are being projected in the 3rd round, and why Jackson Dart, who was considered maybe a day 2 kind of prospect, now all of a sudden there's a lot of buzz for him in the 1st round. So really the question is, are you in love with any of these guys enough that you're willing to take a big swing with them? And I think because of some of the question marks about them, if I were making the decision, I would personally wait.
All right, hypothetical number 2. Grant and Harmon are gone when the Steelers are on the clock at 21. And Dart is still there, and Ashton Genty is 2 there. If you had to guess from those 2 guys, who do you think the Steelers would be more likely to take in that scenario?
Well, I don't think Ashton Genty is going to still be there, but I would take him in a second because
I'm not asking who Mike DeFabo would take. I'm asking who you think the Steelers would take in that spot.
I think the Steelers would take Ashton Genty. They're trying to. They're trying to. And I think that would be a great pick. I really do. I know that because people are going to say, and they're going to make a blanket statement and say, never draft a running back in the 1st round.
Right.
But here's my take on it. Never draft a bad running back in the 1st round. Never draft an average running back. But always draft a transcendent player in the 1st round. And if you're going to be an offense like the Steelers that ran the ball the 4th most in the NFL, it helps if the guy you're handing the football to is pretty good. And Ashton Genty is not just pretty good. That guy is a very high-end talent. And for that reason, I don't think he's going to get to the Steelers. But if he does, given the style of offense that they want to run and the investment in the offensive line, I think it would make a lot of sense.
Mike, I'm shocked by that. You watched that Penn State game and you thought you were watching a Hall of Fame running back?
Look, our draft analyst, Dane Brugler at The Athletic, does a fantastic job. I really trust his evaluations. I trust his evaluations. He considers him a top 10 talent, and I believe him in that regard. Look at Saquon Barkley, for example.
Great point. What did he do for the Giants?
Because the Giants didn't support him the right way. And then look, as soon as he went to a team that ran the football a lot and had a fantastic offensive line, which is what the Steelers wanted to do, he looks like he's worth every single dollar and more. And the Eagles realized that, and so they paid him more this offseason. They renegotiated and made sure we're going to keep this guy. So, just because a player failed or didn't live up to expectations for the New York Football Giants, that's not really – I don't really judge things that way. And I think if you can get a transcendent player and a guy who's clearly that good, I would go for him. Now, I think the most likely thing, after I've just stumped for him, I think the most likely thing is the Steelers are in a fortunate situation where running back is a position of need, and running back is one of the strongest and deepest position groups in this draft. So they will have the fortune of, even in the third or even in the fourth round, there will be a lot of very good options, and I think that's the most likely situation. But if Genty's still there, I think the Steelers have to think long and hard about taking him.
The worst part about doing this job is that people search where your takes went bad and wrong. So obviously I have to live with the Kenny Pickett thing for the rest of my life. So now I have our listeners saying that Brugler had Will Levis as a top 10 pick a couple of years ago. We're allowed to miss a few guys.
Did Will Levis go in the top 10? When did Will Levis get drafted?
He got drafted in the second round.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Look, I mean, if Brugler got everything right, he would work for an NFL team, and he would be the highest paid executive in the NFL. We're not perfect,
well,
folks.
Drew Rosenhaus is, I think, one of the most well-respected agents, and at the Combine, one of his partners was going on and on gushing about how good Dane Brugler is at his job, and I've had other scouts tell me how good Dane is at his job.
Oh, I love the Beast. I'm a fan of it every year. It's when I basically kill an entire forest printing out his guide. Now, if they took Hampton with that pick at 21, would you murder him for it?
He's an interesting player because
that's not a no. That's not a no.
I talked to a running back coach from an AFC team that likes to run the football a lot, and the guy was gushing about Marion Hampton to me and telling me that this guy is such a complete running back. So I think that the Steelers will also do their homework on Marion Hampton. I'll put it that way.
All right. Mike, thanks for coming on with us. We'll do it again soon. Great job with the Jackson Dart Scoop.
All right. Thanks, Brony. I'll talk to you later.
You bet. Mike DeFabo thinks the Steelers in the right hypothetical could take Genty with the 21st pick. Caballi's basically alluded to the same thing. He's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on what the heck's going on with Aaron Rodgers and if he thinks the Steelers could take Dart with the 21st pick. Much to the joy and delight of Joe Starkey, who's off this week. I don't know if he's back next week. Do you know, Charlie?
I don't know. I just push buttons.
Donnie has a message for you. We're right back with a Caballi Hour, the PM team, live from beautiful Studio B. Bowser Chevy. We'll be right back.
Hey, guys, it's Donnie. We have a big weekend of sports, which means a big weekend for my friends at Bet Parks. College basketball tonight, tomorrow, Sunday. Get in on that action. Maybe you're more of a baseball fan. Bet on the black and gold to bounce back tonight or pick another game on the pro baseball slate anytime this weekend. Pick one, pick the other, pick both, put a parlay together. The possibilities are endless. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to with Bet Parks. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games, bet on all of your favorite sports, blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, online slots based on Rocky, Ted, The Goonies, your favorite shows like Breaking Bad and Peaky Blinders. Download the app now. A great offer for new users on the way. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Powell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-896-4200. That's 800-896-4200. 800-896-4200.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Bucko Baseball is here, and you need beer. That means you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet. How about this? Icy Light, 30-pack cans, just $21.99. That's cheap. Icy. Iron City Light 30-pack cans, just $21.99. It's the Bucks opening games, and you need to be opening some ice-cold beer. So drive a little, save a lot, best customer service, best prices. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Any leftover showers will be wrapping up this evening, and overnight we'll start to turn those skies clear for a bit. Temperatures, they'll stay very warm in the mid to upper 50s. For your Saturday, very warm temperatures to kick off the weekend, highs in the mid to upper 70s, and with it just a spotty chance of a shower. A better chance of showers, even thunderstorms on Sunday, with highs in the mid 70s there. From the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
O'Hara Township, Blawnox area, utility work restricts Freeport Road in both directions between Fairview Avenue and Alpha Drive, while in South Fayette Township, road work restricts Route 50 in both directions at the intersection with Newberry and Todd A. Miller Drives. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
Traffic sponsored by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 4/5. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates try to pick up the first win of the 2025 season tonight against the Marlins. 7 o'clock first pitch. Mitch Keller on the mound. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What have you heard, and how do you think people should be talking about this situation? Because my entire take has been, I don't think Aaron knows exactly what he wants, and are all the options already shown to him that it's going to be, throughout it all? Is he waiting until the draft to see who does what with a quarterback? Like, what are your thoughts on it, AJ, as somebody who we all know is a close friend of Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, the waiting until the draft, I haven't really thought about that. I cannot imagine that would be the case. Like, what would that do for him? Right now, it looks like, Pittsburgh is an option, and the Vikings are possibly an option. Is that what's out there? Is that what it feels like?
Yes, that is kind of and retirement, obviously. So retirement, Pittsburgh, and then the Vikings haven't said no.
That's right.
That is
yeah, they didn't close the door completely. That's the thing. Yeah, you had the opportunity to close the door completely, publicly at least, if you were the Vikings, and you did not. So what does that tell you? I don't know if that means there's a possibility that the Vikings would want to bring him in or not, but it means there's got to be some kind of chance of that, correct?
Yeah, I would say that's probably why people are saying it publicly. Yeah, I would say there's some chance.
What's Aaron? And what, he visited Pittsburgh and probably loved it? Yeah, I do know that he actually really likes all the Pittsburgh staff. He loves the staff, the front office, everything about Pittsburgh. Yeah, the people there. That's what makes the Steelers, don't you think? Like what they, from the top down. I think he definitely loves all that.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I got Mulsey sick, so he's out today. Live at beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet. A.J. Hawk on with McAfee. A.J. Hawk in the Aaron Rodgers inner circle saying Aaron Rodgers loves everything about Pittsburgh. And yet a week after his visit, this was around the time he left the facility last Friday, still unsigned. And what do you know? Another member of the McAfee troop, the McAfee Whack Pack, joins us right now. Mark Cabali, Steelers insider for the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, did you hear the same thing, that Rodgers was just smitten by everybody inside that Steelers facility last week?
How can't you be, Pony? I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh, PA. You get about 13 days of sun, so he had a sunny day out there. But, yeah, you get into that facility, and it's not more or less about the paint on the wall and the pictures on the wall, but the people there. And Mike Tomlin's very good at what he does and being able to talk and woo people and make them feel comfortable.
And kiss Fanny.
Arthur Smith as well.
Fanny.
So. Yeah, it's no surprise whatsoever. I mean, Omar is a very personable guy, too, when you get to know him. So he probably walked in there and felt as home as can possibly be. And if that's the case, then you say, what are you waiting for, right?
Right,
So,
and that's exactly what I was going to ask you next. What is your best guess as to why we still don't have a deal with Aaron Rodgers?
the only thing I can think of is one thing. He's Aaron Rodgers. That's it. I mean, you can't really get into that mind and try to figure it out. He, moves to the beat of his own drum. Anybody else would have made this decision weeks ago, right? But that's just not how he operates. And it might sound like a boring answer or a canned answer or whatever, but he's just not your normal human being, and not a guy that's, there's a 4-time MVP, 41-year-old, doesn't really need football anymore. Does obviously some interesting stuff outside of football. He just moves at the pace of his own heartbeat, man, and that's the only thing I could say. I mean, there is no real plausible explanation of why he has not said one way or another. He has to know deep down inside that what he wants to do is just a matter of, if it is Pittsburgh, then why would you wait? Is what I'm saying. Is he waiting for something better to come along? He has to know. He has to know. So that's the way I put it. It's just a matter of, this is just how he goes about his business. That's the only explanation I have.
Mark, do you think that worries the Steelers? Like, the longer this goes, even after you don't think so? Like, you still think that they would feel good about him signing here despite him not wanting to put his Herbie Hancock on a piece of paper?
Herbie. There's not too many people probably still get that reference, right? The Herbie Hancock.
I forget who it was here. I think it was Joel Nelson, who's never seen Tommy Boy before.
Oh, my goodness. These young
Dude's never
kids
seen anything.
nowadays.
That's almost as bad as Harry Callis not knowing that Michael Jordan played at North Carolina. He thought he played at Duke.
Close, same state, not that far away.
Right.
That's what makes Harry lovable. A lovable Harry. But
that he has the IQ of a squirrel? That's what makes people like him? That is. His depth of sports knowledge is the same as, like, the deer that you saw, like, eating grass on your neighbor's front lawn. That's what makes him lovable.
No, some people don't know if he goes to North Carolina and Duke. Some people don't watch Tommy Boy, and like yourself, you probably watch like Southern Illinois versus Western Michigan field hockey if you have some time, right?
I don't branch out into those kind of sports, but for the most part, you're right. Like, last night I was up until 1 a.m. watching those college basketball games. What was that noise?
That's my email.
Oh. Okay, so you said you don't think, like, they're like, man, the longer this goes, I don't know, because human nature is if you put the full court press on somebody and you really make a hard sell and they don't give you an answer, it's like you come to the car dealership here and someone leaves and says, oh, thank you, I'm going to go home and think about it. Chances are they're not going to come back and buy the car, Mark.
Yeah, but once again, these are normal people. Well, you're not dealing with a normal person here. So I don't think they know. I mean, I don't think you can put pressure on a guy like Aaron Rodgers and say, hey, we need this done by X, Y, or Z, because he's just going to go. He's going to do his own time frame here, right there. Maybe it works with some other people right now, but I don't think they're quite worried about it. I mean, worst comes to worst, what? They don't sign him. He signs somewhere else. They go with Mason Rudolph for a year and start this whole cycle over again.
I mean, go back to what McAfee, or was it maybe it was Hawk who threw this out there? I forget. Just there was a lot there.
AJ knows.
AJ knows what he's actually doing. You think, and he's just playing hard to get.
I think AJ knows. That's just a personal opinion of mine. AJ got a lot of information, I think.
AJ Hawk threw out again the big night out idea. So did Tone of it happening on April 9th.
Tone is a Yinzer living in Indianapolis. So anything that anybody says here in Pittsburgh, is his beliefs as well. So
okay.
He pretty much denied that, McAfee, but what is he going to say?
The idea that he would wait to see that Rodgers would wait to see how the draft went before making his decision. Like with the Steelers, as Tomlin likes to say, would they leave the light on for him on draft night if they still don't have a decision? Or would they draft at that point thinking, well, we can't count on him here, so let's act like we only have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson in our quarterback room and draft accordingly?
I don't think anything that Aaron Rodgers does and will dictate what they do in the draft. I mean, it's not like you're talking about a 28-year-old guy here. We're talking about a 41-year-old guy who has 1 year left in him at max, right? So you're going to need somebody regardless. So if somebody falls to them, they get an opportunity to move up and find somebody or whatever it is. I don't think they make that move saying, well, Aaron Rodgers might come back or might not want to come back. Regardless, if you pick a quarterback in the first round, which I find highly, highly unlikely, he needs time, man. You can't throw him in like Kenny Pickett. I mean, they did Kenny pretty dirty there by not giving him anything but third team snaps, then throwing him in the mix week 4, week 5. You're not going to succeed that way. They didn't do it with Mason as well. So hopefully they would learn from that and give a guy an opportunity to be able to grow. But I don't think they go in thinking we have Aaron Rodgers. We can't make a decision because Aaron Rodgers has not yet to. If they're drafted, if they have to draft, say, Jackson Dart, whatever, and it's going to alienate Aaron Rodgers, and so be it, right? I think that's their feeling.
Would you want to get off to that kind of start with Rodgers? Like, yeah, you're our guy, even though it's only for a year. No, by the way, we're going to recreate like the Jordan Love situation that pissed you off so much in Green Bay.
Well, that Jordan Love situation, he was coming off probably an MVP season, wasn't he?
It actually sparked 2 MVP seasons out of Rodgers.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're talking about a 35-year-old Rodgers.
Compared to 41 going on 42.
Yeah, so I think he realizes that if this isn't the end, it's very darn close to the end.
Let's dive into the Jackson Dart stuff then. So the Steelers either leaked it to DeFabo or DeFabo got it from somebody else that he's going to be here next month. Weidl was at the Jackson Dart Pro Day today. You just said you still think it's highly unlikely that they would take a quarterback with the 21st pick. But, I mean, where else would they get Jackson Dart in this draft? Because he ain't lasting until the 3rd round unless he commits some kind of heinous crime between now and the draft.
Well, they'd have to move up. I still believe Jackson Dart's going to end up being the top 10 or top 15 pick. I mean, once you get to the draft and a couple quarterbacks go and you get a lot of quarterback potentially needy teams, and you see what the Falcons did last year, grabbing Penix even though they had Kirk Cousins, I find it hard to believe, especially with all the chatter around Jackson Dart right now, that he would even come close to 21. You're going to have to go up and get him. And I don't know if you have that draft capital
So
this
wait a minute.
year to be able to go get that.
I agree. So at this point, though, would you almost feel like it's a bargain or a value if he fell to 21 and they picked him there based on that?
I would, at that point, if he falls to 21, I don't have to do anything crazy to get him. Just pick him at 21. I would think so. I would give it a whirl. I mean, what's the worst?
Oh my God! I can't wait to clip this for Starkey. I would give it a whirl.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying he's going to be a star, but if he follows you at 21, absolutely. I mean, even if he does fall
I thought you were adamantly against taking him in the first round, which got you in trouble with Starkey in the first place.
I don't think he's a guy that's going to be able to be. He's not a Super Bowl caliber quarterback or anything to that ilk, but it doesn't mean that they wouldn't take him at 21 if he falls there. I mean, the worst comes to worst, they get the 21 and he's there. You could move back 3 or 4 spots and be able to maybe potentially jump up into the second round. So there's a lot of options right there, but I don't think Jackson Dart's a guy that I would want to at least invest. You'd have to invest what? If you're picking him at 21, you have to invest a good 3 years into him, right? I don't know if you're willing to do that. I don't know if they should do that, especially a guy
Does he strike you as a guy that's like Mike Tomlin's type? And what you've learned about him or what you've heard about him or like the research, anything that you've done on Dart for your job. Does he strike you as a Mike Tomlin type?
Well, the Mike Tomlin type when the draft are typically younger guys who are at high Power 5 conferences, more like Big Ten type of guys. I don't know about quarterback wise, so I don't know. I really never really talked to Jackson Dart to be able to get a feeling from him, but I just look at the small sample size of what Darts was overdue over his college career, and I think that's you're just drafting on ultimate potential more than what you see on the field. I don't think the stuff the handful of games that he was spectacular, he was obviously spectacular, but there was a lot more of the other games where it's a little iffy that I don't know. I don't know. Another thing, Pony, should we actually be listening to what Mike Tomlin thinks about drafting quarterbacks?
No, we should not. We should not.
History of that.
Yes, but he's still going to make the ultimate call. Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Kabali Hour, the Steelers have made a move. They've made a signing. We'll tell you what it is when we come back. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates take on the Marlins tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Pirates. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 6 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you so much, Charlie. 4 more games tonight in the round of 16 regional semifinals in the tournament. And you can go to FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, and get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets. We have not had a night of upsets yet. It's been so chalky. It's like my third grade Mrs. Martini classroom where there's chalk everywhere. I hated nails on a chalkboard, that sound. I didn't like even the texture of chalk kind of grosses me out even thinking about it right now for some reason. But anyways, I think we get upsets tonight. I think Kentucky's going to take down Tennessee. I like Ole Miss to beat Michigan State. In the 2 big stunners, I think both 1 seeds go down. I like Purdue and their backcourt to stun Houston. And I like Michigan to stay red hot and beat Auburn. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the college hoops action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, March 29th. The Riverhounds host the Birmingham Legion at 7 p.m. It's Dance Moms Night with a special appearance by Melissa Gassoni. Tickets start at $22. Get yours at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Here, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. With 6 Pittsburgh locations, they are always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York-style yins are made. Sliceonbroadway.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same-day and next-day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Be at Mike's.
Time is 4:15. Get your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. We're at the beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. Crystal clear sound here from Bowser. Art Caballi, Steelers Insider, Pat McAfee Show. We have breaking news. The Steelers have announced they've signed Jeremiah Moon to a 1-year deal. Mark, you're in that locker room and around the team constantly. You must know something about Jeremiah Moon that others don't know.
You're very good at that, huh, Pony?
What?
Breaking news, the old tease, the comeback, just for a Jeremiah Moon update.
Do you have anything on Jeremiah Moon? Like, is he into dogs? Does he own like a
I probably never
truck?
talked to him.
No,
I was more of an Abe and Ike guy from last year than the Jeremiah Moon.
How about Jackie Moon? Did you like him?
I don't know who Jackie Moon is.
That's Will Ferrell in the semi-pro movie. Never seen it?
I never watched that. Okay. I'm very close to you, Pony, of not watching a lot of movies. Like I've never watched Godfathers and stuff like that. So I'm very in that same category.
See, I've seen those. I've seen those though.
Yeah. What about A Bronx Tale? A Bronx Tale is a very good movie. You a
I
Bronx
like it a lot.
Tale guy?
Yes, I do. It's not a rewatchable movie for me. Like if I see it on, I'm not someone that goes and seeks it out. But I like it. I liked it, and I'll watch it. But I'm not like craving it, I guess is what I mean.
Now you can't leave.
Why did you like it, Charlie? You got to be a Bronx Tale guy.
I did like A Bronx Tale, but I'm not getting over the not having seen The Godfather.
Well, Mueller hasn't seen it either. So in that respect, him and Caballi actually see eye to eye on something finally. Yep.
That surprises me.
Yeah.
But Bronx Tale, good movie.
What, me and Mueller don't see eye to eye?
Not usually. He's just disagreeable on just about everything, and I got him sick, so he's probably upset at me.
He enjoys arguing. I could say it's sunny outside, and he'd be saying it's partly cloudy. So,
Mark, where do you think is the sweet spot in the draft for the Steelers to take a quarterback? Is it with that third-round pick?
My sweet spot would be nowhere, but it would be third day. I mean,
so if you were to get inside their brains, you think third day would be where they're thinking right now?
I would hope so. You're just, in my opinion, if you're not getting those top couple guys, you're just spinning your wheels. You're wasting a draft pick that you don't have a lot of this year to be able to improve your team. And let's look at their train of thought right now. They're going to bring Aaron Rodgers in. They added Metcalf. They think that they're darn close to being able to compete for an AFC North title. Saying that, you need to the old Big Ben, Mason Rudolph line. You wish you would have got somebody that could help him this year. I mean, there's a couple positions that can help you this year. So I would much rather, if that's your belief, if that's your theory, if you're going to win this year, I don't want to get a guy who may be your backup quarterback in 2029. And that's even if it's Will Howard. I don't think they like Will Howard. I mean, just things you hear from over the months. But, I mean, that was before the college football playoff, so that could have changed because he did have a fabulous stretch there. So
now, I heard a rumor about Will Howard. I don't think I've shared this on the air before. So I'm going to actually say something about Will Howard, and I want Mark Cabali to either confirm or deny this, okay? Maybe you know where I'm going with this. I've heard that maybe the person who has the most say in the draft has been very vocal about how he's not a big fan of Will Howard. Is that true?
Yeah, you've heard it before in the locker room, maybe. Oops.
Okay.
Did we give away our clue?
I'm just saying, I've heard that there's a person at the very top of the Steelers organization who's not been shy about his disdain of Will Howard.
But he could be just tweaking a person who also went to the same college as him, too. So it's hard to get a read on that.
Gotcha. I think I've okay, so we're on the same page there. Now, speaking of tweaking, you seem to be going at another Steelers insider, Nick Farabaugh,
I love
Twitter.
messing with him.
So he wants to connect the dots and say, look, the Steelers are really doing their due diligence on quarterbacks. Look at the places they're sending their, Tomlin, Omar Khan, and the gang. Look at the people they're looking at. Look at the people they're having dinner with. And you poo-pooed that. Now, were you just doing that to mess with Nick, or do you actually believe that he's reading too much into the way they're evaluating these quarterbacks at pro days?
No, way looking too much into this. I mean, these are big-time power conference schools that has multiple players available. And that's the colleges that Tomlin, Omar like to go to. I mean, they haven't been to Texas for a while, because Texas hasn't been very good in a while. Obviously, that's changed this year. Notre Dame, they've went there from time to time. They always go to Georgia. They always go to Alabama. They 99% go to Ohio State. That's the best for be able to grab a bunch of people and be able to evaluate and put your eyes on them. It's not like the Kenny Pickett year when they went out of their way to go to Liberty, Ole Miss, Cincinnati, went to Pitt's Pro Day. Who am I missing there? There's another one in there, the top 5, I believe. You could very well tell that there was something different there, that they were definitely focusing quarterback. This is what they were looking at. They're going to power conferences right now to see a number of players. So it might end up working out that way, but I don't think that they're targeting these schools just because of quarterbacks.
What Cowherd said about Jalen Milroe when Mark Cabali saw it, what was his reaction to it?
Colin Cowherd knows how to get Steeler fans riled up, huh? He tends to do that from time to time. I mean, I've been on Coward's show a couple times, and very nice gentleman, but I don't even think he would believe that, right? First round pick? Is that what he said? Yeah.
He said it could be a Cousins-Penix situation where they sign Aaron Rodgers and they still draft Jalen Milroe with the 21st pick, and said there are people inside the Steelers organization who love Milroe.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure there's people inside the organization that love him. Might be, the guy at the front desk, the head of the security guy. I mean, who are we talking about here? But no, I just don't see that happening. If you would have said third round, second day, something like that, that's more believable. But I'm not thinking 21st overall pick here. I mean, Michael Penix, we're talking about a different breed there. That's a guy that was going to be top 15 or 20 regardless. We're not talking about a guy that's being projected as a second-day pick at the earliest. So,
Mark, does Tomlin really have an obsession with mobile quarterbacks, or does he just say things like that at press conferences and we take it as gospel and then we blow it out of proportion? Because he gushes on and on about guys who can run, and right now his quarterback room is Mason Rudolph and possibly a guy that's going to be the oldest player in the league. So does he really like the mobile quarterback or not?
Well, he's also told us he tells us lies on purpose.
That's
too,
why
right?
I'm asking you that question right now. Exactly.
I think I don't know if he clarified it, but I know Art Rooney and Omar's clarified the point is that he better be able to throw the ball too. But I guess in the ultimate situation, you would love to have a guy, like Jalen Hurts. I guess they could have had him if they wanted him, but I don't think he would choose. Even though he loves to have a mobile quarterback, I don't think he'd choose a running quarterback over a guy that can't throw, because then pretty much you had Justin Fields and you could have just stayed with him if that's what you wanted. So I think there has to be a happy medium. And when we talk about mobile quarterbacks, we're thinking of the ultimate ones, the ones that can really get out and the Lamar Jacksons of the world. I don't think that that's 100% what he means. He just doesn't want a guy that's an absolute statue back there, which, I mean, I don't think Rodgers was really a statue. He's still able to get out of the pocket in a lot of plays I saw. He's not going to gain many yards, but he can still move. That might be considered a mobile quarterback in his eyes. But I tend to not listen to the minutia because it changes from him from time to time.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mark keeps hinting at the Steelers using a first-round pick on a position that would drive everybody nuts. We'll see if he still feels that way when we come back. But first, a headline from Charlie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangarelli will begin at 6 o'clock before Mitch Keller takes on the Marlins. From Oregon 93.7 thefan.com, fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you so much. Fitting that I get to talk about WetGo for a second time today, because with WetGo, you can go as much as you want, and you can talk about it as much as you want, like I am. You can put your car through their magnificent washing locations as much as you want. You can go to 2 different ones in one day if you want. Whatever's closest, whatever's more convenient, whatever floats your boat with WetGo. It's kind of a have it your way situation. There's never a reason to have a dirty car when you have the WetGo Unlimited Pass, because there's a car wash you have access to right around the corner, and it is truly unlimited. You pay a low monthly price like a subscription fee, and then you go as much as you want. And if you go twice in a month, it's already going to pay for itself. You're going to blow your mind how much you save money. You're going to get, I almost said aroused. You're going to get very excited about how much money you save when you go with the WetGo car wash today. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. Join the revolution with me, the WetGo car wash.
Chris Muller here. The BetPark Sportsbook and Online Casino has you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can still make futures bets right now on what team will win it all. For example, $25 on Florida pays $100. How about $25 on Michigan State? That pays $625. We always know Michigan State tough this time of year. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. The only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games right in the palm of my hand. They've got live dealers, Blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus, you can play hot online slots as well. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Watch for utility crews restricting a lane of I-79 about a mile south of the Neville Island interchange. Meanwhile, utility work going on in Oakdale Borough. Watch for restrictions on Noblestown Road between Union Avenue and Bridge Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Let's consider this a friendly warning for LeBron James. He is a guy who showed us in 2010 when he went to Miami that the angst he likes to lean into often overwhelms his abilities on the floor. And last night's loss to the Bulls, though one game, certainly showcases that his attacks on the media and his anger and petulance toward critics is transferring to his team's performances. I'm Bill Ryder.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's a question that comes in from a listener to Mark Caballi, Steelers Insider, the Pat McAfee Show, that says, Mark, if I would have told you back in early March that the Steelers could have signed Russell Wilson for 1 year, $10.5 million, do you think the Steelers would you have thought the Steelers would make that deal?
Yeah, I thought that probably it might turn out to be the best deal that they could have had at that point. I still think Russell would have been valuable here with some more weapons put around him, a better offensive line.
You called him a scapegoat.
I call him a scapegoat of how that season ended. When you think of the 2024 season, you're thinking two things. They lost 5 in a row to end the season, and Russell Wilson was a reason why. And I just don't think Russell Wilson was the main reason why. But he's going to be.
Well, what was the main reason why then? Not to relitigate things that happened in January.
How much time do we have?
We've got about 10 minutes this segment, so take all the time you need here.
Well, you didn't have – at one point you had Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, and Scotty Miller as your wide receivers. You had an offensive line that just hit a brick wall. You had a feuding quarterback and offensive coordinator and a defensive front seven that was allowing about 200 yards per game, and a part of the defense calling out part of the other defense and moaning and bickering at each other during practices. I mean, there was a lot going on there that was not Russell Wilson related. So that's why I think there was a scapegoat, because it's easy to say, boy, Russell stinks, and this is the reason why. But there was a ton of things going wrong that last month of the season of why it turned out the way it did.
I was surprised based on how much you supported him and defended him throughout those trials and tribulations that when the Giants contract got signed, you didn't come out and immediately say, hey, this is a mistake by the Steelers. If you could have brought back Russell Wilson for $10.5 million, sign me up for that, because he's going to give you way more than $10.5 million worth of production. I was surprised you didn't bang the table for that, Mark.
I did a little banging of the table, but at that point, I don't know how deep the inside drama went. I just know there was some. It must have gotten to a point that's only, I mean, it's just only what you believe because of how they weren't very that much interested in him, that it was a little bit deeper than maybe it was put on to be. So considering that, okay, was he a better option? Yeah. But in the long term of things, if you're just going to have the offensive coordinator and the quarterback butting heads constantly, we've seen that from the majority of the last 10 to 15 years with quarterbacks and offensive coordinators. And I just don't think you need that at this point.
Well, what the hell do they think they're getting into with Aaron Rodgers?
That he's something different. You don't know, right? You think you know, but you don't know. I mean, we like to sit here and criticize the heck out of Aaron Rodgers for throwing teammates under the bus, but nobody can pretty much tell me any of the teammates he threw under the bus other than Mike Williams. That one time where he said he ran wrong route. So,
I mean, how much Garrett Wilson last year basically froze him out of the offense to the point where people that covered the Jets were like, yeah, if Aaron Rodgers is back here, Garrett Wilson's going to ask for a trade.
Well, that's different than calling him out in public. I mean, that's stuff that at least kept behind closed doors if that's what occurred. There might have been something in Green Bay that was mentioned once about, who was it, whatever his name is, Rodgers, the other Rodgers, that he might have said something. But I don't think, I think there's a belief of what he is just from what he says, his off-season life, his off-season retreats, that people think that he's a different type of teammate than he is. So what I'm saying is I think it's a different look. So why not give it a different look? That's
fair enough. I mean, the one thing that people seem to universally agree on is that wherever he goes, he basically gets his way as far as what the offense is. And so if you don't agree with that?
Well, he's a 4-time MVP. You probably should listen to him. That's probably one of the reasons why you want to bring him in here, because he pretty much knows what he's doing, right?
Well, they didn't want to listen to Bennis last year here. They had a tug-of-war with him the entire time, where the damn offensive coordinator, who knows less about football than your son who clogs up every toilet, wouldn't give him a right to audible and change plays.
You're right. I mean, if people talked about how Ben had a terrible final year and he was done. He had a great fourth quarter of every game that year when he just said, screw you, man.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, man. So, this whole idea that they should listen to him, agree. But will they? Their history lately says they won't, and they're going to try to do things their way, which I think is going to lead to a lot more headbutting. Who's the all-time great headbutter in pro wrestling history, Mark? That's a good one for you. Who's a guy that was famous for a big headbutt?
This is where you need somebody like Donnie
Charlie?
Football. Who was
you got a headbutt guy for me?
I mean, I do, but I don't know if Cavalli's allowed to talk about him. It's a flying headbutt. Chris Benoit.
Oh. How about Bam Bam Bigelow?
Asbury Park native. Asbury Park legend. Beast of the East.
You remember him?
Maybe
Mark?
one of the Moondogs.
He had those tattooed flames on his head, Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yeah. I saw an AI of a bunch of wrestlers that passed away and what they would look like now, and Bam Bam Bigelow was number one on the list.
Did he slim down? Did he go on the Ozempic plan?
What's that? No, he went on the dead plan. What are you talking about?
I thought you said it was AI and they made them look like today. So I was asking if he had lost weight.
They made it look like what they would look like today. They're all passed away, all the wrestlers. So they made them just age, sort of like how, the Aaron Rodgers when he's using a walker with the Steelers shirt on.
So we had DeFable on to talk about this Jackson Dart scoop. And I gave him a hypothetical where the big defensive line prospects the Steelers were off the board. And they were down to two guys that were still there were Jackson Dart at 21 and Ashton Genty at 21. And in that situation, Mike said he thought the Steelers would take Genty and that they would take a running back in the 20s like they did with Najee Harris. You've said repeatedly that you think for running back is on the board for the Steelers in the first round. So I'm guessing you would think that they would look at it like an all-time score if they were able to get the best running back in the draft with the 21st pick. No? Yes?
I think
Thoughts?
I think it would be a good pick. I mean, if Genty is, I think, by far and away the best prospect in this draft, and he's a guy.
Would they look at it that way? You're saying you
Yeah,
would.
I think they would. I mean, once again, if they're short, it doesn't even matter if Aaron Rodgers. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. So I think if both of them would be on the board. Now I'm just contradicting myself from earlier about the Jackson Dart at 21. But if Genty is there at 21, if one position in the NFL drafted you can plug and play, it's wide receiver. I mean, it's running back. You can get value out of him almost immediately, especially when you got the Jalen Warren and he had some injuries, and Kenneth Gainwell's never had more than 80 carries in a year. Both were on 1-year deals. So this is a guy can come in, and I believe Genty was more of a 2-down back than a 3-down back, a little bit smaller, not a great. Obviously come from a small school. That's where you have to watch it. I don't believe, and you got that crazy memory under Tomlin. When was the last time they drafted a non-Power 5 conference player in the first round?
Under Tomlin?
Oh, I don't think they have.
It's never happened. It hasn't
You got
happened.
to go back to Troy Edwards.
From Louisiana Tech.
Yeah, you might have to go all the way back there. They tend to take the big-time schools with that first round, because I remember, what was his name, Leighton Vander Esch. He was very similar. They needed an inside linebacker at the time, and they ended up passing on him, they passed on him, I believe, because he was
Boise
a smaller
State.
school quarterback. So, I mean, you put that in the equation, then no. I mean, I could see this is something that's happened from years after year after year. They just don't take non-Power 5 conference guys in the first round. But I'd take him.
Well, Dulac, I guess, in an interview said that he thinks that they do that, then they're going to have Jalen Warren as a $5 million backup running back, which is crazy to me. That's a lot of money for someone to be your insurance policy running back.
At that point, you really didn't have much of a choice. You had to have somebody under contract. That's why I hate I would do free agency and the draft, flip them around, so you wouldn't have to deal with situations like this. So you had to have somebody under the roof, and he was the cheaper of the two options of him and Najee. So I understand why they did that.
All right, Mark. Great talk. Hawk Tua is trending again on Twitter. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I think they're not investigating her for her fake Bitcoins or whatever, right?
Oh, she's off the hook?
That's what I just really saw something pop up, no pun intended, on the tweeter machine.
Also, a little birdie told me that you double dipped with wings on Friday last week.
Dip.
That you
It might have been triple. It might have been triple dip, man.
That
That's
you
why.
went to
If you
Archie's
look,
you went to Archie's with Crowley, 8 wings, and then showed up at Mike's with me and 8 more wings.
yeah, that's the problem. I was just stuffed. I didn't want to eat them, but then I felt bad that you had these fancy looking wings over at Mike's. I'm thinking, oh, he had to get wings. I'm like, oh. I mean, Arch just kept piling them on me. So, man, I'm still tasting.
Well,
those
you
wings
never
from
even
the week.
mentioned that to me. If you had said I was
Well,
just
what am I
at
gonna be,
Archie's
Ed?
eating wings, I would have said, okay, great. But it was almost like you purposefully withheld that information that you were with Crowley because you almost didn't want me to know that you were hanging out with Adam. Is how I interpreted that.
I thought
No,
I know I told everybody down there I was going to Mike's. You were there. Did you notice I only ate 2 wings? Didn't that be weird to you? Wasn't that why was he only eating 2 wings?
Yeah, I did think that was weird.
Okay, there
But
you go.
whatever. All right, Mark, you're off next week because we'll have Pirates and Yankees. You got to love those Buccos off to a blistering hot start here in 2025.
85 wins, baby. I moved them down to 68 wins now.
Mackie
Can you
came on.
believe that, Tony?
Mackie came on with me yesterday and said he denied predicting 85 wins. I thought for sure he said that with you and me.
Yes, and we just laughed at him, didn't we?
Correct.
On the Pump
we did.
Show.
We did, yes.
Yeah, and Zangrilli just predicted 84 or something like that. I'm like,
Yep.
what am I missing here?
I went 71. So you and me are more closely aligned
What
on
about
that.
Skenes on the McAfee show, giving up, showing some personality. I like it.
I got to go back and watch that. All right, Mark. Thanks, man. We'll talk again soon. By the time we
All
talk,
right, we'll see you.
hopefully Aaron Rodgers will be here. Goodbye. All right, coming up next, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, what Adam Schefter just said about Rodgers' future. I have a simple question. Are you sick of this guy yet? 412-928-9370. Plus Open Phone Friday next hour. We're not going anywhere. We're live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Right now, a message from Halsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and let me tell you about the best place to go to find the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. In this case, it's the Mitsu that fits you. I'm talking, of course, about Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. If you don't know what Mitsubishi's all about, you need to find out. Like, for example, the 2024 Outlander, a 7-passenger capable SUV that's got all-wheel drive, that's got advanced safety features. You can certainly get one with a panoramic sunroof and all sorts of other bells and whistles. Right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, they've got them up to $7,000 off, priced to move. Or you can grab 0% financing for 60 months. Not the only great deal either. Eclipse Crosses are up to $4,500 off, and Outlander Sports are as low as only $23,000. Yes. Plus, Mitsubishi always gives you that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and you'll get 3 years of prepaid maintenance plus $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Now's the time. Shop the Lucky Days event at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
The great rewards hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running. Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skenes.
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21, No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows at Pirate Games Live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Tripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them they ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Tom,
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The big college basketball tournament continues tonight. Round of 16. First game on the docket. Michigan State, a 3.5-point favorite against Ole Miss. The total in the game is 144.5. And Michigan State has been a really popular pick in brackets. Michigan State has been a really popular pick amongst fans. I do not like Michigan State in this tournament. Now, I was wrong about them in the first 2 games, but in this game against Ole Miss, with a tournament-proven coach, I think Ole Miss keeps this game close, maybe pulls the upset. So coming up tonight, give me Ole Miss plus the points against Michigan State. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
In Forward Township, Unula River Road is closed in both directions for ongoing work between Pangburn Hollow Road and Regina Drive. Also, a bridge reconstruction project has closed Route 978 Millers Run Road between Mohawk and Battle Ridge Roads. There is a posted detour. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.